Chapter 101 Fearless Knight. What a spirit. George took 2 steps back slightly and dodged 5 or 6 knights. He looked along the backs of these knights, and saw that they had raised their wooden spears and shields and passed by the knights on the opposite side. The clear sound of the wooden pole breaking resounded throughout the training ground. The shield shattered, and a few unlucky guys fell off their horses, gritting and screaming in pain. But after being helped up by the attendants, he cursed a few times amidst the ridicule of his opponents and got on the horse again. "These guys haven't been training very hard recently." George couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this scene. But it was a bit helpless. In fact, this scene is just the playfulness of the old followers. With their physical abilities, even if the wooden pole hit the armor, it would only be a bruise. And if it is an ordinary person, if the shield does not block it and hits the body directly, death is probably about the same. In order to teach these guys a lesson, George had previously ordered this group of people to fight against the opponents led by the Celestial Armed Forces without Alexander. In the past few times, they lost miserably. But within a few days, these guys actually figured out their tricks. The Fearless Knight led a group of 40 Grey Road Knights to face the same number of enemies, and they were completely victorious. The white figures who leaped into the formation with their swords, splitting the surrounding spears, and disrupting the formation were still vivid in George's mind. The physical fitness of these fearless knights is not at the same level as that of ordinary soldiers. The 7 or 8 thrusting spears are like slow-motion replays in their eyes. You can hide or slash as you please. Of course, they often get seriously injured when they are having fun. But this only makes them more furious and moves forward recklessly. After suffering a fatal injury, an ordinary person would probably collapse to the ground without strength. But among the fearless knights, they will continue to fight until the end of their lives. And the hymns in their mouths can turn casualties into serious injuries, and serious injuries into light injuries. It's simply a perpetual motion machine of rage. As for the Valkyrie, who always looked arrogant, she would be temporarily held back as long as she left the team. Although she can often defeat the person in front of her in just a few strokes, the man who rushes behind her can often take her to the sky with just one move. In the end, this kind of gang fight routine became more and more refined. And what Martin and the others taught the soldiers, those soldiers after graduation, were able to fight against the heavenly forces like rolling wheels, making it difficult for her to resist come down. This made George's eyes widen. After all, before this, even Valkyrie and others could win in 1v40. After all, she has wings and she can fly. But now the result is exactly the opposite. The school grounds could no longer meet the needs of Martin and others. And after a training that almost had an accident, George also ordered the old bandits of the shelter's first armed order, Fearless Knights, and the second armed order, Grey Knights. The old gangsters are not allowed to enter the school field for training without Jack's leadership. And from then on, the church became their place of play. And Sarai and others were filled with resentment every time they saw the bandit leader. Although what Martin and his team did was not too extreme. It was indeed a bit humiliating. In the middle of a battle, it is inevitable that people will be disheveled and disarmed. And when George walked into the school field that day, he saw exactly this scene. Nothing happened at first, but he unexpectedly saw that Guy Martin threw away the weapon in his hand with a righteous look on his face, rolled up his sleeves, and walked over to the Valkyrie, who was kneeling on the ground with a look of shame and anger. He said he wanted to have a fair wrestling match with her. If you lose, you have to be your own woman. Obviously this is not fair at all. At that time, the knights nearby were stunned after hearing this, and then whistled. George, who was approaching, could not help but widen his eyes after hearing it, and almost whistled. But then, he reacted. He came over and slapped Martin on the back of the head. Martin was truly fearless about this, but George was frightened. After all, these heavenly weapons are real. Although the school grounds were an illusion set by them, these women have always had bad tempers. When they are really summoned by themselves one day, they might actually stab these bad guys to death. These bastards shook their heads, and George stopped looking at these noisy old followers. He turned his gaze and looked at the training ground in front of the back door of the church. 2 teams of heavily armed men were fighting each other while Mizan watched. And they were already clashing with each other in full swing. Killing cries and high-pitched chants came in waves, and broken ironwood kept flying into the sky. These 2 groups were the second group of soldiers in the shelter, mostly composed of policemen and serfs who had followed Mizan. There are also 3 teams of patrolling recruits. Although they have completed the training on the school grounds, they are not yet qualified to come here. The head of Gron has been hung on the wall of the back hall of the church, and everyone present has already taken the oath. However, The only ones currently recognized by the shelter as fearless knights are those dozen veterans. Although the second batch of soldiers have already fully sufficient combat capabilities, from the perspective of the shelter, they do not seem to be qualified enough and can only be called reserves. George thinks this may be related to the tenacity of the will to fight. They are not truly fearless. After all, they have experienced too few things. So deep down, they may not recognize themselves yet. In other words, their strength is enough. But there is still something missing in their hearts, unlike those followers. The old followers are extremely convinced that they are the guards of God, and have already begun to follow this standard in every word and deed. Regarding this matter, he chatted with Ms. Han for some time. This knight of the Clover family can be said to have an excellent family heritage, in terms of thought. There is no knight's breathing method in this world. He has been educated since he was a child. Although he does not seem to meet the standards of a knight at all, he does know what a knight is. Miss Han's thoughts on this matter are roughly the same as George's. He believes that such people still lack a true sense of honor, and do not understand what true justice, courage and mercy are. Before that, they were just fighting according to the orders of their superiors. So he felt that besides training, he should talk to these people about other things. Moreover, the training in the school field is currently of little significance to these soldiers. After all, after experiencing too many simulated battles, you can feel the unreality. Hence the current scene. A man was thrown at George's feet. He bypassed this guy, walked to Miss Han's side, and sat directly on the chair outside the back door of his church. This guy seemed to be so focused that he didn't notice that the Lord had come around behind him at some point. George simply didn't say hello to him, and sat there, leaning his chin, and watched. In his opinion, such a duel was incomparable with the intensity of the battle in the school field. He didn't know why Miss Han would train them like this. But looking at the notes on their heads that were getting clearer and clearer, he had to admit that this kind of training method was indeed somewhat effective. The round was over, and Miss Han came off the stage to talk to everyone one by one, and his loud voice reached George's ears clearly. This guy can really pretend. When he talks about honor and bravery, his face doesn't turn red at all. Shaking his head, George turned over the scroll. Shelter. Status safe. CO, George William. There is also a Lord Johannes at the back, but the words Johannes are deliberately written very small, and are almost legible. Buildings, castle, tavern, blacksmith workshop, mill, farmhouse, 183. Some residences are under construction. Cemetery, Dawn Cathedral, main church. Hopes, 358/1161, plus 28 hopes/week. Resources food, 4278-72/day, wood, 3752 stone, 52 metal, 1087 magic material, 3. Hero, 2 out of 2. Residence, 467/521, plus 46 hope/week. Guard power, 79 plus 2. Heroic fearless knight, 2. Elite fearless knight, 17, old guard and Miss Han. Fearless knight squire/reserve knight, 24, the second batch of soldiers, who were once serfs. Patrol soldiers, 36, from Miss Han's subordinates. Asterisk heroic spirit, 2 out of 2, minus 8 hope/week. Special talents. Bachelor's degree, 1. Skilled craftsman, 1, moving towards a higher level. Craftsman apprentice, 8, moving towards a higher level. Asterisk servants of heaven, 10 out of 10, minus 10 hope/week. Return to those lords about 2 tons of grain, which adds up to 4,000 units. However, when the citizens went to pick grapes, the soldiers would bring back a lot of prey, and the citizens would also pick a lot of acorns, pine nuts, mushrooms, and other wild fruits. So the food is basically only reduced by 400 units, which is still sufficient. It was the soldiers who ate the most. The food consumption of these 80 or so individuals was almost equal to that of other residents. However, the harvest is only more than a month away. Even if there is no increase in food income this month, 3,000 units of food will be enough. So there was indeed a lot of surplus. However, the iron mines have been a bit too big these days. In addition to the strength needed to guard the territory, some horses are also equipped with some armor and leather armor. In addition, horseshoes and some farm tools were also used a lot. George touched his chin and thought about it. At present, the total number of silver foxes in the territory is less than 4,000. And the others are all golden lions. This thing Anthony said can also be burned. Therefore, the words turned into magical runes can only arm all the fearless knights. But the fearless knight attendants in the sanctuary are no worse than the knights under various lords in combat effectiveness. So these people must be brought there. Only the division of labor may be different. As for the remaining soldiers, they have to guard the territory. There are now many more residents in the shelter than before, and the scope of daily activities is not what it used to be. Therefore, including the wolves and night watchmen, they can only maintain the daily work of the people. Moreover, he didn't know how many days he might go. Martin and Mizon are here to stay. Otherwise, I really can't rest assured. Shaking his head to get rid of some unlucky thoughts in his mind, George turned his attention to the Hope column and tapped his fingers on the small table. No! Someone left the territory today. But the Hope level has not dropped. He looked at the situation in the cemetery and found that there was a small group of light spots there. He stretched out his hand curiously and clicked on the light spot, and then found that it disappeared. Immediately afterwards, George frowned and checked the status of the shelter from beginning to end, and found that the shelter suddenly recovered 3 points of hope. It is true that the old man died normally and died peacefully. No one has ever died so happily before. So such a scene can indeed give the survivors hope for the future. Thinking of this, George unfolded the residence column and looked at the ages of the other elderly people. He couldn't help but hope that they could be a little older. No. This kind of thinking is not correct. It still makes some sense to take in more old people. After coughing unnaturally, George turned over the scroll and continued to check. Cathedral of the Dawn. Priest/Templar, George William. Priest, 3, Anne Stya. Aunt Vivian. Anne Hathaway. Directors 3, Duke. Mizon. Jim. Guardian Knight, 19, George. Alexander. Mizon. Monk/Novice Knight, 24. Monk/Novice, 5. Whenever he looked at the situation of these people in detail, George's face could not help but twitch. Some time ago, after the church's glass was installed, George baptized the veterans and the 24 attendants. A total of 42 people. It consumed 420 points of hope power in the shelter. However, the average wisdom perceived by these people is somewhat touching. Chapter 102 Book of Dawn. Only Jack's wisdom reached 0.5. Most others had 0.2. And Alexander only had 0.1. After that, George extinguished his enthusiasm and stopped baptizing people with his own hands with great interest. But after that, there were a few more amazing people in the territory. Those are the Andes. These 3 people came to their senses on their own and were inspired by the power of the underworld while praying in the church, and became pastors. Their wisdom is at the level of a real priest. 4 times more than George's original wisdom, that is. 0.8. And the few people who work around them all became trainee priests under their guidance. The person with the highest intelligence is even only 0.1 lower than Jack. The energy in the body is not magic power, but sacred power. Jack is also a divine force. Recently, these guys are learning a few mantras and hymns from the Holy Scriptures in George's hands under the guidance of several priests and aunts. Before becoming Templar Knights, Holy Knights were indeed a group of priests who focused on combat skills. I wonder if Gale can bring some walnuts when he comes over next time. This incident made George somewhat depressed. He attributed the low intelligence to Alexander's fault. As for the divine power, it is because the ideological and moral awareness of these people is still too low. He stayed in a daze for a while, then turned and walked into the back door of the church. The layout of this main church is very simple. Generally speaking, it is composed of 2 parts, the chapel in the main hall and the back hall. There are several small halls on both sides, which are not large in area and are mainly used for monks to rest and meditate. If expanded in the future, it can be transformed into a cloister, using the current church as the main body to connect it with other new buildings. The walls of the main hall and the back hall are connected to the dome. But the back hall is only 1/3 of the main hall. But even with such an area, it is more than enough to accommodate dozens of knights for temporary rest and meetings. As soon as George entered the back door, he saw the head of Gron embedded on the wall in front of him. Its brown color was set off by the wall made of white stone. If there are more trophies in the future, they can be hung around the head of Gron. It can even be hung directly on the main seat, letting the head of Gron move aside. On both sides of it, there were several red, blue, and gold flags hanging. The emblems on some flags are from the kingdom of Rodenk, and some are from dukes and counts. However, they mainly have symbolic meanings. The most important ones are Johannes's flag and the giant skull flag of the knights. As for the flags related to the Holy See, they are basically hung in inconspicuous corners, or even not hung at all. There is only one flag of St. Willick Cathedral that is slightly more conspicuous. Under the main wall of the back hall is a long table against the wall. on which are placed some silverware taken from the castle. In addition to candlesticks, silver plates containing bread, grapes and other snacks. There are also some filled with wine, silver flagon, and some messy glasses. In the Holy See, monks are actually prohibited from drinking alcohol, but they turn a blind eye to the knights. And here in George walked to the table and poured himself a glass. After taking a swig, he wiped the redness on his mouth, leaned on the table, and looked around. The tall glazed windows provide good lighting here. This is entirely due to Antony and the servants of heaven. After the appearance of these colored glazes, the servants of the kingdom of heaven cleverly pieced together various colors into numerous patterns, many of which were mythical stories and allusions. And one was about the Battle of Giants. The decoration here is extremely luxurious, with very few dyes used and mostly natural colors of wood and stone. However, it is still mainly made of ivory wood and white stone, so it is mainly off-white. The window frames and doors are mostly made of yew and fragrant sandalwood, and there are also various woods such as emerald nan as embellishments. Under several walls, there are also some bookcases, which are also newly built using high-quality wood. The books inside were all brought from the castle. Ms. Han would often teach everyone how to read here, and George would come occasionally. The seats on the ground seemed a bit scattered. It should be that the knights rested here for a while in the morning, and there was some mud on the red linen carpet. George remembered that he had forgotten to knock his feet when he came in. At present, the citizens are quite busy, and there are also many things for the servants of the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, the cleaning here is mainly done by the knights, including regular carpet washing. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, George's thirsty throat was satisfied, and at some point, the sounds of hymns and prayers came from the main hall, as if some kind of baptism was going on. George raised his eyebrows, walked around the wall, opened a crack in the door, and quietly watched. Oh! It seems that a few newborns were born a few days ago. Today is also the first funeral and the first baptism of newborns. The Holy See did not originally have the custom of baptizing newborns. This was George's consideration. The fog contained a lot of corruption and germs. The parents of these children are often working outside, and some even bring their children with them for farm work, including those who have given birth. They often start working a few days after giving birth. This is not because the work at the shelter is too stressful, and George does not agree with this method. After all, no matter how fast the time is, it will not miss the few days of giving birth. But in peacetime, most farmers are like this, and they have already had the habit of working in this way. Many pregnant women even gave birth in the fields, and many lords would not give their subjects maternity leave. However, although adults are physically strong, they have long been accustomed to this. But the child can't get used to the fog. George always felt that this was the main reason for the high rate of neonatal mortality. So since the shelter had several pastor aunts, George told them to pay attention to those mothers. The water of hope in the Cathedral of Dawn is part of the original divine transformation, and its effect is no less than that of George's sacred hymn. However, its role in healing is more focused on dispelling germs and corruption in the fog. At the same time, it is also full of the hopes and blessings of the people. It can increase resistance to various attributes over a long period of time, with a value of around +10. The resistance added by the shelter itself is just +10. Therefore, if a pregnant woman secretly takes her child to work, it is equivalent to not leaving the shelter. Within the shelter, this blessing adds an extra layer of protection to the newborns. In fact, more newborns will put greater pressure on shelters. As for the propaganda work about temperance and abstinence, the asylum has never stopped. But since the child was born here, he should be protected. And since George had made the decision to bring these pregnant women back, he would definitely not regret it. From time to time, George also wonders whether many things are not beneficial to the shelter, and walking forward with a heavy load will make it more difficult for everyone to walk through the thorns ahead. However, if humans are gradually becoming extinct, then even shelters will not allow newborns to exist. So where in this world would there be a place for these people? He would sometimes admit that at the beginning, he just wanted to have a bite of food for himself, including deceiving the first batch of citizens to come over, which also had a very selfish purpose. But unconsciously, he could no longer think about many things as he had done before. He deceived the people in a direction of hope, and was eventually pushed in that direction. Sometimes when he thinks of these, George often feels a little helpless. Occasionally he feels like a child crying wolf. But every time he saw the eyes of those people who were full of admiration and respect, he gradually no longer hesitated to walk in the direction he had imagined. Facts also proved that he was right. After the 3 children were baptized, 3 more light groups appeared near the water of hope. George had just touched this light group through the scroll, so he was very familiar with it. Although after that, George thought of the possibility that these newborns would also arouse hope. But now after seeing this little bit of hope, he still couldn't hide his surprise. After the pastor's aunt and the residents left, George walked from the back hall to the front of the Water of Hope and carefully observed the 3 small light groups. This thing is like a firefly. It has no reaction when touched by hands. But when they come into contact with the scroll, they are absorbed into the shelter. And the dawn light on the main seat of the church seemed to be a little brighter. 9 points of hope. Then it seems that every newborn means a magical word. George looked at the hope 370/1161 plus 28 hope/week on the scroll to calm down his excitement. Took out his holy book and opened it. His eyes fell on the light of dawn. The light of dawn seemed to know the purpose of George's coming here. After feeling his gaze, the holy scripture in George's hand seemed to come alive, flying in front of it, and kept turning the pages on its own. As the pages of the book continued to turn, the words on the paper seemed to jump out of the book, forming 3 symbols in the air. In George's eyes, these 3 symbols each have a line of notes, which are Seal of Dawn, Song of Hope. When he frowned a little strangely and looked at the dawn seal, the stream of light on the symbol was like a waterfall, forming lines of symbols and explanations below. Dawn Seal. Seal of Dawn, Part 1, Holy Fire. The holy fire burns some evil spirits and drives away darkness and evil. When the holy fire exists in the heart of the Templar, each of his blows will have a certain probability of hitting the enemy with the holy fire. If the target is an evil creature, it may completely ignite them. Effect: plus 10%/20%/30% base damage. Holy attribute. The holy fire has a purifying effect and can directly attack evil souls, ignoring defense. It can also be used to dispel curses and corruption on oneself. Description: Hope is the source of strength for the Templars of the Cathedral of the Dawn riding the dawn. Therefore, the holy fire will burn with the determination of the user's heart. The courage will be undefeated, and the holy fire will never be extinguished. Requirement: gather 120 units of the power of hope to complete your book. Seal of Dawn, Part 2, Justice. Templar believers in the power of justice can fill their bodies with strength. When the force of justice seal exists in the Templar's heart, his power will be enhanced, and there is a certain probability of being able to repel, knock over, and knock the enemy into the air, a certain probability regardless of the opponent's physical level. And with the level of the power of justice, this probability and effect will become higher and higher. Effect: plus 10%/20%/30% hitting and blocking strength. When dealing with weak and innocent people, this seal will be invalid due to the hesitation in the heart of the Templar. Explanation: This power comes from the justice in the hearts of the Templars. When you hesitate, the weapons in your hands will become weak. Requirement: gather 180 units of the power of hope to complete your book. Seal of Dawn, Part 3, Thorns. Seal of Dawn, Part 4. George swore that he had never seen or heard anything about this kind of content when he was studying at St. Wilkes Cathedral. So this knowledge is either top secret or unique to Dawn of Light. George checked out the seals of dawn. Whether they were holy fire, justice, thorns, courage, honor, or fearlessness, these seals were extremely powerful, and most of them did not consume mana. They were pure combat skills. For a knight, this is a qualitative change. But Sanctuary's power of hope is extremely limited. So at most, he can only choose one from the Seal of Dawn. Shaking his head, George turned his attention to the Seal of Dawn. He found that there were many things he needed very much. There are some Dawn seals that can increase the Dawn Knight's resistance to various attribute damage such as darkness, fire, etc. And compared to the Seal of Dawn, the power of hope required to condense a Seal of Dawn is also very small. Although each holy seal can only increase one type of resistance, the base number of 10 is really high. Other holy seals, such as sacrifice, suffering, etc., have amazing effects. Not only can they reduce the damage they suffer, but they can also be used on their comrades at critical moments. But the price is consistent with the name. So George took one look and stopped looking at it. He didn't really like these things like sacrifice and crucifixion, because he was the only Templar knight in the current asylum. George couldn't help but have a trace of bitterness on his face. He could imagine his powerful Templar order in the future. But the shelter now required a lot of time. But the dark clouds in the sky were about to hit his face. With a deep sigh, George slowly came back to his senses. I couldn't help but hear the noise in the back hall. He followed the sound and saw Aji and a group of veterans. It was obvious that they had completed their training and had been lying there peeping for who knows how long. The boss seems to be praying, Every time he seems not very religious. Last time I saw the boss snapping his fingers in front of the statue. I know the boss's status is extraordinary. But it really won't attract bad luck. Shut up! You must have seen it wrong. George gave the group of people a hard look. And the door suddenly closed softly. Then the back hall became completely quiet. His grandma. I really need to give them new ideological education when I have time. Hey. How do you want me to explain to my boss, who let me go? Tell them that you are actually just the hope that survivors place in their hearts? George sighed, feeling very depressed. Now tell them that they have no one to rely on, and can only rely on themselves. It was really a bit too much for them to accept. Ignoring those guys. He looked at Song of Hope. He remembered that there were many useful things in the holy scriptures held by the great priests. And the most complete set of mantra hymns in front of him did not live up to his expectations. Song of Hope, Part 11, Dawn Blessing. Bless your companions, and let them bathe in the light of dawn. Over a period of time, their resistance will be greatly improved. Effect. Plus 3%/4%/5% mana/ holy power resistance. Increased resistance cannot exceed your ability, up to the amount of energy injected is equal to the chant energy level. Requirement. Gather 100 units of the power of hope to complete your book. After reading it again for the last time, George reluctantly looked away from the chapters on Heavenly Guard, Heavenly Arms, and so on. After calculating the hope of the shelter, and the number that could be achieved in a week, George raised his head, snapped his fingers at the dawn light. There was a sound of inhaling from the back hall, and pointed. Dawn Blessing, 100 hopes. Holy Fire, 120 hopes, and Dark Resistance, 60 hopes. At the moment when George made his choice, the light of dawn suddenly began to flow. The entire lobby was shrouded in a gentle light, and the golden color falling from the glazed windows on both sides of the church, and the dome was like the dawn that dispersed the dark night. The mist walking slowly around the shelter seemed to be infected by this light. As if the monster-stung abdomen suddenly began to shrink and dissipate. The shadows of angels appeared in the church one by one, and the chants suddenly echoed around them. In this light and sound, the Holy Scripture slowly merged into the light of dawn, and was gradually completely covered by the light. The dazzling morning light also blinded George's eyes. George raised his hand and squinted his eyes, vaguely seeing that the holy book seemed to gradually separate into many extinction groups, and gradually disappeared in front of his eyes. And all the surrounding lights seemed to be converging on the location of the holy book. It was like being pulled over by countless hands. When the light is no longer dazzling, it becomes gentle again. A thick and simple book bound with metal nails reappeared in front of George's eyes. And in this book, which is as essential as the square hammer in his hand, there is this line of remarks. Incomplete Holy Relic, Book of Dawn. 1. Brightness plus 5. 2. Temporarily dispel the fog in your field of vision, and let the sun shine out. Time equals wisdom/minute. This beam of sunshine will follow you forward. 3. When the Book of Dawn touches the sun, its location will be regarded as the range covered by the shelter. The range is determined by the brightness of the holder. And if you chant a hymn at this time, a hymn of dawn will be released, group plus in seconds of health recovery, lasting 6 seconds, and purifying the person invoked by the light, and equals wisdom of the holder. Explanation. Although it is still incomplete, it is still part of the light of dawn. So as long as the warriors can be recognized by it, then no matter when and where they are, those warriors can swear to become knights watching the dawn under its glory. Don't you find it hard to pronounce? Dot! With a crash, the door of the back hall was pushed to pieces. The crowded crowd fell to the ground, and armors rang out, looking at these guys with their mouths wide open, their chins shaking, and their eyes dull. George opened his mouth lightly and said one sentence. Letting the people you protect have hope is the greatest piety for your faith. The light on the holy book gradually disappeared, floating from the dawn light to George's hand. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, the statue of the god of protection seemed to have personally handed a sacred object into the hands of the Lord. These witnesses stood still, watching all this with dull faces. And this scene is like an ancient legend in a mythical story. In the illustrations in the history book, the scene where the Knights of the Dawn surrounded George, kneeling on one knee and silently praying and swearing an oath, was extremely sacred. But all myths and legends can no longer be studied after thousands of years. Some people say that the sacred object is about the future and the fate of the old world. Others say it represents a new era. But anyway, start there. Whenever these future Dawn Knights pray, this scene will flash before their eyes, and the Lord's words, whether they understand them or not, will always echo in their ears. Chapter 103 Luo Shao Dao. After the knights left the church as if they had lost their souls, George also opened the door and walked into the tavern. Sitting by the fire pit, George took a breath, looking at the grapes piled everywhere. My nervous heart could not help but calm down slightly. The two puppies, as big as little bears, babbled into his arms. After George stroked them for a long time, a smile gradually appeared on his face again. Lorna has made you too fat these days. After wiping their mouths, George discovered that these two little things with teeth could even eat grapes. And they were not very taboo. Although the grapes in the monastery are sweet, they are not suitable for you to eat. Well, Lorna is making medicine again today? It's not appropriate to make medicine and wine at the same time. Smelling the slightly rancid fragrance, George raised his head, looking around. During this week, an additional alchemy platform has appeared in a certain compartment in the tavern. And the waitress, who was always doing nothing before, no longer wiped the table over and over again. Seeing that there was no one at the alchemy platform today, George couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, whenever George saw Lorna, who had washed her hair and tied it into braids, busy at the alchemy table, he would always worry that today's dinner would poison him to death. The dyed emerald hair also always reminded George of some poisonous mushrooms. But the tavern is the only place in the territory that is free of any rats and cockroaches. There are also few barns and mills, but they are even less suitable. So he had no choice but to let Anthony arrange it. You are really a rare country baron. There are many taverns with alchemy stations. Anthony's words successfully convinced George. And he knew that in the past, Lorna would secretly play with strange things in her room. In fact, after the Orioles frequented the tavern, Lorna began to take care of herself. But Lorna only started washing her hair after the handsome young wizard arrived, to be precise. It was during George's busiest period that when he returned to the tavern one day, he suddenly found her washing her hair. The head was shaved and dyed. George still can't figure out why Lorna dyed her hair such a weird color. But every time he saw that annoying Anthony praising Lorna, the green color would indeed make him feel very unhappy. Recently, Lorna has gradually started to speak. Her language is concise, and she no longer stumbles often. But she seems to have inherited her teacher's venomous mouth. But fortunately, she almost never talks to me. The kitchen door opened with a creak. And then, there was a pair of smooth feet stained with purple grape juice. And a pair of slender thighs. Looking at the woman with her, but raised and pulling back the big wooden barrel, George's heart beat suddenly several times. He swallowed, turned slightly sideways, and involuntarily followed the pair of jade lotus roots to the hem of his skirt. This girl is quite tall when she doesn't shrink her neck. The hem of the skirt was blocked by a hand, which made the Lord slightly unhappy. But when he frowned and looked up, and met those ice blue eyes, the hairs on his hair couldn't help but explode. Ahem! Lorna! You stinky girl! Why are you barefoot? Don't get dirt into the grapes! The waitress glared at him fiercely, and said nothing. He went to the kitchen and took out a large wooden basin. After washing his feet, he sat on the bench and picked grapes. George took a slow sip of wine, and felt that his idea was really great. And this sip of old wine can't help but sing the taste of new wine. After looking at the girl for a while, until she turned around, George got down to business. He stretched his hand into the fire pit, and the fire condensed in his palm, burning out a thick and simple book. Lorna on the opposite side seemed to feel this strange fluctuation. She glanced secretly over here, seeming to be envious of this ability to manipulate flames. She couldn't help but feel a little funny when she saw the funny way George put the big iron book on his back, and then on his waist and legs after turning the pages. If this thing is hung on clothes, it will definitely damage the clothes. It is more suitable to hang on plate armor. Well, it is best to get another iron chain and silver iron chain. Seeing George looking up and looking this way after muttering something, Lorna quickly turned her gaze away and picked up the grapes. Lorna felt a little annoyed about the job that George assigned her. The workload was just too much. But the thought of letting those wandering warblers help her step on these grapes made her really unhappy. After a long time, Lorna heard the sounds of prayers coming from behind her. She came back to her senses, glanced over there quietly again, and saw that the big iron book in George's hand suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Then his hand suddenly lit up again, and the book reappeared in his hand. Although sometimes she would encounter such situations suddenly, she still couldn't help but blink when she saw such a scene. Then she saw George turning the pages of the book without making any sound. But his body was enveloped by a power that could hinder the elements. Yes, elements. That's how Anthony pronounced it. She could feel that the intensity of this power was half as much as the pure power permeating the sanctuary. And the stupid lord seemed to want to give it a try. So he took off his gloves, pulled off his mail, and put his hand into the fire. Lorna secretly counted the time. After almost 6 breaths, George stretched his hand back and shook off the flames above. From his beautiful eyebrows, she could tell that he must be feeling pain. This time of patience seems to be shorter than myself. Seeing the guy take out another piece of carbon from the fire pit, Lorna couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sure enough, as soon as he turned his head, there was a scream from behind. Her mouth curved slightly, and then she thought about the sesame oil and honey in the kitchen. But after moving her but slightly, she continued to play with the grapes absent-mindedly. Holy Fire, LV2. Dark Resistance, LV2. And Dawn Blessing, LV3, can only do this for the time being. Before setting off, you can refine the power of stigmata with the power of prayer. Hey, I don't know how many days we have to go. It'll be okay. Sometimes I just think too much. Like Alexander, I can ignore many things. I am such a strong man. After the sound of a wooden cup breaking, the straight man quietly glanced in a certain direction. I don't know how long it took, but things gradually became quiet behind me. Lorna stopped moving in her hands, sat there for a moment, and then opened her mouth. You are? So little. She pinched herself twice, not wanting anyone to hear her squeaking voice. But the more nervous she became, the more she became more so. Only when facing Anthony could she occasionally speak complete sentences. The door of the tavern closed with a clang, and you could hear the deep depression in the clang sound. Lorna sighed. Sometimes she felt really useless. I can't even say a word of concern. The small town of Bienha in the south of the valley can be regarded as a relatively well-preserved territory. The castle and the town outside the wall are built on the hills beside the river. There are also some cultivated lands and farms at the foot of the mountain. In the autumn, herds of sheep and cattle would be grazing on the last of the autumn grass by the river, and the locals would gather the forage in preparation for the winter. The lords and knights in the castle will also travel to the forest full of water vapor during this season. After the hunt, the lord would reward the hunters who contributed the most and hold a lively autumn party. When I was a child, this river was crystal clear. In autumn, that fish that came for reproduction would jump out of the water on their own. But now, this is what jumps out. Baron Garvey, who was standing by the city gate, said to the knights beside him, looking at the welcoming team around him. He couldn't help but kick the crackling fish bone under the frame and sigh deeply. Take a breath. It seems that I can't entertain that adult with fish today. Chapter 104 Bienha City. The river next to Bienha town flows through the Black Lake. In previous years, they never had to worry about food. But this year the fish they caught were getting less and less, and the number of these things they caught was increasing. After thinking about it, Baron Garvey told his subordinates, Go tell the steward that there will be no more fish in tonight's banquet. Let's carefully select the newly caught fish and distribute them to the people. Tell them it must be cooked before eating. He knew that most of the fish were still good, but there were always going to be some who got caught. Recently, there is occasionally fish on the dinner plates between him and the knights. But adding fish to the table today is a bit inappropriate. Sir, will the bishop bring someone here today? A knight couldn't help but ask. It should be possible, Garvey said slowly, looking at the fishermen packing their fish baskets. A few days ago, he sent someone to deliver a letter, although the messenger failed to enter Johanna's territory and was blocked by patrolling guards. The letter not only stayed, but also brought him a message the bishop may bring a group of pioneers. To be honest, the Bienha lord was still a little unsure whether that lord would come back or not. But today was the appointed day, and he should bring someone out to greet him no matter what. Therefore, not only knights, soldiers, servants, etc. were standing at the door of the castle, but the Baron also started preparing those things for the occasion yesterday. Thinking of this, Garvey couldn't help but glance at the purple butterfly orchid that he sent someone to transplant from the castle garden yesterday, and felt like his heart was piercing. It has been dug up. The purple butterfly orchid has a similar meaning to his late wife's name, and she was also fond of this kind of flower that blooms in autumn. So even in times like these, Garvey tries to preserve them as well as possible, so that whenever he walks in the castle garden, he can recall the time spent with his wife. My wife's favorite is the begonia outside the town. The skin has been peeled off. Not only that tree, but all the edible things within and around the protective fence were almost wiped out. Even the grass nearby is getting less and less. If the seedlings in the field were not carefully guarded by the soldiers, I am afraid that those things that have not yet grown up would also be in trouble. However, the past few weeks have been pretty good. Although the little food that the bishop has provided is not much, it has quenched a burning thirst. Otherwise, I'm afraid half of the people in the territory will starve to death before the winter harvest. The sound of horse hooves came from the distance. It interrupted Garvey's thoughts and made his heart beat faster. He raised his eyes, gathered the knights and soldiers around him, and quickly gathered their flags, cheering up. Then he looked over there. Dust and fog rolled together, and several groups of knights holding high flags rode out from the rolling fog. In addition to the dozen white-robed Templar knights Garvey had seen, there were more than 28 Grey Knight. The divine patterns on their bodies are very exquisite, and their equipment is also very refined. Even the horses are equipped with armor and leather armor. Seeing the energetic young bishop at the front of the team, Garvey couldn't help but feel excited. He quickly led people to greet him. "Thank God. Sir, it's too foggy today. I thought you were lost and wanted to spend the night in the mountains. I was about to send someone into the mountains. It did take some time when we passed the swamp." George laughed loudly. He dismounted, handed the reins to a knight beside Garvey, and said, "But fortunately, I didn't get lost. Otherwise I would have lost my way. Gonna miss dinner." The other knights had already dismounted, and the servants took over the reins, preparing to lead them into the city and take care of the horses. Some people who had met these Templar knights before also smiled and took the initiative to say "Lo." These Templar knights did not seem to be so domineering today, and they started chatting with each other soon. Baron Garvey and his entourage greeted the guests into the castle, but the bishop seemed more interested in the town outside the castle. At George's suggestion, some knights rested under the hospitality of the servants. Several leading Templar knights followed George and left the castle, accompanied by Baron Garvey and several knights. The town is built adjacent to the castle, and the architectural pattern is very close. The thousands of tall buildings were mainly built of stone. They followed the mountains up and down, piled up around the castle, and almost occupied half of the hill. At the same time, the roads here are complicated, but as long as you see the top castle, you can confirm your location. It's just that in this heavy fog, the castle is a little too hazy. During centuries of construction, the Inha town once had tens of thousands of people living here at its peak. At that time, the crowd was bustling, and the free people entering the city from outside often led some livestock. There are also the sounds of vendors selling goods everywhere in the city. But the once grand scene is no longer there, although there are still people on the road. Their faces are thin and yellow. Their steps are wandering, and their expressions are blank. The houses where the wealthy people lived close to the castle were also withered and dilapidated. Many of them were empty, and many of them had no one to take care of them. There are still 2,000 people in the town, and the residential area of the residence has been tightened to the vicinity of the castle. At this point, Baron Garvey pointed to an area down the mountain, and some fences could be vaguely seen isolating some buildings. "Look over there. Many houses have been converted into fortifications. Well, it is indeed appropriate to use a part of the area as an isolation zone." George nodded after hearing this, and seemed not to have heard the word fortification. It also made Garvey's face a little red. It's not yet a quarantine area. Compared to the quarantine area, although its houses are nice, the environment is very bad. However, Garvey coughed and said, "It is inevitable that there will be many people fleeing, and some residents will often get sick. In order to prevent the plague, people who go out will stay there for a while. It's really not easy." George nodded. He discovered that the situation in the various territories south of the sanctuary was probably more severe than he thought. But Garvey took over the words. "It is indeed not easy. Sir, every year as winter approaches, more and more monsters will gather, and at the same time as the corpse tide attacks, there will also be many hungry refugees flocking to the territory. But the most terrifying things are the plague and the cold winter. However, although the weather is getting worse now, fewer people are sick. In fact, the number of monsters around the shelter did increase as winter approached. It's just that the power of the sanctuary has grown much faster than the monsters gathered, so the residents have never felt it. Although cold winter is terrible, it still has some benefits. Low temperature can kill germs, and after people get sick, they will also develop antibodies to the plague," George said. "Germs? Antibodies?" Garvey repeated with a dazed look. Ahem. George looked a little unnatural. He found that he had let something slip. "Well, it is a word often mentioned by one of my consultants. He comes from the Forbidden Sanctuary. You know, those wizards he often says weird things." After hearing George's words, Garvey suddenly understood. At this time, we have reached the edge of the residential area. The houses here are a little low, and the building pattern is a little scattered. Some simple houses can also be seen not far away. There are fences on both sides of the street, and soldiers guarding and patrolling. But it seems to be deliberately isolated here. Sir, this place is not very clean. It used to be a slum area. Generally, refugees from outside will live here after being inspected. So although there are no sick people here, the staff is a bit complicated, Garvey said as he followed George. Want to direct this guest elsewhere. But Garvey discovered that the adult next to him seemed to be very interested in the slum. I strolled in without changing my pace. Sighing secretly, Baron Garvey could only cast a look at his subordinates. After seeing it, the two knights turned around to the other side, and Garvey followed George to the inside of the street. Chapter 105 People in Troubled Times. After turning the corner, the view suddenly opened up. Although there are not too many houses that can be seen here, there are quite a few sheds. The entire area is also livelier than outside. But it also smells very bad. With a strong fishy smell. There are also soldiers guarding and patrolling the other two streets connected to this area. And there are still people walking back and forth in the wealthy area. However, the soldiers will turn a blind eye to some people, and turn a blind eye to some. People raise whips to drive them away. These wealthy households, who live outside the law and can come and go at will, have a much higher status than those who were on the street before. In fact, many of them came from noble families, and had inextricable relationships with lords or various knights. Some of them may have important positions in their families. Generally speaking, they belonged to various forces around the lord before the end. Some were the baron's right-hand men, and some were relatives of some big families that even he wanted to win over. Before the disaster, these people had sufficient stored materials. After the disaster, they were least affected and were even more reused. Therefore, among the people at the top of the pyramid in Bienha town, they often still store a lot of food in the cellars of their homes. Whenever Garvey saw these rosy-cheeked, truly wealthy people, he would sigh that there were still people living a good life in this small town. He often thought about confiscating all the belongings of these people. But he knew that if he really did this, he would probably be strangled to death on the bed that night. If people who live a good life in a small town often come here, then those who live the worst live here. As you can see, there are not many people staying in the house here. And the doors of many houses were open. Even if some doors are closed, the patrolling soldiers will kick them open. The door is not allowed to be closed here during the day, sir, Garvey explained. Seeing that the adult had no intention of asking further questions, he stopped talking further. In fact, there are almost no people staying in the house here. Or very few. Most people were sitting at the door. Some people still have baskets and other debris in front of them. I don't know if there is not enough space in the house or something. But occasionally you can see wealthy households throwing down some things and taking away some baskets. Some people also brought back young women. Most of the people here look dull. But not all of them are like that. In addition to the wealthy households, there are also some slightly stronger men dressed as civilians, who often move around and look very energetic. Most of these people used to be rogues in the town. They were very active before. And they are still like this now. Occasionally, in places where this gang of guys are usually active, there will be some disputes and weak cries. It is suspected that someone was stealing something and was discovered. And it simply turned into a robbery. And sometimes you can see a few fierce-looking people wandering out of some half-open rooms and standing at the door to tie their loose clothes. After seeing the guards, these guys didn't hide away. Instead, they smiled and said hello, or chatted for a while. But it seems a little different today, because there are a few more knights in the training team. After seeing this, he kicked them in the chest and escorted these blind guys out. Not all of these things were seen by Garvey and others, because since they came in, the place they passed has gradually become quieter. Only occasionally there would be faint sounds of whips, screams, and low-pitched curses in the distance. In fact, in normal times, the soldiers would not pay much attention to this kind of thing. After all, the leaders here have a good relationship with them. There are even some people who can't even offend themselves. But today is a little different. After the night brought people over, no one dared to turn a blind eye or close an eye. And some forces here gradually received the news. And these big shots among the common people. After seeing the Lord and the white-robed priest half a step away from him, they did not dare to show their usual arrogance and domineering at all. Let alone look at the Lord and the priest. The guy with weak legs, after feeling the gaze coming towards him, trembled and knelt down on the ground under the angry glares of the knights. Only the poorest people at the bottom showed no reaction to these visitors. The priest seemed to turn a blind eye to all this, and was different from the bishops, senior pastors of various positions, and priests in the Holy See. I never point out things in other people's territory. I just wander around here slowly, This attitude also made Garvey's nervous mood gradually relax. And he gradually began to talk more. The residents could see that the Glacier Lord, who controlled his own life and death, seemed to be deliberately trying to please the person next to him today, and was trying his best to avoid making that person feel disgusted with his territory. No matter what time it is, some people cannot get enough food. You should have seen that the bark and grass roots near my territory have been eaten up. But although that adult's expression remained normal, he didn't say much. Sometimes he doesn't even nod his head. Garvey couldn't help but become more cautious. It seems that the people here often go out into the mist? George suddenly asked. Are the fields here still being cultivated? The role he plays is that of the bishop who comes to inspect the local diocese. So he naturally needs to know something about the situation in the Bienha territory. Garvey had been prepared for this matter for a long time, and told some of the situation in the territory. But he cleverly avoided issues such as fields and planting area. The situation in Bienha was actually the most serious in the entire Shuret territory. But because this Bienha lord has good management and strong power, therefore, the fields and planting area are the largest. But there are a lot of mouths here. So he wants to cry poorer. He mainly mentioned the difficulties of the people. Here, when going out, it is always a collective action. No one is allowed to go out alone. Some of the things harvested will belong to the individual, and the rest will be handed over. But if it is a trophy, you can keep more for yourself. Almost every household here has a field that they are responsible for. The residents can get a part of the output from these fields, but most of it is used to pay taxes. George could see that the taxes were heavy. People were struggling to survive. Although Garvey did not reveal too much, he could guess from those words that if any of the people in the territory were unlucky in a certain year, and the output of the fields he was responsible for was not as good as in previous years, then not only would he not be able to food, and they will be kicked out directly because they cannot pay enough taxes, even hanged. Lord Bienha's way of managing the territory is extremely ruthless. Only useful people are retained in the territory. Don't feed a useless mouth. Compared with other territories, this place is actually quite good. At least Lord Bienha still has some old, weak women and children. And Garvey also gathered the refugees, unlike other lords who blocked those refugees outside the city, or simply hung all the refugees who were close to the city on the city wall, to intimidate those who approach, to stay away from the plague brought by the refugees. George could see that this lord tried his best to keep as many people alive as possible. He also tried his best to exploit these people. But under this cruel rule, few of the residents were willing to leave this refuge. Even if the soldiers turn a blind eye to those who escape, no one will want to leave. Because in this safe zone, at least there are no monsters. And at least there is a little bit of order and a chance to survive. This makes many people would rather starve to death inside, or even pick up weapons and go out with a team to fight, rather than leave here. After wandering for an unknown amount of time, the bishop slowly stopped. Garvey, who had been watching his actions, followed George's casual gaze. I found a refugee walking outside a shack. The refugee put the basket he was carrying on his back next to the debris at the door of the shack. Next to the sundries sat a local poor man and a basket covered by an oilcloth. Looking at the two baskets on the ground, the two fathers looked at each other with dull expressions. At this moment, there was a hint of pain in their ashen eyes. But then the standing refugee put the basket next to the poor man on his back and left without looking back. The refugee sitting on the ground watched helplessly as the stranger carried his basket away. But he didn't say a word. Instead, he silently took the basket left by the stranger into the house and closed the door. Looking at the bishop's gradually cold eyes, Garvey suddenly felt a little strange. Sir, slums are also trading areas between refugees and locals. The method of exchanging food is very common. It is usually barter. The poor people do not have much currency in their hands. But then, Garvey felt something was wrong. Although it was a barter, there was no price negotiation. He suddenly thought of something, and suddenly looked towards the refugee in the distance. The basket was swaying, and the things inside seemed very heavy. Then, he suddenly saw that the oilcloth of the basket was suddenly turned open by a small hand. And then, a child popped his head out of the basket. Yikes and eats! The 2- or 3-year-old child still didn't know what was going on. He looked at the door of his house that was getting away and screamed twice. Then he was stuffed back into the basket by the refugee and carried away. There was a boom, and Garvey's scalp exploded. He had given many instructions in the past few days, but this kind of mistake still happened. He slapped a guard captain who was passing by him hard, and shouted angrily with his eyes cracked. Your military discipline is really too lax. The sergeant major was leading a group of people past with his head held high, and was about to show off in front of the lord. He was immediately slapped to the spot. Before he could cover his face and react, the Baron had already turned his attention to a knight beside him. "Pull these idiots down and whip them! Coder, take someone to stop that person just now! Didn't I distribute food today? How could something like this happen again?" The group of people who were originally guarding the surroundings immediately moved in a panic amid the sound of steel clashing. They could see that the Lord was really angry. He had been saying for 2 days that the bishop would come. However, this omission still occurs. If it weren't for the shortage of people now, it would have been done before. The watch captain had to be hanged outside the castle. Not long after, there was a noise in the distance. And then a man was pulled by the hair by the soldiers and dragged in front of the Lord. The basket behind him was placed back to its original position. And a knight was carefully hugging the child, trying his best to look caring. This man seemed to have been severely beaten. But the soldiers who vented their anger were very clever, making him roll on the ground in pain without hurting his bones. It can be seen that these soldiers seem to be extremely good at teaching people this kind of thing. They were angry. Sure, but not because of the child. It's this blind guy who has to cause trouble for himself today. The Templar commander named Martin before had said that the Holy See is very concerned about the living conditions of the people in various regions. In the hands of this Lord Bishop, he holds their food and controls the distribution of resources in each territory. At least, that's what the lords think. Chapter 106 almost. The moment George saw the transaction, he guessed what they were trading. How could a normal transaction be like this? The people around him kept looking at his face quietly, but there was no change in his expression. It seemed as if he was watching others handle their own household affairs, which made Garvey feel like his scalp was exploding, and he didn't know what George meant. But in fact, that's what George meant. These refugees were desperate. Making this choice is extremely helpless, because there are only 2 ways to go before them: the whole family dies, or one person dies. In the face of this national famine, the Lord is able to do this, and provide everyone with a shelter from the wind and rain. He has tried his best. Garvey did still have a lot of food in his hands, and he distributed a lot of it today, and there was also a large amount of fish, which was specially distributed to the refugees. But whatever you are afraid of will come. The higher-ups came to inspect. I didn't see the good stuff, but I saw these things. Garvey bit the bullet and asked the refugee kneeling on the ground, and learned that the refugee had indeed received some food today, and had also received some when he went out before. But because I owed a lot of taxes, I paid them all. And his mother and wife at home were almost starving to death, and had not eaten for 3 days. After hearing this answer, Baron Garvey felt a chill down his spine. He didn't dare to look back, and he didn't dare to take a breath. He just felt as if time had stopped. I'll take the blame for this myself. Time seemed to stand still, and everyone looked blankly at the bishop who cared for his people. It wasn't until George sighed deeply that Garvey breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Bienha was once famous throughout the valley for his wealth. Although most of the land was livestock farms, rivers, salt lands, and uncultivable mountains and forests, there were 2.78 million acres of fields that could harvest grain every year. Under the rule of the Light Knight, there were about 100 of them, 10 times richer than Johannes. But now Lord Bienha's people have fallen to this. The Lord Bishop sighed, and this sigh could not help but make the breath in Garvey's chest relax slightly. Sir, I admit that the taxes in my territory are indeed very heavy, and I have indeed failed to take good care of my people. Baron Garvey wiped the corners of his eyes, as if there were tears in his eyes. He shook his head and said sadly, "Like what happened today. Although I have explicitly prohibited it, this kind of situation does exist in the territory." Garvey added, "It may be said that this is a very common occurrence and is all due to my taxes." But then, there was a hint of firmness and determination in his words. "But I can't reduce the taxes, nor can I distribute all the stored food to everyone, sir. My soldiers need to eat, and the territorial citizens need soldiers to support the safety of this territory." These words made the surrounding soldiers raise their heads. Even the soldiers who had been taught a lesson today pursed their lips and looked at their lord. Some soldiers silently wiped away tears when they thought of the difficult days over the years. They have indeed tried their best. But in this territory with complicated rights, no matter how good the policy is implemented, it will become something else even if Garvey exempts taxes and then distributes all the food. Should he eat it? People who get food can't eat either. And the day after the food was distributed, the Lord died, because he has lost the most important tool to control knights, soldiers, and mobs. This year's harvest is really bad. Sir, who would want to do such a thing in the past? Yes, although it was hard in the past years, we could still have food to eat. There will be a war in a few days. If there is no food distribution, who will come again? No one knows how the people of the lords evaluate the Lord in their hearts. But these soldiers' love for the Bianha Lord was real. They are all very afraid that the bishop will reduce the allocation of resources in their territory because of this incident. So everyone said good things. That's almost it. Mr. Garvey. George, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth, causing everyone around him to fall silent. They watched George look away from the sky and heard George say, "It's getting dark. Let's go back to the city." After returning to the castle, George and others rested in a living room arranged by the Baron, waiting for dinner to begin. Compared with Johannes's castle, this castle did not suffer disaster. So the luxurious decoration and dazzling collections were well preserved, including those carpets. They are often taken care of. It can be seen that the lives of the people in the castle seem to have never changed because of this disaster. There are many luxuriously decorated rooms like this in the castle, and the things inside are all things passed down from ancestors. While the knights were taking off their iron boots and undressing their mails to rest and chat, George was looking at the silver decorations in a daze. "Sir, that guy named Garvey is obviously acting." "Yes, I saw that there is a lot of food in the castle, including wine and meat. The servants are all well-oiled, and the butler is still a big fat man. He has also arranged a lot of beautiful maids to entertain us. I heard that there are some beautiful girls who were forcefully obtained in the past 2 days." "Oh, get it here by force?" George looked away from a silver oil painting frame, feeling a little curious. "Why did you get it by force? Aren't the girls willing to enter the castle and have a full meal? It seems that everyone who comes here will have something to eat. But I heard that some girls are still reluctant," Martin said. George suddenly realized the local lords were not the only ones whose life had not changed due to the disaster. There are also local wealthy households and nobles. The Lord relied on these people to maintain peace and order in the territory, and relied on these people to control the poor and refugees. Therefore, under this kind of feudal rule, the leader is sometimes tied up, and there is not much he can do. This is not a utopia, not a sanctuary. This shelter and the people who built it were not the Revolutionary Army. It can only be maintained through this kind of exploitation and suppression from above and below. This old-era governance method may not have been a problem in those old times, but it is vulnerable in this disaster. It can only slowly move towards chronic death. George has seen everything he wants to see today. He can imagine that all noble territories may look like this. He was very curious about what kind of governance and lifestyle there was in those church areas, and whether it was better or worse than the future shelter he planned in his mind. "I heard that some girls are very famous in the city, and the Lord specifically does not allow her to get married. Being a lord is just comfortable. There are still some people in the city who are living a good life, and they are not bad at this. But it's also strange. Many girls are unwilling to enter this castle. Haven't you heard of a legend? It's about virginity." Listening to the chatter of this group of people, George slowly became distracted. When George was chatting with Garvey earlier, Garvey mentioned the refugees who were sent to Johannes. George didn't say much about this. He just said something that was both true and false. "Of course I'm going to make wine." This sentence is very consistent with the words of those who are pampered and contented in the apocalypse. After Garvey heard it, he seemed to believe it, and he mentioned the beautiful woman and wine as he liked. Regarding the two matters of pretty women and wine, George specially talked with Garvey for a long time, and kept leading the topic to the Black Pearl Manor. But Garvey, the old boy, kept his mouth shut. Nothing was revealed. On the contrary, the few knights who did not follow him around today and wandered around the castle found some clues. In the western part of the valley where Black Pearl Manor is located, there are many lords who have been recruiting people. Generally speaking, youth and strength are what everyone lacks the most. But the price of a virgin is the highest. I don't know what the adults are thinking. You didn't see the scene today. If I were me, I would get angry on the spot. Hey, these people have risked their lives to harvest so much food, but they can't eat it. It's really sad. For the first time, I hate these noble masters. I heard that there was meat and wine, but I was still very hungry. After hearing what you said, I have lost my appetite. These knights are usually deeply indoctrinated by George's deception. So each one of them regards the most upright knight in the mythical story as his own example. So they all like to meddle. But there are some things that George doesn't think so. Hearing their words, he couldn't help but frown, and said, "Every place has its own rules of survival. There are too many things in this world that we can't control. And with your limited abilities to take care of infinite things, it's meaningless cherish it. Not every place in this world is a sanctuary. Save your energy. Take care of your own door. Don't let your people change one day it looks like this. After saying that, he looked at Aji, who said he had no appetite, squeezed his arm, patted his head and said, "No matter what you see, if you have meat, you must eat it well. Only if you treat yourself when you grow stronger and taller, you will have the strength to protect the people around you." In fact, in George's heart, he still somewhat agreed with what Lord Garvey had done. After all, in this environment where plague is everywhere, without the ability to purify, more than 2,000 people can survive until now, which is enough to explain everything. Garvey has achieved the ultimate that a feudal lord can do. Its checks and balances in the territory and the degree of military control are extraordinary. He is a very powerful person. It is said that every generation of Bianha lords are extremely good at marching and fighting. The various generations of Bianha mercenary knights were often hired by Duke Adeline to fight with the northern nomads. In the evaluation of the western region of Rodenk, the Bianha mercenary knights have always existed like the Qi family army. The various formations are very powerful. The army is also very disciplined. But little did he know that the army here, under the background of this great famine, faced that inhuman and unkillable monster. What can you do when you get into a fight? George felt that even if the mercenary knights of the river were no longer there, the Lord would definitely be able to recruit a group of refugees and train a strong army. It can be said that dealing with those zombies is a piece of cake, as long as you are not afraid of death. Cold weapons can still be like a meat grinder against undead creatures. So it stands to reason that it is possible for Garvey to regain the entire territory. But now the Bianha Lord has been forced into this situation by the monsters around his territory. And in that mysterious manner, the Bianha mercenary knights were almost destroyed. And all the lords of the rat territory were also separated. Obviously, there are more than just zombies and scavengers here. There must be many terrible things beyond your knowledge. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Jack, who had been guarding the door, walked in. After signaling to the Lord, he returned to the corridor and waved. Not long after, several patrolling knights brought a manservant. The chief servant of the Lord of the Riverside respectfully told George and others that dinner was about to begin. Then he said he would wait in the corridor. Chapter 107 Dinner Party. After the manservant left, those guys who just said they couldn't eat started to move with bright eyes. They put on their weapons and armor again in a hurry, and followed their lord, led by the male servant, to the main hall. Banquets in the north are generally more rough and not so elaborate. The lords of the Black Pearl Valley usually entertain guests in the main hall. The layout of the main hall is relatively simple. On the surrounding granite walls, there are some colorful flags hanging, followed by many trophies and game specimens that Lord Bianha loves. There are some supported knight armors in the surrounding corners, but most of them are fake, made of ordinary iron and very thin. But it can also be seen that there seems to be no shortage of iron in this territory. In the middle, there are two horizontal fire pits, around which cooks and servants are roasting wild boar, sheep and deer. In front of the fire pit was the main seat, with George and Garvey sitting here. Down from the fire pit, there are rows of 2-seat and 3-seat long tables, some of which are now put together. The knights sat down in order according to their status. Sitting at the front, in the direction of George, were Alexander, Jack and others. These two guys were facing George and directly occupied a 3-person long table. The bench that was set up seemed to have been ordered by Baron Garvey, customized in advance. On Garvey's side sat 2 knights who often followed him. They all took off their armor at this time. After seeing their faces clearly, George found that they all looked somewhat similar to Garvey. One was younger, and the other was older. After Garvey's introduction, he learned that one of these 2 people was his brother, and the other was his nephew. As for Garvey's 3 sons, all were killed in the battle, leaving only one daughter, this hot little woman in her 20s, holding a wine bottle, standing on George's side. Beside, the red hair and slender waist are very eye-catching. In addition to these knights, there are also some secretaries, tax collectors, etc., as well as many captains of guards in the territory, and attendants who are related to Garvey. The status of knight attendants is very high. In fact, they are the cavalry under the knights, but they often do some servants' work. The latter were all seated at the back of the main hall, near the door. Some of them seemed to have met George's knights during the day, and started chatting after taking their seats. These people seemed to have just returned from outside, so none of them had taken off their armor. George noticed that these people were well equipped. After sitting down, from the side doors at both ends of the fire pit, Young women began to carry things and shuttle between the tables. George's knights had all been assigned by Jack, so their hands were very disciplined. But their eyes couldn't help but turn around, especially when they leaned down and pointed their burning eyes at their dishonest faces. When I opened my eyes, I can't help but blush and my heart beats wildly. The only thing that was a bit depressing was that all the guests' glasses were filled with water, except for George, who made an exception for drinking today. Sir, these things were brought back from a special hunt a few days ago. Although the food here is limited, no matter how hard it is, the knights cannot suffer, Baron Garvey explained with some embarrassment. He had been preparing for today's sumptuous dinner for several days. But after what happened during the day, this situation became a bit embarrassing. But George's words made the smile appear on his face again. He raised the wine in the wooden cup and said, "Black porridge is a mouthful of rice, and meat is also a mouthful of rice. But those who consume the most physical energy and work hard outside should naturally eat the best food." After the people below heard this, everyone who was originally a little cold raised their drinks. Although the voice was very messy, there was also some flattery in the words. But my heart felt relieved. In the south of the Black Pearl Valley, there are actually many livestock. Even now, there are some. But these livestock are usually used for plowing the land and producing milk. Garvey was usually reluctant to kill. Only when there is going to be a war will the participants be given a meal. Before the war it was a meal. But now it is after the war. As for those who died, naturally they couldn't eat. But more and more people are taking the initiative to join, because the situation is getting worse and worse. After Baron Garvey stood up and said something about praising the Holy See and thanking the bishop and knights for being here, everyone stood up and took a sip of wine. After sitting back on the benches, the main hall began to ring. The sounds of movement and communication. The appetizers and main ingredients were slowly served, and the bones of the barbecue on the fire pit were gradually peeled off. As the wine glasses became increasingly empty, the scene became more and more lively. Many people began to leave their seats and took the initiative to communicate and praise the Templar Knights. Naturally, the people who received the most care were those from Alexander. Garvey seemed to intend for his subordinates to have a good relationship with these people. After all, in the subsequent battles, everyone would be on the same team. The knights in the territory are also afraid of these adults from the bottom of their hearts, and naturally they will try their best to please them. It is fitting that veterans have received this kind of treatment. Looking at the former gentlemen, they are all like grandsons, saying those flattering things that make people blush. Even if they don't drink, they feel almost drunk. No one dared to come to the main seat to toast or chat. But there were many people standing up from their seats and raising their glasses in toast. Moreover, these knights from Banco know etiquette very well and grasp the time well. Let the guests feel their enthusiasm without affecting the conversation between the two adults, let alone boring the guests. Whenever someone raises a toast, they introduce themselves, and Garvey will also intersperse a few words. After listening to their introductions, George discovered that he had heard the surnames of many of them. It seems that not everyone here is a direct vassal of Garvey, but it was the people who took refuge with him later. Many of these people were not well known in their original families, but they are all very talkative and capable. It seems that Garvey knows how to read people. As the conversation between the two deepened, Garvey gradually learned that George maintained an open attitude towards his territory. He also seems to be interested in establishing a good relationship with him, and also willing to provide him with some help. And George gradually understood Garvey's real purpose of inviting him here in advance. Food and building relationships, of course, is one aspect. But the most important thing is that his territory is in danger. "Sir, this territory of mine is actually worse than what you see." After Baron Garvey slowly relaxed, he gradually brought the topic to the real direction. Everything stems from those blasphemers wandering from that manor. These blasphemers were once knights with steadfast souls. Some of them were subordinates of Viscount Geoffrey, and some of them were people who broke into his manor in order to rescue him. There aren't many of them, but they seem invulnerable. And the most terrifying thing is that they bring the source of disaster. Before the blasphemer reaches an area, the land will gradually wither, and the plague will spread. Garvey sent many people to deal with it, but almost no normal people came back alive. Those who were lucky enough to escape either suffered from a serious illness or completely lost their minds and became a lunatic. Those who do not come back will slowly turn into monsters. In the beginning, the blasphemers only occasionally appeared on the edge of the territory. Although these gods of death brought fear to the territory, they had not yet arrived. But now it is getting closer, and the large area of land over there has become a restricted area. In addition to the blasphemers, more and more monsters have begun to take up residence there. If it is not dealt with before winter, the town of Bienho will cease to exist after the next wave of corpses. Baron Garvey thought he could deal with those ordinary monsters. But for those blasphemers and those polluted lands, he believed that only the bishop could do it. Not to mention touching them. Others will die if they even take a look at them. Legend has it that they will appear in the mist with a groan of pain. Sir, as long as you can let my people survive, I am willing to do anything. At the end of the sentence, Baron Garvey almost burst into tears. It's like how much he cares for his people. Chapter 108 Fallen Man. During the conversation, Baron Garvey talked in depth with George about the manor and the Viscount for the first time. It seems that even before it became a forbidden area, the Viscount had already behaved strangely. One can't help but suspect that he has a deep connection with that demon. Everything started slowly after he attended Lady Elizabeth's banquet. I don't know what happened to him on the way, which made the manor the source of disaster here. But later I judged according to the time points. And it turned out that the beginning of the meeting should be that time. Many people went to that banquet. But what happened to the Viscount was an exception. Maybe he originally believed in the ancient gods and hid it deeply. But no matter what, the Viscount did become very strange some time before the changes occurred in the manor. He began to shut himself up in the attic. And someone heard the Viscount's painful roars and crazy lows. Then, there were the burnt marks on the carpet, the long scratches on the chandelier, and the stone ceiling of the passage. Later, some people even swore that they saw a huge red devil with horns wandering in the manor castle late at night. Later, amidst the fierce and strange noise late one night, the servants looked for the sound and opened the door of the Viscount's closed room. They found that a big hole was broken in the dome of the attic, and something was flying in the sky. Some of the servants fled the manor in terror, but only one survived and made it to Baron Daniel's castle. After that, the manor completely lost contact with the outside world, and the servant who fled to Baron Daniel's castle gradually went crazy as his body rotted away. He was the first blasphemer discovered by the lords. Baron Daniel was a devout believer and had a church in his domain, and he himself has also received the baptism of the 7 gods. However, in this foggy age, the southern territories were at their peak. He was able to defeat the blasphemer, but after gathering a large army, he never returned. Many years have passed, and many people only remember the backs of Daniel and others when they finally left. But everything is just our speculation. Some people say there is a demon there, but no one has actually seen it, and no one has seen it come out. This makes some doubts about the existence of the demon, but it is real. And among these terrible resurrected people, many of us have known each other before. I don't know what could turn so many knights and soldiers into that look, but if there is, I'm afraid it can only be demons. That thing never came out after that? George asked. Never. Baron Garvey emphasized his tone. Never in all these years. But starting a few days ago, we found that more and more monsters gathered there, and some blasphemers slowly wandered out. After listening to this, George couldn't help but fell into thinking. And just after he fell into thinking, the fire in front of his eyes suddenly flickered, and lines of words were gradually outlined. About this secret, I'm afraid you can only go to the manor to find out. After all, the Demon Guardian Valley is a source of disaster, so it will never do it before getting the Master's order. Stepping out of that manor. Side Mission 4. The Mystery of Fall 1. 1. You have discovered a source of disaster in the valley. After destroying it, part of the haze shrouding the valley will dissipate. Heavy fog minus 20% effect. Optional. 2. This success will undoubtedly be inspiring. And thereafter, the Book of Dawn will be able to collect hopes beyond the sanctuary. The power of these hopes can only be retained temporarily for a brief period of time, and cannot be used as common applications, including gods. Language of Talisman. But it can be used to make some special things. 3. On that devil's head. There is a share of your trophy, but the premise is that your head is not hung in the manor. Note, there are many sources of disaster in the valley, and in this world as well. Every time a place is cleaned up, the disaster it will endure in the future will be alleviated, and have a slight impact on this world. And with each additional place, the disaster we will face in the future will be more serious. Hint, when the source of disaster is eliminated, and you happen to be holding the Book of Dawn, then people's hope will be temporarily channeled, igniting a hope fire. Hope fire will purify the surrounding land, evil spirits, and dispel the fog, allowing the sun to cover the place again. Duration, 1 day. Trophy, Skull of the Fallen. 1. Fanaticism. When the demon-slaying warrior is furious, his physical fitness will be temporarily increased by 30%, and he will burn 1 point of vitality every second. Duration, 2 minutes. This state cannot be terminated unless they drink blood. 2. Bloodthirsty. When the demon-slaying warrior is in a feverish state. Every time he kills an enemy, the knight will gain +5 life recovery /6 seconds. And it will be difficult to control his desire to kill compared with the dead. They are more eager for things that can bleed. 3. Call of the Fallen. Demon-slaying warriors will inevitably be stained with the blood of the fallen. This blood will not only change their physique, 2 points, and recovery ability, +1 health recovery /6 seconds, but also curse them, eventually seducing them into becoming bloodthirsty demons. 4. Not afraid of fire. Warriors who have been contaminated by the fallen blood will have a certain resistance to fire, +10 fire resistance. Negative effect. Whenever the warrior is asleep, he will be tortured by nightmares. Explanation. After this trophy is hung in the night hall. Regardless of whether anyone swears an oath here, anyone who has looked directly into the eyes of the devil will always be affected by the devil. The 3 states are inevitable. But this trophy will increase everyone's confidence. And the light of dawn will also eliminate the nightmare caused by the devil. The light of dawn reminds you, you will face these things sooner or later. But I hope you can be more cautious when you face it for the first time. At least have a firm heart. Of course, no matter whether your heart is firm or not. If I found it by accident, there are some strange little stone pieces there. Please don't pick them up. Otherwise the light of dawn will give you a -1 satisfaction rating. These words that suddenly appeared in front of him made George slightly distracted for a while. When he came back to his senses, he saw the pleading eyes of Baron Garvey looking pitifully at George with him, and the man with a hot figure and long rose-colored hair who was leaning over to pour wine. Miss Caitlin Wood Elmer, the middle name was inherited from her maternal grandfather, and Caitlin's mother is the second daughter of a certain earl. You know that I have no children, and although I am only a baron, my territory and the property accumulated by my family can be placed in the kingdom. Baron Garvey's words were actually spoken by George when he was watching the light fire. He didn't pay much attention at the time, so I don't know why he mentioned this issue of inheritance. But Baron Garvey's tearful plea reminded him of Garvey's words. I'm willing to do anything. As a bishop who leads the Knights Templar, he should naturally be able to deal with such little things. What's more, he has repeatedly claimed before that the Holy See sent him here to save the people here. However, even though George gave that faint promise, he felt that his scalp was stiff. But he also wanted to know what the things in the south were all about. If you can't even defeat these little bee soldiers, then there is no hope for the valley. I might as well go back and loot Baron Garvey's castle, take the refugees here, and return to the shelter like the Duke of Windsong, and just be a tortoise. Chapter 109. No hesitation. That night, after Aji rushed back to the shelter with the Lord's letter, after saying goodbye to him, Jack led the grey-robed knights and began patrolling the corridor on the guest room floor. Any woman who saw a sneaky woman who wanted to sneak into the room of the Gentleman Templar would be sternly shouted away. It's no wonder that Johannes, where these Templar knights are stationed, has been rumored to be magical, although no one has ever seen it. Legend has it that it is the only place with sunshine, although no one knows that their bragging is close to the truth. Everyone wants to live in that hopeful place where they don't have to worry about food and clothing, and where everyone is accepted. But the night watch officer was rigid and stubborn, and strictly sealed the place, not allowing anyone to approach. Only when a red-haired woman walked into the corridor on this floor did these knights close one eye. After all, I made an appointment with the bishop to pray sincerely. After the voice of prayer rang out for midnight, the haggard woman was kicked out. Moreover, there were still many tear stains on her face from pious repentance, and her clothes were torn in many places under the whip of punishment. However, it can be seen that this solemn baptism on the soft feather bed made her mental state become good when she passed by Jack. She cheered up and threw a wink, which is the evidence. But inside the room, the Mr. Bishop, who was a tall man and stood in front of the balcony in a robe, had a look of sadness on his face. This sadness was not because I finally had meat after so many years, but because of the information I heard from Catherine. I couldn't sleep well. If it was said that the virgins in Vienna Castle were all prepared for the West, then he had already guessed this. After all, there is no shortage of iron here. But Countess Elizabeth's territory. After receiving the letter from Lynn, someone would convey the news to each territory, which made him a little shocked after all. Catherine had just told him that Lady Elizabeth not only is it alive, but it's also preparing for a grand winter banquet. But what shocked him the most was the fact that the royal capital had fallen. In this world, there are hundreds of countries, including 7 kingdoms. The Rodent Kingdom in the north is one of the most powerful among the 7 kingdoms. In that history, the north was once the land of the nomads. But the Rodent Kingdom drove the northern nomads to a small grassland in the far north, just like the early and mid-Ming dynasty. Although this powerful kingdom has begun to become corrupt in this era, its military power is still very powerful. But now the royal capital has fallen. This news shocked George extremely. The end is already here. After hearing this, George got out of bed and kicked Catherine out. How much time do I have left? At noon, the scorching sun did not dispel the fog, but it made this autumn a little hotter. Suddenly a burst of dust blew through the fog, and the chief knight, Captain Bianha, suddenly galloped in front of the formation with his subordinates. He held the flag high and struck the spears in the queue with his long sword. The sound of clashing iron tools and the shouts of knights could be heard constantly. This is a pre-war ritual and a morale booster. It means that the knights will live and die together with the soldiers who follow them. The sound of horse hooves gradually disappeared into the mist. The soldiers stood close to each other, their heavy iron coats clanging for a while, and they tightened their grip on the shields and guns in their hands. As they listened to the shouts rolling in the mist, they thought of their own family. They couldn't help but muster up their courage and press their spears firmly against the shields of their comrades in front of them. George's vision in the distance was clearer than anyone else's. He could see that the phalanx formed by more than 500 people was completely different from the formations Bianha's soldiers were used to. It is the Macedonian phalanx that is extremely retro in the eyes of the rodent people. And it seems that many changes have been made. At the front of the entire phalanx, there are many trenches and traps. And the traps are filled with flammable materials. In front of the phalanx, there is a defensive fortification. And each wooden stake on the defensive fortification has been sharpened. The troops stood behind the fortifications. And the first row was composed of the bravest and strongest soldiers in the entire team. They wore full-body mail armor, shell armor, and even face shields and helmets. There is a huge shield in front of him, and a long knife in his hand. The people behind were also wearing armor, with a round shield in their hands protecting their teammates on their sides, and their spears held in front. In the rows of guns, each gun is 5 or 6 meters long, and each gun can pierce the front. The dense formation formed was like an iron wall. In the gray mist, several groups of riders rushed over in a panic, and rushed back into the group before the formations were completely merged. Immediately afterwards, the dust began to mix with the fog, and densely packed living dead people rushed in crazily. Skeletons and rotten flesh collided with the fortifications. Many zombies fell into the trap trench in front of the fortifications. Many zombies directly hit the fortifications and were penetrated by the wooden piles, losing their ability to move. Under this arrangement, the corpses began to scatter after crossing the trenches and traps. There are not many zombies rushing towards the fortifications anymore. Rows of spears kept twitching back and forth under the rounds of stabbing. Zombies who climbed up the fortifications were often pierced by a spear as soon as they emerged, and then were stabbed in the head by the spears on both sides. Occasionally, if there is a fish caught in the trap that is not stabbed in the head, the swordsman in the team will be very brave to deal with the fish caught in the trap. Zombies fell in pieces like wheat, and these soldiers formed a joint meat grinder. However, the swarm of monsters swarming in the mist seemed to be endless and tended to increase in number. There are also some large monsters such as scavengers attacking. Screams and crashes began to intertwine. Gradually, people in the front row began to fall down. However, the soldiers around him didn't even look back, and the person behind the camera walked up without hesitation and took his place in the gap. Although the equipment of this unit is not very good, under the training of Lord Ninha, it has an outstanding fighting will. As the battle situation evolved, the zombies rushing in the fog gradually formed a black flood. This is the biggest wave. Slowly, dexterous strange species, or fish that slipped through the net began to climb up the fortifications and rush towards the crowd. Even the fortifications had collapsed under the tugging and tearing of so many monsters. Soon a monster rushed into the phalanx. The most difficult period of the battle began. The soldiers faced the surging corpses and kept shouting under the tremendous pressure. Crazy roars, miserable screams, and angry shouts were heard endlessly, and the formation gradually fell into crisis in the flood. But the battle-hardened Bianha soldiers did not retreat. At this time, amid the chief's shouts, torches and flags began to waver in the mist. Immediately afterwards, many fire rains fell from the sky and fell into the depths of the mist. Then, the flammable materials and kerosene in the trench in the distance were instantly ignited by the burning arrows. The fire burned the zombies trapped in the trenches, causing fewer and fewer zombies to crawl out of the trenches, and the monsters emerging from the fog gradually became sparse. Seeing such a scene, George couldn't help but be secretly frightened. In his opinion, These soldiers are already very experienced in dealing with these monsters. In the years of fighting against monsters, the soldiers also discovered that it was actually much easier to deal with these monsters who had no brains, weapons, cavalry, and no ability to shoot arrows than to deal with the human army. As long as you work together and use various clever traps and fortifications, you can deal with several times the number of enemies. In this battle, although it seemed that many people in the front row had fallen, they were all wearing the thickest armor and would not be torn to pieces. As long as the battle is won and the local monks heal him, he will survive. And the number of people who fell on the entire battlefield was actually less than 1/10. If there is any flaw, it is that there are too few people. If the lords had 2,000 such well-trained soldiers in their hands, when they unite and gather together, there is probably no zombie wave that they cannot deal with. Not only that, I am afraid that the thousands of zombies in the valley can also be gradually wiped out, and the manors and farms scattered throughout the valley can also be slowly recovered. At that time, another fire of hope will be ignited, and the land here will be purified. From now on, you don't have to worry about food at all. While he was distracted, the fire in the distance suddenly dimmed. It turns out that no one has been eradicating the monsters that have been accumulating here for a long time. The number was more than a few thousand. But compared to this number, the fire that had just formed did not have enough momentum. Then, they saw a scene they had never seen before: countless walking corpses. Like a black tide, they gradually emerged from the fire, slowly submerging the distant fire. This scene was so shocking that when I thought that I was the one who was about to be submerged by the tide, no one would keep their hands from shaking when they thrust out the spear. But just when these 500 soldiers and militiamen were about to collapse, bursts of loud hymns began to be heard from afar. The knights of the sanctuary and the river knights appeared on the battlefield. In the roar of the horses' hooves, the disciplinary light in the hands of the knights of sanctuary continued to shine. These lights formed a dam of light in the fog, blocking the black flood. And those resurrected people who were constantly attacking began to flee in panic during this hymn. The overwhelming group of corpses just now gradually dispersed amid the charge of the knights. The tide of corpses rushing towards the infantry square was unable to follow up, and the pressure on the infantry was greatly reduced. The battle situation reversed in the blink of an eye. The desperate soldiers found hope. In the rush of blood, they sang hymns and stabbed the enemy with their weapons. It was as if at this moment, they had immortality. Sitting at the back of the team, George looked at the formation that was gradually restabilizing in the distance and couldn't help but nodded. If this team can cooperate with the Holy Knights, it may not be a problem even if they face 10 times the number of enemies. But he was also very confused just based on these monsters. No matter how many there were, the situation here should not be like this, as the Bienha soldiers slowly cleared them up. And here, there are no giants. He didn't know what kind of monster he was going to deal with today. The ultimate move in his hand had not been used yet, and the truly powerful white-robed knights, Alexander and others, were also guarded in the team as reserve troops. George and everyone were looking intently into the misty distance, waiting for the enemy that might suddenly appear from a certain direction at any time. Before this enemy appears, they must not interfere with the battle and retain their mobility, George was thinking in his heart. And Garvey was very shocked at this time. He didn't expect that just the 24 Grey Robe Temple would be so brave to block the tide of corpses. Of course, this is due to the efforts of the knights and attendants who followed them. But if it weren't for the echoing hymn and the shining light, even if there were 5 times more knights on the river, they probably wouldn't be able to do so in an instant. That terrifying tide of corpses is coming. The last thing that may happen is that when these knights rush to the general level, they will be drowned by the raging tide of corpses. Garvey couldn't help turning his eyes and looked at the bishop. The dozen or so white-robed cathedrals who were lazily on their horses came. He felt that the Lord Bishop only brought a group of pioneers, and I'm afraid he was not the only one. A arrogant thing. Moreover, whenever Garvey noticed the voices of these people talking, it always felt like these Templar knights seemed to be able to see more and further things in the fog. As many monsters fled in panic, there were fewer and fewer zombies in front of the formation. Occasionally, large monsters would suddenly rush out and die in the gunfire after the formation was broken through. Victory seemed far away, and the knights in the mist in the distance began to rush in and come to help the soldiers when they could. But Baron Garvey's hanging heart did not drop at all. At this moment, at noon when the sun was the strongest, the illuminated fog in the distance suddenly darkened. Waves of dying moans, as if being strangled by the throat, resounded throughout the battlefield. The hymn in the distance was gradually muffled by the harsh and heart-wrenching voice, and panicked knights kept running out of the fog. A war horse with its belly cut open and half a corpse, hanging in the stirrups, rushed towards the gun formation with red eyes. Those soldiers with outstanding fighting will and strict discipline gradually threw away their spears and shields in an instant. Their teeth chattered. They kept screaming strangely and ran backwards crazily. Not a moment's hesitation. Chapter 110. In the Name of Dawn. The painful roar of the monster in the mist was very strange. It was obviously far away, but it seemed to be close. After hearing it, it makes people feel the same, and it makes people want to scratch their bones. At the same time, it also reminds people of the most terrifying nightmare in their hearts. Even the two knights beside Baron Garvey, who had always been very reliable, couldn't help but tremble in their legs. The horses under these two knights seemed to be about to lose control. Only Baron Garvey's mount was slightly better. The Lord's will seemed to be relatively firm, although his face was pale, and there was sweat on his forehead. His teeth did not chatter. Garvey turned to look at George and found that he was frowning and looking at a tattered map in deep thought. The warhorse under George was not only unaffected by the monster's roar, but instead paved its hooves and made an angry nasal noise. People and horses, who have been stained with the blood of Gorin, already have that fearless will. It seemed that the white-robed knights could no longer control their panicked horses. In the chaotic flow of people fleeing, they dismounted one after another, patted the horses' butts, and drove them towards the castle. After these knights had done all this, they pulled out their swords, leaned on the ground, and stood there quietly with frowns on their faces, staring into the distance, waiting for the monsters to show their faces. Currently, it is impossible to tell where they are. The battlefield has become more and more chaotic, and knights are constantly running out of the fog in panic. Their faces are panicked, and some even have bleeding eyes. It seems that they just heard the sound and saw the monster. So true. They seem to have lost all reason and kept yelling crazily on their horses. Finally, they rushed into the crowd and fell off their horses. It's no longer as brave as it was just now. The entire area seemed to be peaceful except for the white-robed knight. This tranquility allowed many people to find their destination. Knights emerged from the mist and slowly gathered behind them. But even the faces of those gray-robed temples who escaped back were pale. But this small number of knights could not affect the people who collapsed and fled. As the surrounding fog became darker and darker, a dozen special figures gradually appeared among the group of monsters chasing the deserters. They were all wearing fine knight armor, but it was in pieces. They held swords, bolas and other weapons upside down in their hands, but they were already rusty. They staggered. Their bodies were crooked, and they looked no different from the zombies around them. But every step they got closer seemed to hit people's hearts, causing their scalp to explode and their eyes to be filled with blood. Suddenly, these blasphemers were like thunder, launching a swift charge in the blink of an eye. This charge seemed to carry an unmatched force. Just like that humanoid heavy cavalry, the monster blocking them was actually knocked into the air, and all the soldiers it touched were split in half by the blasphemer's sword. When the blood of the living was sprinkled on the rotting bodies of the blasphemers, bursts of black smoke began to rise from their bodies. All the soldiers who came into contact with the thick smoke began to scratch their bodies crazily, and their skin began to fester. The soldiers at the rear looked at the blasphemer coming with the black mist, backed away with a splash, and rushed back crazily. The commander cut down a few deserters, but there were more and more deserters. In just a few seconds, the rock-solid formation collapsed instantly. After the blasphemers charged once, their bodies became sluggish, and even when they waved their weapons, they had little power. They seemed to be the only ones invincible when charging. During normal walking, they are no different from zombies. But the terrifying black mist alone was enough. Countless monsters that had fled in panic during the punishment before came into contact with the black mist, no longer panicked, and gathered around the blasphemers. The black mist continued to spread, like black ink, blending into the surrounding light mist, making the gray mist thicker and rolling. It was as if thick smoke and fire suddenly ignited in front of the battlefield, instantly shrouding the front of the battlefield in dark gray fog. The sunlight on that day could not penetrate into the gray mist, as if night had shrouded the blasphemers. At this time, in the darkness, it was no longer possible to tell who was a human and who was a monster. Only the suppressed groan of pain echoed around the place over the crazy screams. And all that happened was just a moment. However, at this moment, the fog in the sky was suddenly dispersed by a ray of golden sunlight. The ray of sunlight pierced down from the sky and began to spread instantly. A rain of light also fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the spreading light beam brought light rain and came into contact with the black mist. The dark gray fog was instantly pierced by the golden sunlight, and the black fog in the core was gradually dispersed. All the soldiers shrouded in deep fog gradually stopped making crazy movements after coming into contact with the sunlight. When the light rain fell on the bodies of the soldiers, their rotting skin and flesh actually stopped rotting. The sunlight that pierced the fog was like the light of dawn that dispelled all despair. It penetrated the clouds and fog, covering the surrounding area of 600 steps in the sunlight. In the center of this sunshine, there is a man holding a sacred book, whose armor is slowly glowing. And around him, there are many shadows of angels. The long sword in his hand points directly to the sky, singing the sacred hymn. This hymn overwhelmed the desperate roar of the blasphemer, causing the panicked soldiers on the battlefield to turn their attention. They saw that a golden holy fire suddenly appeared in the holy court in the hands of Lord Dawn. And then, a burning holy sword was drawn out of thin air from the flames in midair in front of George. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The panicked footsteps of the crowd slowly stopped in midair, and pairs of eyes gradually moved towards the bright center. I saw the man who was enveloped by the sun and held up the holy sword and holy book. Behind George, there were many white-robed cathedrals, kneeling on one knee and praying. While praying, the knights smeared the holy water in the bottles on their faces. As they became more pious and focused, the long swords they held in their hands actually lit up one by one, flashing with streaks of stigmata coming. The blessings of the dawn lit up one after another on the bodies of the dawn knights, forming golden battle clothes. This moment is extremely sacred, and it is like the sunshine that gives them strength. George knew that their ultimate move and blessing only lasted a few minutes. So after making sure that all the blasphemers were in sight, he had determined the timing. And those blasphemers also felt the crisis at this moment and launched that terrifying charge. George looked at the charging blasphemer, pointed his sword forward, and a dozen white afterimages charged from behind the Lord towards the unstoppable group of blasphemers and monsters. Dawn gives me courage. Justice is fearless. In the name of Dawn. Steel collided together, and in the intertwining of black and white, sparks burst and flew. The white figure seemed to be more powerful. The blasphemers, who had been charging forward, suddenly pushed back a few steps after colliding with them. It's like hitting the iron. The so-called invulnerable and mortal body of the blasphemer was like tofu after touching the weapon that exuded the light of dawn. Under the terrifying power of the fearless knight, the body and armor were cut in half. Immediately afterwards, the knights followed the tallest figure and rushed into the overwhelming flood of monsters behind the blasphemer. Alexander led the knights like a cannonball, and the monsters around him were like the collapsed dam. In the impact, a huge gap was torn open in the blink of an eye. The fragmented limbs of the monsters were flying all over the sky, and the black tide was penetrated in an instant. This scene was extremely inspiring, and the morale of Bienhe's soldiers was brought back from the near collapse at this moment. George, who was on horseback, saw that the nearby soldiers had gradually stopped escaping. He galloped to Garvey's side, picked up the Bienhe flag in his hand, and pointed forward while waving it. Warriors who defend our homeland, charge with me. The Lord of the Dawn, holding the battle flag high, rode away with a loud roar. The soldiers who had been running away followed her footsteps and rolled forward. The sunshine above the sky shines on the soldiers. They follow the hooves of the Lord of Dawn. Chase the sunshine that follows the Lord of Dawn. Pick up their courage and move forward bravely. The sun continues to advance forward with the Lord's horse hooves, and the fog in front is constantly being dispelled by the waving of the sword of the Lord of Dawn. This moment is like an epic story from ancient times. All the soldiers who followed him threw away all their fears in the inexplicable shock, and followed their Lord of Dawn, while shouting and constantly killing the enemy. The monsters in the fog continued to flee in all directions, and were gradually driven into the burning trenches by the Lord and the soldiers he led, disintegrating the most powerful wave of corpses. By the time the sunlight receded, most of the monsters had fled deep into the mist and disappeared. At this time, the battle situation has stabilized, and the team has a chance to breathe. George and Garvey seized this opportunity and allowed the soldiers to reorganize their ranks before the trenches. Amid the howls of orders, the soldiers who had regained their courage quickly gathered into formation, guarding the trenches and fire pits, and gradually wiped out the remaining monsters. Chapter 111. Another H-level difficulty start. Corruption. These ulcers come from corruption. If not dealt with immediately, people will die. So, Jack, I suggest you amputate your limbs, Anthony said to Jack on the stretcher with a serious face. Then Anthony took the linen handed over by Aji and wiped the blood on his hands. It seemed that he had done a lot of this kind of work today. After Jack heard this sentence, he only felt a roar in his head. He grabbed his dirty robe and stood there with a pale face. After a moment, He looked at the smiling Aji next to him, and couldn't help but burst into tears, while scolding him for taking pleasure in others' misfortunes and not caring about the friendship between comrades. He also angrily scolded him for not showing any mercy. Jack, just thank God. Look at those people who were chopped by the blasphemers. Most of them have been reduced to bones. You just had their limbs amputated, so there's nothing wrong with them. Wound struck by the blasphemer will rot rapidly. The wound on Jack's leg has been purified in the holy fire, preventing the rot from spreading. But the rotting wound still looked a bit scary. Jack just covered his face and cried. But judging from the words he muttered, it seemed that being unable to fight in the future made him more uncomfortable than the danger of his life. Don't worry. It will pass as soon as you open and close your eyes, Anthony comforted and said. I promise it will be painless. After hearing this, Jack cried even harder. There were many other soldiers crying and moaning around him as well. He just didn't cry as hard as Jack. There were many knights in white robes and gray robes walking around, but the sacred power in them seemed to have been used up, and they could only sigh continuously while patrolling. Spread out. Don't make trouble here. A big hand suddenly stretched out and lifted Aji aside. Aji looked back, immediately made a face, shrunk his neck and ran away. After Anthony on the side saw Anastya squeezing towards him, he looked at her big and thick arms, couldn't help but pack up his things with an ugly expression, and walked to other stretchers without saying a word. Bah! Useless witch doctor. Anastya spat into the palm of her hand and lifted up her sleeves. He pushed Jack, who was sitting on the stretcher, and then roughly took off his pants while he was crying. Thanks to the timely arrival of your priests. Otherwise these brave children may not be able to return alive. Baron Garvey looked at the busy priests in white and gray robes, and couldn't help but sigh again. Don Guangyu and the local monks can only deal with the wounds bitten by zombies at most. But for the corruption damage caused by the blasphemers, this level of purification is somewhat insufficient. The healing mantras mastered by the white-robed knights are no problem in dealing with such injuries, but their divine power is too little. More than 20 people put together are not as powerful as the milk supply of one ant, coupled with the 7 or 8 priests led by the third ant, as well as more than 30 trainee priests. Most of the wounded in this battle can be revived as long as they are still breathing. But some soldiers with poor physical condition may still be unable to escape the fate of amputation. This kind of blasphemous power is more difficult to deal with than I thought. If we don't get effective treatment, I'm afraid I will die except for amputation. George looked at the wounded and said, The warriors in Bienha are indeed very brave. The words coming out of George's mouth were not compliments. Through the light of dawn, he understands these blasphemers more deeply. These blasphemers possess a terrible blasphemous curse. This curse can transmit its own pain into the hearts of the humans who look directly into their eyes. The more afraid they are, the faster the damage will spread. Once these blasphemers come into contact with blood sacrifices, the curse on their bodies will spread in the form of mist. After being contaminated, the curse will be planted. This curse is of the dark type, and only those with a darkness resistance of 20 or above can be immune. Otherwise, after being exposed to it, the whole body will fester and die within a day, and those who are cursed will immediately turn into monsters when they die. Therefore, in the final charge, except for a few warriors who were blessed by the Dawn blessing, they all rushed to the battlefield carrying the power of this curse. Although Dawn Light Rain can restore certain injuries, it cannot purify this curse or relieve the pain, and there's only that short recovery time. So these warriors finally fought with their own courage and will, not to mention facing these blasphemers. Just facing those zombies is actually quite bearable. There are only so many local monks. After the injured are infected, not many can actually be saved. Therefore, if these soldiers were not determined to die, they would not come out to destroy the monsters. Baron Garvey next to him showed a trace of bitterness in his eyes after hearing his compliment. He took this opportunity to cry. Sir, if it wasn't for a bite of food, who would take up arms and face these inhuman monsters? George nodded, understanding what Garvey meant. Sir Garvey, I did bring a lot of supplies from the Holy Court. However, the amount of these important supplies that can be distributed to others is limited. George opened his mouth and said half-truthfully. Garvey had expected George's words. After all, in the hands of this archbishop, there is a Templar order. The consumption is naturally not small. How many materials can be transported through such a long transportation line from outside the valley? However, Garvey believed that the Lord Bishop must still have something in hand. The last batch of weapons was amazing in both quantity and quality. So the key still lies in whether the bishop is willing. Therefore, in Garvey's view, George's words were beneficial. He planned to have a good chat with the bishop about this matter during today's dinner. However, George's next words dispelled his idea. Lord Garvey, I am not stingy. Although the Holy See cares about the valley, water from far away cannot quench the thirst of the near. And there are so many people in the valley, and they cannot all point to the support of foreign materials. George said seriously. At present, the valley is the most what is lacking is food. And the food produced by this autumn harvest in this parish is also related to our mission here. I feel that when it comes to this food issue, we should not look far away. Naturally, George didn't have many resources. But in the wild wheat fields to the south, there are plenty of them. Seeing that Garvey did not react for a moment, George woke him up. What I am concerned about is how the food in the rat territory should be distributed. Of course, if someone can help us cultivate the land in the future and take on the responsibility of the Knights Templar, it's a heavy logistical task. So that's naturally better. Garvey was struck by lightning. He looked at the Archbishop and suddenly understood what he meant. He wanted to carve up the rat territory. And according to the meaning of this bishop's words, he wants to take the entire diocese into his hands. At this time, even the royal capital of Rodunk has fallen. Naturally, the king does not care who the land belongs to. Naturally, this fertile land cannot be left to be occupied by the dead Viscount Geoffrey. It must be left to the living. With the strength of a Templar order, the so-called demons are nothing to fear. It can even be said that if the Archbishop could give himself one of the divine fires he brought over, even if he, Garvey, led these 500 people, he would have the courage to rush into the manor and fight the devil. Garvey has already seen those two holy objects today. As for divine fire, a strategic material of the Holy Court, one should be brought over anyway. Sir, I will be following you up and down the river. George nodded slowly. He does need these lords at his heels. Otherwise, just relying on the 40 or so people in the shelter can do nothing. Not only that, based on the situation of these terrifying blasphemers in today's battle, there are hundreds or even thousands of blasphemers in Geoffrey Manor. In addition to the tens of thousands of corpses gathered together, the strength of the army of the rat territory is now less than 1/3 of what it once was. So even if you had more than 40 of your own, and all the cheats are turned on, the manor will never be defeated. Even if everyone is determined to die, it will be in vain when facing an enemy dozens of times their size. However, this demon must be killed. And the sooner the better. Otherwise, they would all die without waiting until winter. Therefore, facing this HL-level urgent task, George knew that using normal routines would not work. He already had an idea. Garvey, I think you may have some misunderstandings. George looked at Garvey and said, suddenly smiling, I didn't say that I wanted to help you destroy this demon regarding this matter. We are still internally discuss. Chapter 112 Lord at Dawn. After seeing the strength of the guards around these demons today, and the soldiers' fear of these blasphemers, George already had some estimates in his mind. The 500 soldiers of Bienha were the most powerful among all the surviving lords in the entire eastern part of the valley. Therefore, it is simply impossible to expect these lords to work together to push down the large manor. The so-called Knights Templar naturally do not exist at all. And the so-called holy object only needs to be used for 2 minutes. When the sun disappears, despair comes. So the normal approach definitely won't work. Therefore, there is only one way to break into the manor. Let these lords lure out all the monsters in the manor. Then he led a small group of elite troops to conduct a beheading operation. You can only sacrifice your small self to fulfill your big self. Big guy. George had no pressure at his heart about cheating his teammates. So after thinking for a while, he came up with an idea. George didn't know what kind of strength the demon had. But this was the only feasible solution. For those lords, in this plan, if their beheading operation fails, they will be completely overwhelmed by the overwhelming group of corpses. So whether they can survive depends entirely on whether George's beheading operation is successful. When the demon dies, the fire of divine grace is ignited by the light of dawn. The fire is like a super great salvation and a super great purification. So within the scope of the fire, no matter how many evil spirits, like blasphemers, or how many undead creatures, like zombies, are there, all will be purified. Only real beings like scavengers and blood giants can survive. But they, including any demons, will be greatly suppressed in this fire. The Lord leads the troops to solve this remaining stuff, which will not be a problem. Of course, George could never tell these lords this plan. These cunning noble lords are all dead Taoist friends, but poor Taoists. If they heard that they wanted to exterminate the demons in the manor, they would definitely not help unless they saw the Knights Templar. Therefore, he wants to trick these people. And the longer these guys who have been tricked by themselves persist, the safer their beheading mission will be. If the beheading fails, then as long as the monsters have not come back, their group will have the opportunity to escape from the manor and make a comeback. After Garvey said, "You must be right behind you up and down the river." George looked at the Lord with a half smile. "Garvey, I think you may have some misunderstandings." George looked at Garvey and said, "I didn't say that I would help you destroy this demon. We are still discussing this matter internally." Hearing these words, Garvey couldn't help but feel cold. "Sir, what do you mean by this?" "Garvey, we are not here for this valley, but for a more difficult task." George looked into the distance and said leisurely, "And the things we brought were not prepared for it, although I have reported the situation in the valley to the Holy Court. We are still discussing internally regarding the future decisions of the valley." Having said this, George looked at Garvey. "What I am concerned about now is the food. Your food is the most important issue this year. You should know about the affairs of the royal capital." Amidst these naked words, Garvey's face couldn't help but turn pale. He suddenly remembered what George had said to him just now. What he was concerned about was the grain yield of this autumn's harvest in the valley. At this moment, in his eyes, George had transformed into the evil man who came from the Holy See to plunder food. There is going to be a war to the east of Rodenk, and it seems that the Holy See is about to move. In Rodenk, the valley is one of the largest grain-producing areas. Levy is inevitable. Sure enough, these big men don't care about the lives of the people below them. The valley was already like this. But what he was worried about was the food in the fields this year. "Garvey, you should know that here in Rodenk, if you want to guard the black tide, there are several locations." George said it as if he knew it. Garvey nodded and said absent-mindedly, "Sir, does the Holy See plan to use the Blue Water City-State Fortress as the main stronghold for the emergency Kuroshio?" "Oh, why do you say that?" George raised his eyebrows and asked with a half-smile. This question was confident. He knew the super fortress of Bishui City-State, and that's why he hinted that he wanted to give up the valley. But Yongfeng City is also a super fortress. If you choose Windyong City, you will naturally have to guard the valley. So as he said, if the Holy See really has a plan, it should have two options. Garvey was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. He said, "Sir, if you want to resist the black tide in the eastern border of Rodenk, there are only two options. The first plan is to guard the Bishui City-State Fortress. The Bishui City-State is guarded by the Senas River. The location where the fortress is established is stuck at the throat between the east and west of Rodenk, and also stuck at the Kuroshio River, the throat to the south. Because it is guarded by water, zombies cannot pass through. The area is the best place to guard. Through important material-producing areas such as the valley and the Elda Kingdom in the south of the valley. Materials can pass through the south of the valley, and Elda, the river transportation of materials, and soldiers on the long Senas River between kingdoms will also be far and wide. And the long road of thousands of miles can be traveled along the river in up to 7 days." George nodded. This blue water city is somewhat equivalent to a bay. To the east is the outlet to the sea. And strategically, it is equivalent to Jingzhou in the north of the world. The valley is Bashu. Based on Garvey's story, it is inevitable that the Holy See will raid the valley severely. Lady Adeline, the King of the West, will also give her full support, because his troops will also be stationed in the Blue Water City-State. And if a certain bishop is responsible for supervising the food issue, the strategic materials such as fire, and the Knights Templar in his hands will naturally have the main task of protecting and transporting food. So how can we waste fire so easily? And how can we waste time to create tens of thousands of zombies without fire? Even if the Knights Templar is getting stronger, I'm afraid they won't be able to clean them out in a few months. "But sir, there is an extremely important issue here," Garvey said with burning eyes. "With this year's weather, the rivers in the north are gradually freezing. Maybe they won't freeze this year, but we can't tell next year or the year after. Although the Blue Water City Fortress is guarded by water, it is a large fortress. But if the river freezes, it will have no city walls, and the tide of corpses will be able to easily step on the glacier and drive straight in. Once the monsters contribute to the city-state of blue water, the millions of refugees will be turned into zombies in the plague. The millions of people in the violet plain below will not have time to evacuate in the winter," Garvey said in a very excited Lanxess. "Sir, so I asked the Holy See to seriously consider it. Of course, he doesn't want to use the Blue Water City as a defense. If the Blue Water City is used as a defense, the Holy See will not care about the valley. Grand Duke Adeline may send troops to clean up the disaster here later. But the cucumbers and vegetables are completely cold. I am afraid that what he is most worried about now is collecting food. There is another exit to the south in the west of the valley, and there is a Danube River between the west and the east. There is also a mountain ridge between the Rat territory and the north exit. So it's nothing to cause trouble in the rat territory. The zombies are just messing around in the rat territory anyway, and they can be dealt with when they have time. When George heard this, he slowly opened his mouth. So I am considering the second option. The Holy See is too contemptuous of the black tide. Once Biswi City falls, everything will be too late. When it falls, the monsters we will drive straight from the Great Plains in the western border of Rodunk, pass through the southern exit of the valley, and enter Garvey, the hinterland of the Kingdom of Elda. I hope to establish 2 lines of defense with the mouth of the valley and Winsong City as the horns of each other. The valley is like this, it's too important to lose. Garvey nodded and said, Sir, this should indeed be considered. If the Holy See has prepared this second line of defense to defend the valley, then although the Violet Plain, south of Blue Water City, the southernmost part of Rodunk, its geographical location is equivalent to the North China Plain, there is no powerful fortress that can be defended. But no monster can pass through that super fortress in the sword-suppressing mountains to the south of the Violet Plain. Garvey's voice gradually became louder. And to the south of the western border of Rodunk, there are mountains and long rivers, which monsters cannot cross. To the east of Xinjian Pass is the Great Swan Lake wetland, which zombies cannot pass. Xinjian Pass on the west side is the Kingdom of Landry, which has a large number of rivers and is close to the coast. It is also difficult for zombies to cross, so it is an important place to block the black tide. George nodded and stretched out his hand to suppress Garvey's voice. He said, I said, we are still discussing this matter internally. According to my idea, I am inclined to station here permanently. However, first, the valley must be able to bear the logistical burden of the Knights Templar, you knowing what it means if we choose to defend in the valley. It will be difficult for us to provide material support. Most of the food needs to be produced by ourselves. Cleaning up this place cannot be done in a short time. The Cardinals believe that this is a waste of time. Garvey's face couldn't help but turn pale. But, Garvey, although I haven't received a clear order yet, I naturally have to collect the wild wheat in this rat territory. George said meaningfully, this matter depends on everyone. And if the wild wheat that is entrenched in the rat territory is the demons from the rat territory manor suddenly came out to harass the troops, so naturally they couldn't keep any kind of fire. Having said this, George patted the dawn scripture on his waist. If there was fire, it would naturally be put into this sacred object. Garvey suddenly understood the hint of the Archbishop. He was a member of the Sho Valley faction. The Sho Valley faction really wanted to be stationed here, and had been fighting with the Cardinals of the Holy See for this decision. So as the main force sent to the valley, it is natural to hope to destroy this place. If the monster accidentally comes out and interferes with the harvest, it won't be a problem for the bishop to kill it first and then kill it. The meaning of this bishop's words is already very clear. Sir. Garvey's eyes sparkled. George patted his shoulder and said not to say more about the matter. Garvey, our most important task at the moment is to harvest the wild wheat from the rat territory. I hope that all the lords can work together to complete this important task of the Holy See. And also I hope you can have the spirit of sacrifice, and work hard for the recovery of the Kingdom of Rodunk. The frontline needs food. Each of you must get it. Of course, if it is done well, your share will naturally be indispensable. Having said this, George left Garvey alone and walked away slowly. George's last words remained in Garvey's ears before he left. If you can't do it well, you have nothing. George's 2 words made Garvey, who was stunned on the spot, feel dizzy. Garvey's face became complicated as he looked at the departing bishop in front of him. As for whether the purpose of this time is to collect food, or to lure the snake out of its hole, the bishop did not say anything clearly, but Garvey's heart was beating loudly. He guessed that this bishop really wanted to stay in the valley. He could tell that this bishop seemed to have great ambitions. This archbishop wants to become a feudal official, become the super lord who holds both divine and secular power in this valley. Garvey knew that if he wanted to live well in this valley in the future, he must hold on to this thigh. But if you want to be hugged by your thighs all the time, you have to wake up those selfish idiots first. He must let them all know about this. Whether it's collecting grain or luring a snake out of its hole, everything must be done to the satisfaction of this adult. What George didn't expect was that the discussion between the 2 people today about the Kuroshio situation would actually become a reality later. And he, a young trainee priest, really became an archbishop. At the banquet that night, everyone was extremely drunk. After all, after such a battle, everyone desperately needed the comfort of alcohol. What's more, Lord Bienha specifically told him to get those people drunk. And the young bishop also made an exception for the knights today. One of them intentionally made everyone drunk, and the other intentionally made everyone drunk. Some people cried bitterly for their dead comrades. Some prayed for these people, although the prayer words were a bit strange. Some were grateful that they were still alive, and some were full of confidence in the future. By the end of the drink, everyone had forgotten everything. Even after everyone returned to the room crookedly, there was no one in the corridor that had been patrolled. The two lovers hugged each other, and the bishop, who was also drunk, was helped into the room by Catherine. The whole castle was filled with joy. However, Baron Garvey, who was standing in front of the window, could not sleep peacefully. He looked at the team running out of the castle, hoping that his nephew could successfully pass through the heavy fog and bring the news to the lords. Chapter 113, The Rose Coat of Arms Among the Wild Wheat. A flaming square hammer whirled through the air and slammed into the rotten armor. The huge impact knocked down a field of wheat surrounding the blasphemer, and the blasphemer flew into the air like a can that was crushed and crushed. Its broken and decaying body began to fall apart in midair, and then a holy fire suddenly burned from its body. After the burning wreckage landed, it ignited a field of wheat straw around it and attracted a dozen companions near the blasphemer. These undead feebly waded through patches of wheat grass, staggering slowly towards the direction where the debris flew. Among the dozen undead, there were two blasphemers. As they waded through the wheatgrass, their scent caused the wheatgrass to wither and become very flammable. But when they passed by the burning carcass, the holy fire burning on the ground was suppressed by the thick fog brought by the two blasphemers. Waves of horse hooves came closer and closer, charging towards the group of monsters. The mantra of punishment uttered by the rider became clearer and clearer. This sacred power was so solid and pure that the fog around the night seemed to be dispelled. The square hammer near the wreckage suddenly trembled twice, and then suddenly flew into the air, spitting into the fog. Immediately afterwards, a golden horse suddenly jumped out of the fog, smashed a walking skeleton, and rushed into the space between the dozen monsters. These undead people who had never known what fear was. After hearing the hymn at this moment, they trembled and stopped in place. Only the two blasphemers fiercely attacked the knight at the moment when he rushed towards them, launched a charge. Looking at the two charging figures, George glared angrily. The burning square hammer in his hand brought up a golden flame in the air and struck the first blasphemer who rushed over. It hit the long sword that the blasphemer had struck. Amidst the buzzing sound of metal, the sword suddenly shattered. It landed on its chest without any hindrance. The broken armor suddenly fell apart under the terrifying impact of the combined force of the horse and the square hammer, and the blasphemer's body, which could not be destroyed due to the blessing of the curse, also came into contact with the square hammer, like a handful of ashes. They scattered in all directions during the burning, and a large amount of sparks exploded in midair. Immediately afterwards, George stretched out his palm to face the second blasphemer who rushed over. Then a dazzling white lightning suddenly shot down from the sky and hit the blasphemer. The blasphemer, who was charging halfway, turned into a ball of flame in the punishing thunder and lightning. At the same time, a bright light suddenly erupted from the surrounding area, dispersing the surrounding fog, triggering the punishment range special effect. The dozen or so undead people nearby suddenly burst into flames after being illuminated by the strong light. In panic, he covered his face and ran away. But the level 4 punishment, which focused on 2 points of mana, was extremely powerful. Monsters with less than 8 points of vitality were quickly burned to ashes halfway. The remaining two who were not dead were also chased by the flying one in the air. The hammer was turned over and smashed into pieces. In a moment, the surrounding monsters had been cleared away. George took the flaming square hammer that flew back, patted the horse's neck, and exhaled a breath of hot breath. There are 3 blasphemers among the 18 monsters. The proportion of blasphemers near the manor is indeed a bit scary. After putting away the square hammer, George took out the scroll from his waist. They have been harvesting wild wheat in the Shushu territory for the past few days. All the lords combined. The soldiers and militia numbered more than 2,000 people, and counting more than 1,000 auxiliary soldiers, peasants, there were more than 3,000 people in total. There are also many horses and oxen responsible for pulling transportation. The grain harvested every day will be temporarily stored in several clean farms and pits. When we return, we will transport them back to each territory together. At first, they were harvesting wild wheat at the outermost edge of the Shushu territory. But in the past few days, the team was only a few kilometers away from the manor. According to the investigation of the wolf pack, most of the monsters are concentrated in the manor, and the monsters on the periphery of the manor are scattered. In the past few days, George relied on the exploration of wolves and knights, and encountered very few monsters. Only today, there were slightly more monsters. But according to the map, The total number of monsters around here is only a few hundred. Counting the ones that may have wandered over, there will be no more than 1,000 monsters encountered today. 46 reserve and official Dawn Knights, plus the knights and retainers of the lords, totaled about 500 people, divided into more than a dozen teams. They followed the wolf, and were responsible for patrolling and cleaning tasks in the outer circle of the team. Others are trying their best to collect the wild wheat in the circle. These wolves can easily identify monsters around them through their scent. Some knights also brought hounds specially trained for this purpose. So these days have been going pretty well. This kind of work is also being carried out today. But due to George's deliberate manipulation of the wolves, several groups of the Dawn Knights have broken away from the wheat harvesting circle and moved toward the periphery of the circle where George is located. George looked at the map. Some of Aggie and Garvey's subordinates were already ready on the other side of the manor. George knew everything was ready. In the past few days, George conducted several experiments. Garvey and other lords once told George that when they first attacked the manor, they tried to use fire to burn the monsters in the manor. But those monsters were chased away by the fire, and returned to the manor after not running a few kilometers. After George learned about this, Aggie and others quietly made an experiment with some small groups of corpses, and determined two things. The first was that Anthony calculated the wind direction extremely accurately. The second is that monsters will not only be driven away by the light of the Divine Grace torch, but also by ordinary fire. Some monsters that are far away from the flames will also be attracted by the flames. They will fly towards the flame like moths towards the flame, and then flee from the flame after sensing danger. This culminates in a situation of being driven away by flames. Even if the flames are extinguished, the monsters will often follow the tide of corpses and continue to rush forward for a long distance due to inertia. This seems to indicate that there is something in the manor that attracts the monsters. So there must be something to draw the monsters further away. They can be driven away by the fire, or attracted by the fire. Then, they will naturally be attracted to humans. Originally, George planned to instigate the team to rush near the manor to attract monsters. But after deciding on this better plan, he changed his original plan. However, he considered a problem. When tens of thousands of monsters rush out of the manor, the first ones to rush out must be a small group of zombies. If the team starts running when they see monsters, many monsters will run around or stay in place because they cannot catch up with the group. And blasphemers move slower than zombies. Therefore, in the best plan, the team should resist for a while, and then escape when most of the zombies rush out, so as to lure the monsters as far away as possible. Undoubtedly, this is a more deceptive plan, but George did it thoroughly. In order to prevent things from happening unexpectedly, he did a few things. In the past few days, George specially asked Aggie and others to secretly use the smell of blood to attract small and medium-sized groups of corpses several times. When the wheat harvesting team encountered this unexpected situation for the first time, many people dropped their things and ran away. There were only a few hundred zombies, and 5 or 6 blasphemers. But even the originally extremely brave Genha warriors had no intention of fighting when they joined forces with the lords to fight. As long as one lord's troops begin to collapse, a big collapse will occur. After successfully cleaning up the accident, George expressed his dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction made people like Garvey, who were looking forward to being safe, frightened, fearing that the bishop would change his mind. The lords brutally punished the deserters, and the team got better and better. As everyone discovered that the team could easily solve the problem every time, they began to get used to it, just like a little boy and a wolf. Today, the wolf is really coming. In this world, the people at the bottom have never left the village in their entire lives. Many soldiers are not familiar with the situation outside their leader's territory. In addition, we have been traveling in heavy fog these days, so most people have no idea where they have gone. A few experienced knights can guess and even know some insiders. But in military operations, commanders will not tell the soldiers much information, especially since the mist. All lords have strictly prohibited internal discussion of these matters during operations to ensure the stability of military morale. In this operation, the lords seemed to be deliberately keeping secrets. George and some of the lords also understood this mission very well. Although, George has been emphasizing that they are only collecting wild wheat, and not to alarm the monsters. But some lords were becoming increasingly unbearable. Seeing that the lords were becoming more and more sneaky recently, George also felt that the time was almost up. The night before yesterday, while resting in an uninhabited manor, George called Garvey over, and gave him a severe reprimand. Finally, in Gavin's tearful confession, George finally gave a clear answer in his soft heart. Last night, Aggie, Martin, and some of the people who had been arranged with Garvey went to the manor. In addition to a lot of kerosene, they also brought many torches of divine grace. The fire must have started, because Aggie and Martin had already made a large circle from the manor, following the wolves, coming towards George. So George guessed that the dozen monsters he had just dealt with came from the direction near the manor. On that map, this group of people and George's group were on both sides of the manor, is a diagonal straight line. Today's wind is also blowing from the east side of the manor where Aji and the others are located to the west where the team is located. So Aji and the others only need to set off a fire, and most of the monsters in the manor will be set ablaze in this raging fire. Among them, from the manor, they rushed towards the team. George didn't know if this plan would work, but if you don't succeed, you will become a benevolent person, including the Lord. All of them are now grasshoppers tied to a rope if the fleeing team is finished first. The beheading team will have no chance to escape after failure. And if the beheading team fails, all the lords will be dead. Regarding this matter, Garvey and a few other lords who know the situation will keep it strictly confidential first. The fire incident is related to whether the bishop will be punished by the Holy See, so it will naturally turn into an accident. If the news leaks out, the bishop will most likely get angry and stop doing anything. Second, although the bishop will light the fire, the scene has to be acted out, and some people will die in the process. Therefore, even if Garvey and the others did not consider anything else, they would never tell their companions that they were working together to deceive their teammates. The fire will be ignited, and the whole situation will be the same as Garvey and others imagined, although more people will die than they believe. And the fire will be lit later. And there is a premise George and others really succeeded. Today is the last stand. After thinking about it, George looked at the map and asked the wolves to take the Dawn Riders to a certain place to gather. Then he swung his riding crop and headed that way. Chapter 114, A Prairie Fire. It seemed that Anthony and Alexander had arrived first. In recent days, the two dumbest guys in the shelter and the smartest guy in the shelter have been getting along better and better. George felt that on the one hand, it was probably because, in this shelter, there were only this idiot is willing to listen to Anthony's ramblings. On the other hand, Anthony also discovered that only this big guy could be fooled by him. When George rode by, Anthony was waving his cane and telling the big man stories. So, the southeastern part of this flat valley was once a forest. After seeing the Lord coming, the bachelor nodded, and then continued to speak. However, Alexander didn't seem to be particularly interested in these, because in his opinion, these stories were far less interesting than the tricks that Anthony secretly performed for himself. But in order not to make his friend sad, the big man still opened his fighting eyelids. George did not disturb these two guys who were getting better and better recently. After reaching out and touching the back of Alexander's head, he waited for the others. This Count Jeffrey Lawrence's family uses the rose, a type of rat that is very good at storing food, as its family crest. And every lord here has also brought the spirit of the rose to the extreme. They lived up to the trust of the first duke. Over the centuries, they developed the forests and wastelands into patches of black fertile soil that could be harvested without fertilization, and became the most important part of the rear of Windsong City. As Anthony said, this was once an extremely fertile land. While George was listening, he looked at the large tracts of wild wheat, and couldn't help but recall some memories of his childhood. Every spring planting and autumn harvesting time, thousands of farmers harvested grain in the fields covering more than 1,000 square kilometers of Viscount. The Duke once said that the annual contribution of the rat family alone could support the Duke's entire army. This was not meant as a compliment. But until the fog came, the Shushu family was still cultivating land. Now, the cultivated land has reached more than 1.5 million acres. The population of the entire Shurat territory was originally over 200,000. But now there are only tens of thousands left. More than 1 million acres of land, which is more than 1,000 square kilometers. Or an area with a circumference of more than 30 kilometers is not as good as a small county, plus nearby towns, villages, and villages. But this is cultivable area. In the entire eastern part of the valley, only the land in the rat territory is suitable for farming. The rest are rivers, mountains, and undeveloped land. Counting these uncultivated lands, the entire rat territory covers an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers, equivalent to a city. And Garvey and others are county magistrates. The population here used to be more than 200,000. Looking at modern times, a fifth-tier city has a population of hundreds of thousands. Therefore, the population of more than 200,000 was an extremely large number in ancient times. The arable area is 1.5 million acres. With an average of 5 acres of fertile land per person, one family has 10 to 100 acres. There are also many people grazing and hunting. Although on average everyone can have 5 acres of land. Most of them are proletarians. Most of the land belongs to nobles and wealthy households. Most of the population were tenant farmers. Although some families are responsible for 100 acres of farmland. After tax and rent are taken away, they only have a dozen acres of farmland left for their family. Just enough to eat and drink. Now, the population in the east of the valley, including villages in the mountains and fields unknown to the Lord, refugees in the wilderness, and the population in the hands of the Lord, is only a few tens of thousands. So even if we don't develop new land, this is enough. This 1.5 million acres of land is extremely fertile. And the field output once reached 4 bushels of wheat, that is, more than 200 kilograms. The current situation of this land is naturally incomparable to that of the past. As for these wild wheat, no one has been taking care of or harvesting them all year round. It has gradually degraded. The seeds germinate in the spring rain and fall to the ground after autumn. The fruits that grew together with the weeds. And after the best season of autumn harvest, every day without a rain, the grain will fall to the ground from the pointed ears of wheat. However, even so, in some fields that have not yet been polluted, the amount per acre is a little more than 1 bushel, an average of more than 60 kilograms. And the wheat around the shelter only yielded more than 70 kilograms. If all the more than 1.5 million acres of land were harvested, there would be 2 million bushels of grain. Based on the food consumption of the residents of Garvey territory, 2 bushels of food, more than 100 kilograms, is a person's ration for a year. Moreover, these 2 bushels of food are not the weight of flour, but bread plus various wild vegetables and vegetables. Distributing less than 5 taels of food a day is of course not enough. So many people have to find ways to get food by themselves. And many people will starve to death as long as they are squeezed a little by gangsters, soldiers, wealthy households, and neighbors. Each of Garvey's soldiers had 3 bushels of wheat plus wheat bran and other things. The amount of brown bread weighed more than 200 pounds. Count vegetables, and a small amount of meat. Each person eats almost a pound of food per day, which is on the verge of subsistence. But now more and more land is decaying, and there are fewer and fewer places for farming and breeding. The entire valley east is already in famine. Therefore, the lords are extremely eager for the rat territory. And as long as you occupy this place, you won't have to worry about food for a long time. Although, this year's grain production may not be very good, because the area around Chioshu Manor has been completely corrupted. But as long as the place is purified, there will be no source of pollution in the rat territory. Garvey and others can even directly occupy the fire-purified Chioshu Manor to carry out this year's autumn planting. The most important thing is that there is a salt field in the southernmost part of the Chioshu territory. With the monsters in the rat territory being dealt with, in the future everyone will not only be able to boldly go into the fog to farm, but also have no problem grazing. Regarding the distribution of food here, George has already negotiated with the Lord and others. No matter how much is harvested, most of it will belong to the Knights Templar. For this year's autumn planting, the lords will also hand over a batch of church donations. As George was thinking, the sound of horse hooves came from far away and came closer. George raised his head and saw the knights in white and gray robes gathered together. Seeing that the Lord didn't speak, several people didn't speak either. He just looked with him in the direction of the grain collection team. There were bursts of shouts of killing, and it was obvious that they had encountered zombies. George knew that there were no corpses around here. The dozen monsters he had just cleaned up were the first batch that roamed over from the manor. And now, the entire team also encountered the first small group of corpses. Knights kept jumping out of the mist, and gradually they gathered behind the Lord, in order to prevent someone from being lax. The news was leaked. George only told Martin and Aggie about the incident. So the knights still don't know why the Lord called them here. They just listen to the distant shouts of killing and wait in silence for the Lord's instructions. It's almost time. If everything goes well, the biggest group of monsters in the manor should have left the manor. George put away the map, and he saw that Martin and others had come around from a distance. After a while, Martin and others, covered in black and gray, rode out from the mist in the distance. George looked at Martin anxiously, wanting to confirm the situation. Aji couldn't wait to interrupt first. It's burning. Ba. Take some time. Boss. Aji spat a few times and said excitedly, "You don't know how scary that scene is. If it weren't for the wolf to lead us, we would have almost escaped into that crazy swarm of monsters." Martin glared at him, indicating not to let him say more. Then he approached the Lord and said in a low voice, "Boss, Gavy's group is very experienced, and the monsters have basically come out. At this point, Martin paused. After the incident was completed, Garvy's nephew killed all the people he brought there. He asked me to tell you that this fire was an accident. George was slightly startled by these words. Then it dawned on me. This guy Garvy is really dark. Naturally, the Templars should not have been involved in igniting this fire. In fact, this matter has no bearing at all, because the Holy See does not exist at all. But Garvy showed favor to the Lord Bishop and ordered his knights to kill all those who saw the Templar knights. Let's go. Keep quiet. George raised his whip and rode away. Everyone could no longer stand it any longer. After hearing the order, they rode their horses and followed the Lord. But what Aji and Martin said left many people with doubts. Gradually, everyone discovered that the direction they were going did not seem to be the direction of the grain collection team. On the way, someone couldn't help but ask about Martin and Aggie. Aji kept his mouth tightly shut this time and said nothing. But Martin said what his boss had previously told him. Garvy and George have discussed this matter. The lords will attract the monsters, and George and others will behead them. The lords knew about this, but the soldiers naturally didn't know, because this is equivalent to the sacrificial work of cutting off. George, who was listening, raised his whip, rode his horse to the front of the team, stopped and looked at everyone and said, Everyone, in order to solve the biggest hidden danger here, the lords have made sacrifices. George raised his whip and said with stern eyes, If we succeed in this trip, the fire will be ignited in the devil's body. Everyone will be saved. If we fail, this is where our bones will be buried. Everyone suddenly understood the importance of this trip. A knight couldn't help but clench the weapon in his hand and felt the pressure on his shoulders. But there was a determined light shining in their eyes, and their hearts were surging. George raised his voice. Everyone, all the folks in this valley have already put the hope of the future on our shoulders, and only we can bear it. Those who are not afraid of death, follow me forward. In the midst of the excitement, the knights followed the Lord as he rode forward, running towards the demon-slaying battlefield in the distant manor. Only Anthony froze on the spot. He felt cold all over. He couldn't believe that these lords decided the fate of those soldiers and civilians in just a few words. In the midst of trembling, Anthony waved his riding crop and caught up with George with an angry look on his face. I really misjudged you. There is no difference between you and those despicable nobles. They are all the same cunning and cold-blooded. That's enough. You are not allowed to say that to our lord again. You witch doctor has been giggling all the way. I have wanted to beat you for a long time. Throw this guy off the horse and don't let him cause trouble here. Volp frowned and sneered. Dear Grand Bachelor, this is a battlefield. This is not a game. If you don't sacrifice, and I don't sacrifice, everyone will die. After Jack was silent for a moment, he said to Anthony with a heavy heart, The people who died were all warriors who sacrificed for everyone. This fire won't last long before the monsters trample it out. How can it be done without someone to lead the monsters? This is Martin, Anthony shouted. But they have the right to know. You are asking them to die. Amid Anthony's roar, George turned around and looked at him coldly. We are also going to die. In this battle, we and those people have different tasks. Whether we are willing or not, everyone has to sacrifice their lives. It's not up to anyone to decide. After speaking, George sped up and left, while the knights glared at Anthony coldly and followed their lord with flushed faces. Anthony's expression changed for a moment, and he looked in the direction where the screams and desperate sounds came from. With his heart in turmoil, he thought of the refugees who had lost their wives and children while fleeing. His face gradually darkened, and he couldn't convince himself no matter what. Chapter 115 The Reckless Man. Everyone rode on horseback and followed the wolves, bypassing areas full of fire. But the current intensity of the fire is no longer what it was when Martin and others came here before. The thick smoke in the distance was getting bigger and bigger, and it was very choking no matter which way I walked. It seemed that a prairie fire had surrounded them, and the wolves gradually began to get lost in the thick smoke. A strange wind blew suddenly, blowing the smoke to the north. George raised his eyes and saw a light shining in the south. It pierced the fog from a distance and shot into his eyes accurately. No matter how he moved, the light could follow accurately. The wind seems to be blowing from there too. He put up his hand to block the offending light, kicked the horse in the belly, and changed direction. Not long after, he saw the wizard with a dark face and a staff. This scene made George couldn't help but stand still for a while. He expected that this guy who was not paying attention would follow, but he never thought that he knew any magic. Alexander suddenly clapped his hands and suddenly shouted, Hee hee hee! It's fun! It's fun! Looking at this fool who suddenly became happy, George suddenly understood why the relationship between these two guys was getting better and better. The wizard glanced at the lord next to the big man, with a dark face, and walked in one direction without saying a word. He didn't have the language of magic runes, but he seemed to know the way to go in this fog, and quickly bypassed the fire scenes. In the thick smoke, everyone followed the light emitted from the wizard's staff, and kept moving forward. After a while, the smoke became lighter and thinner, and finally even the fog seemed to be very thin. It seemed that this prairie fire had temporarily driven away the fog. At this time, there were no longer wheat fields on the road, but the kind of scorched earth. The scorched earth has not yet been completely burned, and there are still many bones on the ground. All of them are zombies that have not escaped the fire. Seeing such a scene, everyone knew that they had successfully passed through the fire scene, and the manor is not far away. The wizard at the front had disappeared. Judging from the map, he seemed to have arrived near the manor in advance. The knights paused for a moment, took out the water of hope, and anointed themselves and their horses with it. Be prepared to fight the next blasphemer you may encounter, or some strange dark creature. After rechecking the protective gear on the horses, everyone continued on their way. As the team moved forward, they saw more and more wreckage on the scorched earth. The farther forward, the lighter the fog became. Eventually, the situation 500 or 600 meters away could be seen. Looking around, there was scorched earth all around, and the crawling things on the ground were densely packed, crawling in this direction. These sleepless people who are not yet dead can feel the breath of human beings. There are still flames burning on them, like evil spirits in purgatory. It's heart-wrenching and depressing. The knight who broke into purgatory galloped on horseback, paying no attention to the broken bodies on the ground. Indeed, such a scene made people break out in cold sweat. And when they first entered this place, everyone couldn't help but feel a little shocked. But when they followed the Lord and accelerated forward, they gradually discovered that under their heavy horse hooves, everything moving or not would be crushed to pieces. Gradually, the knights broke away from the encirclement, leaving them behind in the fog. As they moved forward, there were fewer and fewer wrecks on the ground, but occasionally something would suddenly stand up. Most of these monsters seemed to be blasphemers. Their armor was twisted into grotesque shapes as they were colliding and trampling in the fire. This greatly affected their actions, but they still struggled to stand up and planned to rush over. Naturally, George and others did not talk nonsense with them, and soon put these guys who could even charge wrongly to sleep completely. It seems that these blasphemers are not impossible to kill as long as the temperature is enough. They can be refined. George noticed that the armor of some blasphemer corpses seemed to have melted in the fire. After bypassing the last section of the road, the billowing smoke over the distant manor appeared in front of George and others. After detouring the last section of the road, they arrived at a garden near the manor. Anthony was waiting there. This garden is the south bottom of the manor. There is an artificial lake in the garden, and there is a small river separating the garden from the manor to the north. Across the bridge is the manor. Anthony and his horse were parked near the artificial lake, waiting for everyone. I don't know how the wizard knew this. The manor was not affected much by the fire, and there wasn't a single monster around. George couldn't help but feel that there was indeed a reason why this guy had been able to wander alone in the fog for such a long time. When the group stopped their horses and came to the wizard, George ordered everyone to rest for a while, and then came to Anthony to talk with him. At this time, the forest was quiet. Only the distant manor was still burning and billowing smoke. This silent environment suddenly gave everyone a sense of depression. Many people could even hear the deceased crying faintly around them. The sound was like a meow-meowing in spring, scratching people's hearts. In the panic, some began to hear their relatives calling their names. But those relatives had already left, unless they had arrived in the underworld. George noticed that near the manor, everyone's darkness resistance had actually decreased. A fear debuff appeared on them. This seems to mean that they have entered the territory of the devil. And this devil is anything but simple. Moreover, George found that strong-willed guys like Alexander, Jack, and Volpe basically did not decline. The more fearful a person is, the lower their resistance will be. The magnetic field here is very disordered and will affect people's normal thinking. According to my pocket watch, the radioactive magic energy here also exceeds the threshold. I have recently been studying the connection between thinking and abnormal magic energy fluctuations, and I found that at a certain within the wave band, living things will have hallucinations, and many natural phenomena that can cause hallucinations. Magic energy fluctuations are also similar. This makes me couldn't help but think about whether the so-called disaster-restricted area is a natural phenomenon. Because if you give me enough magic power, I can create it like the ancient god. Anthony talked a lot to himself. It seems that when academic matters are mentioned, this guy forgets everything. However, everyone around him looked at each other in confusion after hearing this. Only George nodded from time to time, touched his chin and talked with him for a few words. What do you mean? Can you speak common language? Alexander always communicates with him and explains to us. Bad laugh, snickering. Obviously, these knights did not understand what the wizard said, but they were indeed distracted. At this time, Jack suddenly added a sentence with a serious expression. The devil is testing us. Cowards, who are not strong-minded, will turn around. After speaking, he pursed his lips and looked a little pale. But then it was replaced by anger. After these words were spoken, the knights who were redirected in their thinking direction suddenly felt that they could no longer hear those chaotic sounds. And they all started to get angry slowly. This little trick was just to scare us. The devil really looks down on us. After this self-hypnosis, George discovered that the buff on everyone disappeared. And there was an extra buff of Fearless Fury. The effect is fear immunity. At this time, all the reduced resistance has returned. Anthony, we are going to have a tough battle next. The Lord's side and the vicinity of the manor are both very dangerous. I originally took you with me because I planned to take you through the fire and show you a path without monsters. However, turn back from here and walk north around the manor. You shouldn't encounter any monsters. I'm not following you because I know it's dangerous. Nor am I asking you to guide me. You're obviously not as good as me in this matter. Anthony's venom has never changed. I'm following you because I want you to be there. Tell me in this manner that you made the right decision. And the sacrifices of those people also have meaning and value. George shook his head after hearing this. He felt that he couldn't tell with this stubborn nerd. Indeed, I had a dark heart, so I didn't have any psychological burden when I planned to trick those guys. But the reason I gave the knights today is still very good. But this guy Anthony is a bit of a saint. He came from the Forbidden Sanctuary, and he always had messy things like discipline and human rights in his heart. George, what's your plan? Anthony said, looking at the burning manor in the distance. Plans never change quickly. Anthony, George said perfunctorily. Sure enough, you don't know anything about this demon. Anthony shook his head and said indifferently, after you go in, you will definitely die. These words were like a heavy hammer, leaving George stunned on the spot. To be honest, he really didn't have any plan, because everything ahead was unknown. Of course, it cannot be arranged. So he said he didn't know what the consequences would be, because he knew that when they arrived near the manor house, they could only rush forward with their eyes closed. But the words from Anthony's mouth made him feel more confident and hopeful despite being frightened. He couldn't help but blush and asked the mysterious wizard for advice in a low voice. Lord Anthony, what special method do you have? No, Anthony said with a serious face. When George was dumbfounded, Anthony said hesitantly, but I have some fire extinguishing agent. You know, you mentioned wildfire before. You can't blame me. I didn't prepare anything. If you had been ahead of time. Martin, who had been listening attentively next to him, almost slapped him. He swore that if the guy in front of him didn't lead the way for them, he would definitely tie this guy to a stone and throw him into the lake to drown. At least let him know not to say these unlucky words before going to war. However, the Lord stopped his actions by covering the veins on his head. Have him mount and get ready to go. Then George turned his head, looked at Anthony for a long time, and finally stopped the plan to kill the flag, and said, Then shut up your stinky mouth. Help me think about that devil's head hanging on the wall of honor. Which empty seat is suitable? These words resonated with the knights. After hearing this, they all gave Anthony a fierce look. But after seeing him pointing at the bag on the horse with a disdainful look, he couldn't help but become even more angry. Don't underestimate it. Just add some water to this thing. George was not going to talk nonsense with the guy. After getting everyone ready, he threw off his cloak, mounted the horse, and pointed forward with his hand. Reckless. Chapter 116 Hero. The artificial lake is connected to the long river on one side of the manor. When George and others left the garden, there was a stone bridge over the river. At this time, George and others reined in the horses' hooves and stopped at the edge of the forest, without the obstruction of trees. The wide garden square opposite the stone bridge and the burning manor appeared in front of them. The withered yellow grass and trees in the garden now have only residual flames left. But when the fire was at its most ferocious, the fire snake rushed into the manor castle house, causing thick smoke to billow from several of its windows. And in a warehouse behind it, the fire was soaring into the sky, and the sky was red. The autumn wind blows, and the burning grass and trees are flying all over the sky, rekindling, and there are sparks flying everywhere in the wind. Purgatory is not an exaggeration to describe fire. One of the biggest disasters of mankind. What's more, in the burning garden square, there are those people walking aimlessly in the burning scorched earth. They didn't seem to be afraid of fire at all, so they didn't burn to ashes. But their bodies are skinny, with no noses and empty eyes. They were wandering around, tremblingly holding their arms in front of their chests, hunched over, and kept crying, just like the suffering dead in H.L. And if you pay a little attention, you can see that occasionally a sufferer suddenly bursts into flames and lies on the ground howling in pain. At this time, in the manor, there would be faint bursts of laughter. George could feel a pair of cold and cruel eyes occasionally scanning this way. I'm afraid it has noticed these rats, snakes and insects that have broken in, but it has made no move. I don't know if it is because it cannot leave the manor too far, or because it doesn't care at all. However, the suffering walkers seem to have sensed the popularity in the distance, and slowly moved towards the bridge amidst the cries. They look like refugees seeking help, but no matter how you look at them, these things seem to be more evil than the blasphemers. George's eyes slowly retracted and fell on the bridge. The other side of the bridge has been blackened, but the middle maintains its earliest appearance. At a glance, one can tell that a bloody battle once took place here. The bridge was covered with corpses and black bloodstains, and many wreckage had even fallen under the bridge and rotted in the river. During those days and nights, year after year of exposure to wind, sun, snow, freezing rain, these corpses had changed beyond recognition, and those in the river were soaked to pieces and floated on the water with the dead fish. And this is the final fate of those former demon slayers. George and his party knew that they would obviously have a better chance than them, but they would never all survive. And if the demon slaying fails, then they will be like these people on the bridge. After a brief period of confusion, the knights gradually focused their attention on the Lord. George withdrew his eyes from looking at the manor and fell on the faces of the knights. In silence, his eyes swept over and looked at them one by one. It's like I want to remember their faces and names forever. The knights seemed to feel this suddenly heavy scene. I heard from Baron Garvey that there were more than 2,000 people in Daniel's party. George suddenly opened his mouth and said, but the knights all said nothing and listened to him quietly. Standing here now, I can imagine how tragic it was when Daniel and others rushed into the manor and fought against the monsters all over the sky. And the battle on the bridge is probably just the entire battle. The tip of the iceberg. No one of the more than 2,000 people left at the beginning is left. And I don't know if anyone broke into the manor and saw the devil. No one knows a fool. And even a fool, before he comes, must have expected what kind of ending he may have, knowing that it may be meaningless. So, when they picked up weapons and came here after hearing the news, they must have had the consciousness of death. But their trip is not for any benefit, just for an oath. Now, their bodies have been sleeping here for an unknown amount of time. Their bodies have gradually dried up and decayed. They were randomly thrown here, leaving corpses in the wilderness, and their names will never be known. But it is undeniable that they are all demon-slaying heroes. George took a deep breath and paused for a moment. He looked at the determined eyes of the warriors. Knights, our royal capital has fallen. Although no one knew about this. Under this situation, everyone remained silent. Duke Yilfong, that cowardly coward stays behind closed doors. No one will come to support us. Because in the entire Black Pearl Valley, everyone who can muster the courage to stand here has already arrived. And only you can fight against this demon. You have no one to rely on. You have no one to count on. Maybe you will die and be sacrificed here. Maybe no one will record you in myths and stories and be sung by others. But you must stand up. Because you are the only hope for tens of thousands of people and tens of thousands of survivors who are struggling and suffering. The fearless come forward. As soon as the words fell, all the knights rode forward and took a step forward. The flame in the Lord's hand ignited, and a square hammer was dragged out of midair. The moment he raised his weapon, the armor and weapons on all the knights lit up. George pointed his hand forward and said loudly, "For dawn." There was a rumble of horse hooves, and the knights moved, following the Lord, and launched a charge towards the bridge. At this time, the suffering walkers had slowly moved to the edge of the bridge. George led many knights, and were in close combat with them in the blink of an eye. However, when George angrily smashed the square hammer in his hand at the first enemy, it felt like it hit the air, and the suffering traveler seemed to be unscathed. But at this moment, the dawn divine pattern and sacred mark on the square hammer suddenly lit up with a ray of light. And then the monster suddenly shattered without warning and turned into ashes all over the sky. The sound of horse hooves rumbled by. And many knights also encountered the same scene. When a group of people rushed into the garden, they reined in their horses and turned back, looking at the embers flying all over the sky and the empty and silent square. I couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. Those ashes tended to regroup, but they were burned by white flames and finally turned into dust. Except for George, who looked stunned. All the knights felt a sense of tightness in their chests. Is this the end? Even the oppressive manner in front of him seemed to be stunned for a moment. The disgusting Templar of rune language. Burst of harsh noises like metal friction suddenly broke the silence. And with this sound, the burning manor house began to shake as if it had been shaken. Then a wall was suddenly smashed into pieces, and a huge afterimage rushed towards the crowd. Chapter 117. A moth flies into the flame. The moment the sound sounded, the horses' hooves began to panic, and many knights even almost fell off their horses. However, amid the roar from the crowd, one man and one horse rushed out of the team, raised their halberds, and faced the huge afterimage. The knight on the horse was more than 4 meters tall, but the huge figure was almost the same as him. In the blink of an eye, light and shadow intertwined, and sparks flew randomly. Amid a heavy explosion, the sheriff and horse let out a cry. The huge impact broke the horse's legs, and the two figures that collided flew into the air one after the other. The huge demon flapped his magic wings, stopped in midair, and looked at his fiery red magic wings with some surprise. There was a spider web-like flaw on it. The area of the crack occupies almost 1/3 of the magic wing, and a golden flame burned. But it quickly disappeared. At this time, the bald man had just landed on the ground. He spat blood-streaked spit on the ground, and the mouth of the halberd he was holding was bleeding. The devil's wings flapped twice before slowly falling to the ground. Its whole body seemed to have no skin, and its strong red muscles were exposed in the air like lava, constantly emitting black smoke. There is no nose or lips on its face. The sharp teeth were exposed, and his vertical pupils were bloodshot. Especially the pair of horns on its head are like sharp, twisted daggers. If it stabs a person, with its huge power, even if it does not tear the person into pieces, it will leave a large hole that cannot be healed. But these are not the reasons why people fear this demon. In fact, the fear rising in the hearts of the knights seemed to be groundless. The moment he saw its eyes, it spread without warning. This fear mixed with chaotic thoughts constantly impacted my mind. Like evil thoughts that they can't get rid of. They are constantly entangled in their bodies and spirits, making their scalps tingle and their whole bodies itching. Even his own hands and the horse beneath him seemed to have suddenly rotted away. It only happened in an instant. Before many people could control their frantic horses, they saw themselves turned into withered bones and burning. And the moment the demon landed, the fear that spread among the crowd made it laugh wildly. This rough laughter is rapid and weird, like hands scratching an iron plate, which is heartbreaking. At the moment of the sound, a horse collapsed to the ground with rotten black blood in its nostrils. Only Little William and the strongest horses ran away from their masters like crazy and ran towards the forest. Some horses even crashed into the rockery with their owners. After they died on the ground, maggots and deformed tentacles crawled out of the bodies. Seeing the panicked and ridiculous figures of these demon-slaying warriors, who had no resistance and were about to collapse at the first touch, the demon waved its big hands in laughter, and the skeletons on the bridge actually started to dance with it. With the rhythm, one by one is about to stand up. Shut up! Suddenly, a roar from far to near resounded across the battlefield, and the figure leaping over, with the burning square hammer in its hand, was already in front of the demon. However, when the demon turned around, there was a cunning smile on his face. Its hand in midair grasped the hammer head first, and its other sharp claw was also ready to dig out the great priest it feared the most. However, the moment the magic hand was about to come into contact with the big square brick, the square brick strangely deviated by a few inches, and with a crisp sound on the devil's nails, the devil's face turned from smile to surprise, and from surprise to fierceness and anger. There was a click, and in the sound of fingers snapping, the strange square brick finally cut open the devil's fingers. Then, amid a powerful and heavy slap, the maniacal laughter in the devil's mouth stopped abruptly, and the expression on his face twisted and deformed as the hammer pressed forward. Not only did the trajectory of this hammer exceed the devil's expectations, its power also far exceeded its expectations. Although it couldn't be compared with Alexander's blow, it hit the vital point, causing it to raise its head and take half a step back. Its teeth cracked, and a splash of black blood splattered on its face. Black blood sprayed on George's face, making him feel hot and itchy. In midair, he didn't care about anything else. He suddenly kicked the demon's chest with both feet and jumped away from it. After the demon took a step back, it almost fell to the ground in embarrassment. It took out its big hand angrily, but the flexible monkey had already flown away. At the same time, someone not far away suddenly shouted, "Rang!" Then it saw the big bald man, leading a group of angry knights, rushing over on foot. A lot of skin on these knights' bodies had begun to rot, but this stimulation made them even more angry. The halberd struck with 7 or 8 handles in a blink of an eye, and the knights behind who had killed their own horses one by one also followed angrily, feeling that the blasphemers he had just summoned fell to the ground one by one amid the interruption. The demon held a breath in his chest, fluttered his magic wings, and angrily rushed towards the group of people. The demon waving its magic wings is unstoppable. As long as it cuts through the team, it can take people flying into the sky and tear them apart. Go back and forth a few times and any team will fall apart. However, this group of knights is very different from the warriors who have been here before. Facing that extremely oppressive figure, the knights did not dodge, ignored the approaching tank, and directly raised their weapons and hit it. Past. Amidst the messy metal collisions, there were constant muffled sounds from someone's chest, vomiting blood from their mouths, and being knocked away. However, the people behind were like rolling wheels, blocking it in the crowd. The weapons in the hands of the surrounding knights continued to chop down. Amidst the light and shadow of the swords, the demon swung his body angrily. The arms and magic wings were left with afterimages, and each swing could take several people away. However, not only are there fewer and fewer people around it, making room for it, instead, more and more people gathered together, and as him sounded not far away, the knight's body began to be protected by light. Not only did the rotten flesh of the knights around the demon begin to gradually recover, but even those who flew out sang hymns loudly, rushed back like crazy. After George landed, he pulled up a few people and rushed back to the battlefield. At this time, the halberd in Alexander's hand and several long swords were slashing at the demon. Stop this behemoth, who wanted to rush out of the crowd. Seeing this scene, George lowered his body and ran away. He clenched the square hammer in his hand and hit the demon's thigh joint hard. Between the dull thuds, George's jaws burst open and he passed by the devil. Then, he heard an angry roar coming from behind him. The demon rushed towards him desperately. At this moment, he had turned back to open the page of the book amidst the angel's holy voice. A white light on the book was like a punishment of judgment, making the devil stop in place in pain and couldn't help but raise his arms, blocked in front of my eyes. When the light dissipated, the demon came back to his senses. His body was completely scorched black, and the long swords from all directions have also been slashed down. The crazy posture of those people was like a group of desperate hunting dogs besieging a violent bear. Each of these hunting dogs bites the devil's body, and many of them are frighteningly strong. Often when 7 or 8 swords strike at the same time, the devil has to free an arm to wrestle with them. And this seemingly chaotic and reckless cooperation has a very deep routine. As they kept running, they often changed positions after a single blow. At this time, there were several spears with negative threads, like poisonous snakes, piercing from behind. And every time the devil grabs a person in anger, a group of people will crash into his body, especially the big bald man and the great priest. "I'm tired of playing. You damn bugs!" the demon roared loudly, and his whole body was suddenly ignited with flames that reached into the sky. And the fire that suddenly rushed towards the face not only brought blazing high temperature, but once it came into contact, the body would immediately stir up bubbles of fire and slowly fester. The knights who have fought against the celestial armed forces for so many times have long known the consequences of letting such enemies escape from encirclement. However, the fire made it impossible to get close to it, and even breathing in its thick smoke made the lungs seem to rot. In the blink of an eye, the huge fire shadow was flying with a wild laugh. But at this moment, a knight suddenly pounced on its wings and stabbed his weapon firmly on it. The already cracked demon wing was finally stabbed with a huge gap under this desperate blow. And when the flesh and blood on the magic wings fell off, it shattered like a stone. The demon suddenly lost its balance and grabbed the knight behind him while roaring. While dancing in the air, the knight covered in fire struggled to push his weapon towards the demon's chest. And the knights on the ground around him all braved the blazing fire and kept struggling to pounce on the demon. The shining long sword penetrated the demon's body, and the one on the chest penetrated half a foot. While roaring in pain, the demon suddenly closed its magic wings and hugged the knights. Then, A flame rose into the sky in its arms. In the blazing heat, ashes flew, and molten iron continued to flow from the demon's back, waist, and thick arms. The black-red flames exuding the smell of blood stung people's eyes. In the haze, people saw the wounds on the demon's body, which gradually began to squirm in the burnt blood and gradually healed together. The demon reborn from the ashes reopened its magic wings, and the huge fire shadow fell to the ground, looking at its masterpiece flying in the sky, laughing cruelly. This laughter is heartbreaking and painful. It's like laughing at the so-called warrior. Everything he does is meaningless. Facing the immortal body, the knights, who were already covered with wounds and bleeding with pus and blood, looked at the ashes in the sky and felt a deep fatigue for the first time in this battle. A violent gust of wind suddenly swept over the demon's body, constantly blowing away the flames on its body. And when the flames suddenly dispersed, the two largest wounds on its chest and magic wings stopped healing. Nothing in this world is more meaningful than this. And nothing in this world is immortal. Anthony, who had been hiding in the corner, suddenly shouted, and on his face, full of tears, "You idiots! Its magic energy is collapsing, it can't last long. And without blood and fire, its injuries can't be healed at all." This sentence was like a thunder, completely arousing the anger of revenge in the hearts of the knights. The strong wind stirred up the water vapor in the river, and the knights rushed towards the Hokage overwhelmingly. The demon glanced angrily at the wizard, and was surrounded by the crowd amid constant vicious curses. It's that routine again. But this time, even the flames couldn't stop the stabbing swords. The water vapor and strong wind that kept coming hit the wounds on its body. Among the water vapor, there seems to be a strange sweet smell, which will stick to the fire like a spider web and be difficult to ignite again. In the rage of the demon, the flames on his body became smaller and smaller, and the scars became more and more numerous. It has repeatedly tried to break out of the encirclement, but has failed. He could only go crazy with hatred and keep cursing the wizard. Although the wizard was trembling with fear, and felt constant whispers echoing in his ears, he couldn't help but want to follow the crazy instructions. But I don't know what is supporting this brave and relatively young bachelor, so that he does not pronounce a single word of the spell wrong in his mouth. During the fierce battle, rays of light continued to shine, reviving the knights' bodies that could barely support themselves with strength and courage. And the loud songs of courage became more and more unison, gradually covering the entire battlefield. Manor. It was about to overwhelm the spell that the devil started chanting at some point. At this moment, the manor house filled with fire suddenly collapsed, and flames continued to flow from the big house. And a burning purple-black meteor suddenly burst out of the collapsed house. Like an invisible object, it passed through the crowd and hit the devil's chest amidst the wild laughter. Immediately afterwards, that huge body was like a powder keg, suddenly setting off a black-red fire, igniting many people around it instantly. Flames continued to flow from the demon's body and spread from the soles of its feet to the surroundings. These fires have no basis and nothing to burn, but they cannot be extinguished. It's like coming from H.L. Even the sky darkened. The firelight overshadowed the light on the knights. Amidst the erosion of flames and darkness, many people's trembling hands could no longer hold onto their weapons. The so-called fire-extinguishing agent cannot hinder this flame at all, and the water of hope and the blessing of dawn seem to be broken in the darkness. No one can charge forward in the midst of such a fire. What's more, as long as it is contaminated a little, it will spread to the upper body. This evil fire is like a beast gnawing, causing pain all over the body. At the same time, it does not burn up people's physical strength. It was as if their life force was used as fuel, constantly eating away at their bodies and wills. And no matter how much I sang hymns, I couldn't extinguish them. The exhausted knights fell down one by one, looking at the increasingly dim sky amidst the fire that filled the sky. Faintly, they heard the wizard shouting, "The bigger the fire burns, the faster it will end." This sound urged them to stand up, but their bodies were no longer able to do anything. In the darkness, they saw their companions fall one by one, and heard the roars of monsters gradually approaching in the distance. In front of the devil, only Alexander and a few veterans were left. It seemed to be raining in the sky. A dawn song quietly rang in the ears of the knights. With a loud singing, the beam of sunshine suddenly penetrated the night of the manor in the light rain, just like the sudden dawn, penetrating the darkness and fog, shining on the earth. All the black fires swept by the dawn light slowly dimmed, gradually becoming lighter and lighter in the sunlight, and finally turned into red and yellow flames, gradually extinguished in the black scorched earth. The light rain constantly nourishes the earth and drips into people's hearts. It is like a hope brought by dawn, radiating all the strength and courage in people's hearts. It also allowed those wounds and diseases that were difficult to heal on their bodies to begin to heal. The Grey-robed knights stood up again one by one, exuding fearless brilliance. The fearless knight launched a heroic and desperate charge, ran towards the dazed demon, and raised a long sword in his hand. The heavy rain has extinguished the fire on the demon's body, revealing its almost withered body, making it unable to squirm again due to the wounds left by the swords and guns on its body. It also made its eyes exposed from the flames look towards the light. In the tingling pain all over his body, the light became more and more dazzling, reminding him of the first day he met his wife, and also of his own name, until the angry halberd stabbed its cervical spine. Chapter 118 Blooming Flowers. The demon's withered flesh and blood eventually turned into ashes, like those sufferers. Only a huge skeleton was left on the spot, as well as a small purple stone piece on the skeleton's chest. A pair of hands took it out, flipped through it, and put it into the book. The drizzle in the sky had stopped once, but it gradually started falling again after the devil died, and the natural sunlight did not recede, and gradually dispersed the surrounding fog, and began to spread outwards. On the land that had been shrouded in sunshine, rain and dew, seeds gradually began to germinate, and stamens bloomed. Even in the dirty and putrid mud and sewage, there are yellow flowers and blue jelly grass blooming. They absorb all the filth from the soil and scatter their blooming seeds into the sky. And between the dancing rainbows and vanilla, the air becomes more and more refreshing. Near the rotting corpses, flower stamens and vines bloomed, whether they were sleeping or waking up. White lilies and yellow chrysanthemums slowly appeared around them, until they fell asleep again and the flowers of the other shore bloomed in front of them. This sleepless person also completely rested. George walked along with the 19 knights and the wizard. Whenever they see a beautiful or familiar scenery, some people will turn around and tell their companions on horseback what they saw. It's 7 or 8 years now. Grave! You didn't expect that those pear trees on the hillside in front of your house would still bloom. Right. And it's in this autumn. Martin wiped his tears and said to his companion on the horse. But there was no response. Retracting his gaze towards the dilapidated village, Martin tiredly stretched out his arms to help his companion, who was about to fall back up. He looked at Jack beside him. Jack pursed his lips, hugged a jar tightly in his arms without saying a word, and continued to count his steps, looking at his dull look. I couldn't help but try to squeeze out the eyes that were about to fall down just now. It makes people uncomfortable. I said you should stop counting. You should let Aji do it. But my lord asked me to come, and I have already counted 2,000 steps. So let him count after you. You take big steps and he takes small steps. The two of you combined will be exactly the number of people still alive in the south of the valley. Everyone believes that although the total number of lords is only 10,000, these people will never be the only survivors alive here. And among these people, there may be their childhood playmates and lost relatives. Every additional step is one more person. In just one step, it was more likely that there was someone they knew in this mountain forest. And with each additional person, Greif and others can rest peacefully without regrets. Martin knew that this idea was a bit superstitious. And the same was true for many people who also counted steps because it was already determined how far the sunlight would spread. But they can't help but do it again. Not long after, golden wheat fields gradually appeared in front of them. And it seemed that the fire was extinguished nearby. And when the group of people climbed over the hillside in front of them and followed the Lord to slowly stand on the hillside, they couldn't help but look at the horizon dully, forgetting everything. The fog in the distance stood in front of me like a cliff connecting to the sky. That heavy and vast momentum was like a monstrous gray tsunami in the apocalypse, cutting the sun and the earth in half and dividing them on both sides. The sun was gradually setting behind the high cliff, and shadows spread from all directions, pulling the earth into dusk in advance. And as the shadow covered the top of the head, people's hearts became darker and darker along with the sky. There seems to be someone over there. I don't know who said such a sentence. And then everyone turned around and looked to the other side, following the direction of his finger. There were groups of people there, holding flags and running towards the manor. And in the farther direction, there are many small figures, gradually gathering there amid the cheers. When everyone slowly turned around, they heard the noise over there. When Alexander excitedly tore off his cloak and hung it on his halberd, the excited crowd over there also noticed it. Indeed, they should be so excited, because they have never seen such a great distance. As for the sun setting now, it doesn't matter, because that has been the case for thousands of years. The sun will still rise tomorrow, and the sunshine will still shine on this land. although it is only half a day. One day it will replace the fog and cover the earth. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at their lord. And George was stroking his chin, looking at the lords galloping in the distance, raising his eyebrows slightly. Compared to George and others, each lord also suffered a lot of damage, although these people were all extremely good at escaping. In fact, at the moment when hope was set ablaze, everyone's injuries were purified. Therefore, there were not many people who were directly eaten to death by monsters, and only those at the front had direct contact with the blasphemers. However, many people got lost in the heavy fog and disappeared after that. But now there are more than 1,000 people coming this way. Lord Garvey, when I was fighting with the knights at the front, as the leader at the rear, you did not let me down. The Lord of the Dawn walked slowly among the crowds, or surrounded. He looked at the people under the hillside who had escaped from the fire and the monsters. In their grief, anger, excitement, and confusion, fear and other confused eyes, he turned his head and looked at the demon skull held high by Alexander. His beating heart could not help but be soothed, and looked at several other lords with different expressions. The same goes for you, George said. Indeed, as Baron Garvey said, while my knights are fighting at the front, you don't have to worry about me. After these words were spoken, the crowd's eyes suddenly became strange, and Baron Garvey was stunned as one Ranciere's rang. He looked at the lords who were looking over one by one, and was suddenly stunned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have dug a big hole unintentionally. He suddenly understood what his leader was going to say next. But that person had already changed the subject, without giving others a chance to think more. The prairie fire ignited by the devil came suddenly, just like the disaster that will come suddenly without knowing when. Looking at the smoke and dust rolling in from the fire, the knights and I could only risk our lives and rush towards the source of the disaster. But in the bottom of our hearts, we are worried about you all the time. But I was wrong. At this point, George suddenly pursed his lips, looked at the surprised faces, and emphasized his tone. Because you don't need to worry about anyone at all. As the Lord said, they are all warriors. Perhaps this is the will of the God of Sanctuary. He tests each of us. In this unprecedented disaster, faced with the misfortune that can come anytime and anywhere, there is nothing that one person or a group of people can do. Only when every brave person stands up and turns himself into a hero can he defeat everything. Someone suddenly took a deep breath. Indeed, from the very beginning, this man has said that in this operation it is up to everyone. And he also said that harvesting wild wheat is a very risky thing. I even persuaded those who ventured forward. Only a few lords knew the truest part of the secrets spread by Garvey. And what they said to encourage their soldiers was magical. But no matter how divine the myth is, it can't compare to the light that dispels the fog and falls from the sky. Even less compared to the flowers blooming on the earth, and the immortal people who suddenly fell to the ground to rest one after another. As for the Knights Templar, which the lords knew, only one person had ever spoken of it. It is unknown whether this person intended to spread the news. Perhaps from the very beginning, this person was just like what he said. Everyone can only rely on themselves. As he said, this is a test. It's just adding to it privately for someone's benefit. But no matter what happened, these soldiers who suddenly felt a little ashamed couldn't help but look at the sunshine in the sky and the high fog in the distance. Think about it. If there are no brave people in this world who turn themselves into heroes, is there anyone who can fight against all this alone? Today, we passed this God's test. Lord Dawn shamelessly characterized this disaster as a natural disaster. But who can know the real fact? But no matter what, the heroes who looked at the hero who led his men into the fire scene and into the disaster could not think about these people who sacrificed themselves for others with the most vicious thoughts. And under the shining brilliance of the sun on them, everyone listened quietly without saying a word. Today, many heroes died. But it is precisely because of their efforts that our descendants can continue to reproduce. Only through their blood can this corrupted land be purified again and regain its light. Indeed, it is not just the people standing on the high ground in front of them. This great Lord is telling them that in this victory, the title of hero belongs to everyone no matter what they first came here or what they had in mind. What kind of idea? But whether a person is a hero only asks about the result, not the reason. The fire burned a lot of food, but next year's harvest will be better. And in the east and south, there are countless fertile fields waiting for you to harvest. This time there won't be monsters harassing you. Next year, we won't have to wait for wild wheat to grow in the fields. Because starting from today, we can grow our own food. Death is always sad. And precisely because of this, the things gained are even more valuable. After hearing these words, these people who were struggling in the disaster couldn't help but burst into tears. They no longer need to nibble on the inedible bits of dirt, grass and bark. There is no need to watch your family members slowly die in your arms. In the past, everything they did was powerless. But today someone led them to tear away the darkness and fog above their heads. Compatriots! The Lord suddenly roared at the top of his lungs, suppressing the uncontrollable cries of those people and the shouts with tears in their eyes. The disaster is not over yet. Everything is not over yet. The great Lord said this, and the crowd gradually became quiet. But this piece of sunshine is the first miracle that appears in this world after the fog comes. This miracle comes from the hands of each of you and the dedication and contribution of each of you. Although it will only be one day. But it is just the beginning. Indeed, as he said, every one of them has participated in this sunshine that penetrates the fog. And as long as everyone uses their hands and musters the courage to stand up, even if this sunshine only lasts for one day, it is definitely just the beginning. Chapter 119 Harvest. The structure of the crowd is very messy, and their insights, knowledge, and thoughts vary greatly. So some people understood this long speech, but others couldn't quite understand it. After all, their thoughts have been blocked in this futile world for too many years, and they never knew that people could rely on themselves. Nor did they know that they could be related to the word hero. But no matter what, these words slowly fermented. And from that day on, no one thought deeply about the process that happened today, because the ending had been rumored to be magical in this legend. The Lord of Dawn led 7 lords, 150 knights, and 2,000 of heroes finally defeated the devil. The world was in chaos during this unprecedented battle, and the entire land was on fire. Soldiers sacrificed themselves in the fire one by one, delaying the demon army one by one and buying the most critical time for the main force. When in the end, the fearless knight launched a desperate charge against the demon. The power in the hearts of everyone in the valley gathered together, breaking the darkness and fog in the sky, revealing a light of dawn that purified everything. The demon was eventually beheaded and hung in the temple of the Land of Dawn and sealed forever. The Land of Dawn, this place of hope that gathers the power in everyone's hearts, is the sanctuary that people yearn for, and is also a forbidden land where demons are sealed. Therefore, people whose hearts are not pure enough will naturally not be able to enter that sanctuary. And once those whose hearts are filthy enter, the demon will surely reawaken. It's very simple to keep your soul pure. Just understand what it means to be generous, brave, and hardworking. But people who understand this, for example, understand what sacrifice is. Naturally, we should leave the opportunity of not having to worry about food and clothing to those who need it more. In this way, the cultural atmosphere of the entire eastern district of Black Pearl Valley gradually changed. Everyone who has the opportunity to enter there is the most enviable person, and every such person has his bright spots. But no matter how bright a person is, it's hard to stop the crowd. So in the end, the one who can make the final decision must be the Lord. Of course, the 19 heroes around him, and the wizard can also make this decision. After all, these demon slayers have the most noble status. Those 19 knights who shine with fearlessness are indeed heroes, whether in people's hearts or in the recognition of sanctuary, or in other words, the criterion of sanctuary is the people's hearts. Apart from Alexander, there were only 8 white-robed knights left, and the old bandit only had 3 swordsmen, Martin and a guy named Valp left. Compared to the previous giant battles, this demon-slaying battle was extremely brutal. But these 4 people are all officially recognized by the shelter as D+ heroes, and the rest are in the D and D categories. As for George and Alexander, after being contaminated by the demon's blood, they also received C and A ratings. After the battle, these knights also put on the red shirts and black and red cloaks made for them by the survivors, black on the outside and red on the inside. This is the color proposed by Baron Garvey, which means to commemorate the blood shed by those dead heroes. And George was also deeply satisfied with this color. These cloaks and tabards made of fine velvet, silk and linen were mostly used by the most noble knights. With the design improvements over the years, it not only looks very powerful, but also has very good protection and cold resistance capabilities. The black color outside is resistant to dirt, and is easy to hide in the fog. When opened during battle, the red color is very conspicuous in the heavy fog, allowing teammates to easily identify it. It's not even a bit stronger than the previous white robe. Since then, the red robe has become the level above the white robe, thinking that heroes, these people, just like George in the past, are already qualified to become the temple. Red has also become the most desirable color for all noble knights. Under these temples, The 7 lords with the highest status are naturally the 7 lords. Each of these 7 leaders under the protection of the knights escaped from the disaster. Among these 7 people, the one who was entrusted with the most important task was naturally Baron Garvey, who had the most charisma and meritorious service in this operation. Baron Garvey himself had the highest status among the various lords. What's more, he now has the great lord's love and appreciation for him, although he tried his best to get rid of this appreciation. So as the leader of the 7 lords, it is naturally reasonable. Garvey, you told me that you are willing to do anything for these people. But now, I need someone to help me manage these people. Looking at the harvested wheat in front of him, George said coldly. Garvey said, now is the time to see if you can fulfill your oath. His cold gaze told Baron Garvey what he really meant. He needed a dirty glove. And this person who knew the true cause and effect suddenly understood. If he doesn't become this person's lackey, he will be deprived of everything he has by the most cruel means. George raised his head and looked at the lords, who were enjoying themselves beside the wheat pile over there. He stretched out his hand and patted Baron Garvey on the shoulder. He led the ashen-faced guy and walked over there. I'll take it. Take half, and you divide the rest. You should know who has the most merit. These words made this guy who looked depressed just now. His eyes immediately light up. He calculated that it would be enough for those 6 people to take only 1/3. The more than 26,000 bushels of food would be enough to feed 6,000 to 7,000 people until next year. And compared with the standards of various lords and subjects, this is more than 200 kilograms of wheat per person, which is really a lot. Coupled with the winter harvest, there is no need to worry about any natural disasters or refugee flows. The great lord would also lend a helping hand to them, otherwise he wouldn't ask for so much food like a lion. Indeed, although the land of the Shushu family is vast and fertile, only half of it has been purified by the sun, although Jack and Aggie didn't count them all in the end. George estimated that it was more than 10 or 20 kilometers away. And although they are the most fertile and are basically farmland, there are many contaminated areas even after the food in these areas is purified. Only a pitiful 10 kilograms can be harvested from 1 acre. In addition, it was already late autumn, and the fire had completely burned the best area. Therefore, in the 2 weeks after the war, all personnel were mobilized, and 7,000 to 8,000 people worked hard to harvest. The result was these 8,000 of bushels of grain. But no matter what, these grains are enough. Even to these lords, this number can be described as an astronomical figure in this period. Moreover, most of the blasphemers have now been cleared away, and the areas with the most monsters are also completely clean. So this winter, neither food nor the scattered corpses were a problem anymore. On this night, the cake that the lords harvested together was squeezed hard by George, and he encouraged Garvey to squeeze it again. The guy who had made a small score in Garvey's heart naturally complained endlessly. But in the end, he smiled with satisfaction only to George. Not to Garvey. George set aside a portion of his grain and exchanged it for a lot of the supplies he needed. As for Garvey, the lord who gained the most, he should naturally submit his gifts to the boss. And the dozen tons of were exchanged for just 1 word made the great lord very satisfied with his sincerity. After dividing the cash, the numerous manor farms and fertile land in the Viscounty naturally became the biggest topic. Everyone wanted to take the best land as their own. But after some calculation in their hearts, everyone had basically reached a consensus secretly. However, the big lord's decision broke these secretly arranged allocations and surprised everyone. Chapter 120, the prototype of the Constitution. In this meeting, he first set a few rules, and without saying a word, he asked everyone to raise their hands to vote and sign and swear. 1. The successor of Viscount Geoffrey has not yet been determined whether he is still alive. Therefore, legally, this land cannot belong to anyone and belongs to a public area. Therefore, no matter who occupies the divided land, it will be temporarily managed. From now on, the unclaimed land will also be temporarily managed according to this rule. Although the Viscounty is already an unclaimed land, it is a big piece of fat in the eyes of the lords. But Yongfeng City is still there, and the Duke is the de jure king of the West. So no one wants to look too ugly. What's more, the bishop who represents the Holy See is here, so no one dares to openly say the word no. So when George threw out this fig leaf and narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning everyone quickly raised their hands and expressed their attitude in public. 2. The bishop is here to administer this diocese and to guard the entrance to the valley. So whether it's Terran Elias or whose land it is, as a bishop, he naturally would not allocate that place to himself. He would just use the excuse of sealing away evil to divide the Devil Manor that no one dared to ask for under the name of Dawn Cathedral, exactly more than 20 kilometers, As for other areas, although they are not under the name of Dawn Cathedral, they are all under the management of the diocese, including various territories. And in order to survive the end of the world, everyone must obey the decree. After people heard the first half of the sentence, some people almost laughed and applauded the biggest tiger doesn't eat meat, but only wants the manner that makes them all have headaches. Who wouldn't be happy? However, the last sentence made people lose half of their smile. But even without this rule, who would dare to disobey him? Announcement of this matter now only makes things more logical. What's more, the implementation of this decree will mean that the public land will not be classified as his private property by the bishop. This will lift a big stone in their hearts otherwise. Who can compete with him? Woolen cloth? And although this public land cannot be divided into their territory, they do have the actual right to use it. That's enough. Of course, a few smart people still smelled something if anyone wants to use this public land in the future. I am afraid that the adults in charge of the parish will have to nod. But they kept this in their hearts. After all, not only are these words meaningless, but if the bishop hears them, there will probably be no future for this public land. If you don't want it for free, isn't it the right to distribute the land left by the viscount? It's not yours anyway. You're responsible for dividing it. So after hearing this, everyone was naturally happy and raised their hands. 3. There are still many monsters, even blasphemers, in the southern part of the valley. It is the duty and responsibility of the lords to eliminate them. And as the bishop of the diocese, he should also help form a patrol team, led by the Templar Knights. The soldiers are selected by the Templar Knights from each lord in proportion, leaving enough guard strength for the lord. For every time there is a harvest, each lord must use part of the excess food to support the front line based on the comprehensive situation. Eliminating those monsters will have countless benefits for the lords and even everyone. Not only can it curb the spread of the plague, but it can also recover some viscounties or manors where monsters are concentrated in the hands of the lords. This is naturally a good thing, and therefore it is appropriate to provide some food. After all, it is useless to have too much food, and the exit of this valley is guarded by the Templar Knights. But after everyone listened, some smart guys began to hesitate thinking about it. This is to protect everyone and let everyone contribute. Thinking more deeply, this is to reduce military power. And they all ran into the hands of the bishop. And he also needs to master this tax. Thinking of this, some of the lords have completely forgotten the words that the Lord of Dawn gave a speech a few days ago that relied on each hand. You can choose not to leave anyone. But in the future, the Holy See will no longer be responsible for managing any matters in his territory. When George said these words, everyone was slightly shocked. What about the remaining blasphemers in the territory? And who will destroy the swarm of monsters that will come in the future for them? At the same time, Baron Garvey suddenly stood up. How can a person who has no sense of responsibility and cannot shoulder the responsibilities of a lord be qualified to lead his people in this disaster? Please rest assured, Lord Bishop, all lords, they are all responsible people. And if anyone breaks away from the control of the Holy See and the kingdom, wouldn't it be a violation of the original oath? The oath was naturally made when the noble inherited the territory and was canonized. This sentence simply defines this rule. If you don't obey, you, the Lord, will be eliminated physically and legally. This is simply an understatement, compared to the bishop's words of no help. This bitch's words were much harsher. After hearing this, many lords stared at Garvey. The land and title I inherited are natural and natural. If you say they don't count, they don't count. Who do you think you are? But several of Garvey's diehards have stood up and said that such unbelievers, integrity, who do not want to shine in the light of the Holy See may be another believer of the ancient God. Just as the other lords were taking advantage of the loopholes in Garvey's words and scolding them angrily, Lord George suddenly opened his mouth at the right time and said, the patrol team cannot be controlled by just the Templar Knights. Lords, if there are reliable and capable knights in hand, they should be elected as deputies to help with management. After all, these people have been here for so many years, and they have more appeal among soldiers. After these words were thrown out, almost everyone stood up and expressed indignantly that those who have no faith, integrity, are not only believers of the ancient gods, but may also be another source of disaster. Everyone should come together to speak out and nip it in the cradle. Indeed, if they were just a group of illiterate soldiers, they would probably be like meat buns beating dogs, and they would never come back. But if there is a knight's leadership, these thrown out are not ordinary soldiers, but the attendants and retinues of these knights. The tight structure they formed, each loyal to the object of their allegiance, loyalty to the Lord, is something that no one can take away. However, George, who had long seen through the little thoughts of these guys, secretly laughed. The so-called knight's oath must not conflict with the spirit of the sanctuary. And these guys who usually kneel and crawl can't even come to the shelter. Each and every one of them was enlightened by the Templar knights and priests. Time to enter my sanctuary and become my Templar. You will naturally know whose words are right, and whose words are wrong. Can the quality of soldiers and knights really be compared? I have so few fearless knights in my hands now. If I don't use each of these ready-made knights, will they be wasted? This was what he wanted from the beginning, not only to take away their soldiers, but also their knights. So the last words he threw out were already in his plan. He wants these lords to become people who help him train basic armed forces. They will continue to send over one by one those ordinary people who cannot be digested by the shelter. And he came with weapons and armor. And even if there are no zombies in the south of the valley in the future, these lords can hone their defensive strength. So basic teachings such as formations and the use of weapons also require time and energy. The soldiers trained by Garvey were still vivid in George's mind. After these soldiers entered the school grounds and polished their skills, they became gray-robed knights one by one. Of course, the ones that George considered most precious and desired the most were the knights. Indeed, it is easier to train into a patrol-level elite than from an ordinary soldier. But for these veterans, who lacked time and thought to understand the word fearless, it took them a whole battle of giant/demon slaying. And they transcended that time and thought, and suddenly became enlightened. Among the noble knights, although there are Kuchiki and Bastard, those who can be called knights in this era are not ordinary. They are either selected from veterans or high-quality talents trained since childhood. How many times higher is the rate of being polished into a fearless knight? As for the stubborn and die-hard thoughts, in the eyes of this great stickman, they are nothing at all. The so-called die-hard loyalty is not only an imprint of an idea, but also something that can be formed on the basis of interests. From now on, the public land will become larger and larger, and no lord can use these lands to infect the knights in their hands to keep them loyal. But I can let the Templars take charge of the parish. This parish in charge, with just a slight change, would be the same as canonizing a knight. Although not hereditary, many knights themselves are not hereditary either. Even those at the bottom of the knight's contempt chain don't even have land. Only a title or a lord. What's more, the rules of this game will change again in the future, when the Lord of Dawn takes the title of Guardian of the Valley, or even Guardian of the West. Whoever can be canonized as a noble is not a noble. In fact, on top of these foundations, George has another rule that he will not say out loud that is his future plan for the arbitration court and the pickets led by the Judgment Knights. Martin and Jack will be the most suitable candidates. Together, these two guys will slowly deal with all the disobedient guys under various names. And when this patrol team completely becomes his own, the existence of the arbitration court will be made public, and the disaster signs among the lords will be dealt with in a genuine name. Therefore, he does not need any land at all, because the entire diocese will gradually come under the control of the shelter. After discussing some more matters, the meeting finally ended smoothly, and every lord swore an oath, signed, and stamped his or her seal. Perhaps this first meeting of the people of Hope in the Valley will seem a bit redundant, even childish. Many years from now, after all, it's just these few losers, just like playing house. Moreover, this kind of voting and signing matter was completely like taking off his pants and farting for the Lord Dawn, who had the opportunity to be completely dictatorial at that time. But this meeting marked the establishment of order, and also marked the beginning of the order in the new century. Although this prototype has been growing and changing, in the end it was completely different from the beginning, and its name was also changed. But these 4 initial rules laid a solid foundation, just like the first batch of people in the shelter. From now on, whoever joins will use the rules of the game he set in the circle drawn by George. Play. And from now on, no matter who made a mistake, whether it was with fists or legal principles, there was a basis for eradicating these mistakes even if Lord Dawn had no time to care about such trivial matters. The consuls will also carry out their will according to this constitution and turn disobedient people into obedient ones. Starting from today, I will master the 3 trump cards of land allocation power, resource allocation power, and people. The lords never imagined that there would be people in this world who were not afraid of the wrath of the Holy See and canonized Templar knights in batches. Chapter 121 Labor Contract. To say that this piece of land is about to be recovered. What else is most valuable besides the fertile land? It must be those manors. These manors have never been recovered by other lords. They contain a lot of resources, and are naturally the hardest bones to crack. And some blasphemers, and even many completely mutated monsters, are also among them. But in those cleanups, The soldiers found that it was much easier than they thought. The Archbishop Dawn, who led them, could not only break through the fog and let the sunshine shine down. The torch lit by his own hands actually has the ability to dispel fog and monsters. This is the torch of hope lit by the hope collected from the Book of Dawn. Although it can only illuminate 20 or 30 steps, it burns for more than a quarter of an hour. However, when the monster attack is the most violent, throwing it into the distant mist can disperse the oncoming monster group. And after the torch is thrown, the fog in the area it passes through will be dispelled for a period of time. Although it is only a few minutes, it allows the soldiers to use various tactics. Often at critical moments, many lives are saved. But what gave them the most confidence were the Red Robe Knights. After the demon-slaying battle, the sacred power they released was a level stronger than before. And it was more durable. Even Martin could sing 5 hymns compared to before. These Knights of the Dawn who truly understand the meaning of sacrifice, courage, justice, etc. are no longer much worse than those real Templar Knights. However, George had not yet conducted a formal baptism ceremony for them out of his own inner intentions. So these people have not yet mastered the Holy Seal. But that's enough. When the Knights' estates were gradually cleaned up one by one, and all kinds of well-preserved materials in those estates were transported out by truckloads, George felt that their busy days had not been in vain. As for things like leather and velvet, although they are rare, they are often found in the valley. But cotton is a southern thing, and silk that can not only be sewn into gorgeous clothes, but can also be used in military applications is even rarer. The wealth of the nobles is more than this, and George and his patrols have gained more than this. In addition to all kinds of ironware that can be remade, there are also many spices, cheeses, wines, gemstones, crystals, silverware, porcelain, and oil paintings, and those hidden in various corners by nobles and wealthy people are filled with silverware, small box with fox, bronze eagle, and golden lion. Nor was he spared by the excavation team led by Volpe. These things can be said to make the eyes of soldiers and knights turn red. But there are things even more precious than these, such as those family heirlooms, exquisite armor, swords that are as sharp as clay. These are antiques that nobles would only wear in grand ceremonies. When George saw these things on the first day, he wrapped them in scrolls and directed the servants of heaven far away in the sanctuary to start work. And he gave Anthony a heavy responsibility. And while sending him away first, he also asked him to bring back a message. All the men in the territory must go all out to build equipment. There was so much treasure in the southern part of the valley that George didn't have time to return to the shelter even once. With these things in hand, the knights and soldiers who listened to George's lectures every day gradually became full of the spoils he threw out, and they became more and more enthusiastic about their work. After the battle, George even took the time to bring these soldiers and knights back home in fine clothes, and distributed many good things to their relatives and friends. This allowed the members of the patrol team to slowly understand who it was better to follow. And as time went by, those lords whose greedy eyes turned red after receiving the letter knew from the beginning what these people did every day and what good things they got. In the end, I stared at him greedily, unable to receive a single letter. However, this situation did not last long, because a month later, a certain lord saw the large trucks transported to his territory in addition to the materials collected in the manor. There were also many lords. They asked George for food. However, along with these carts came the cavalry and the forest of guns outside the castle square. At that time, in the midst of barren color, George was seen throwing 2 things on the table between them. One is an agreement, or IOU. One is a list. On the list, there are many records of flies and dogs in the barony of color, as well as many filthy and rotten things. It's obvious where these words come from. No one knows more about the territory than their knights. Don't get me wrong. Barren color. I said I won't delve into the previous matters. So I got this list here specially for you to burn. George smiled slightly. Then the conversation changed and his voice became colder. But the Holy See has been paying attention to the living conditions of the people in various regions. So there are some things that I don't want to happen again. George really didn't intend to go into details, because among the 7 lords, these 3 barons are the only ones left. If you kill one person, it will make other lords feel very sad. So the purpose of bringing out this list was just to let these lords know what their knights said to him. They would never know who said it. They would just think it was everyone, because many of those things were made up by Martin after using cliches. After showing off his power, George brought the conversation to the main thing, the agreement, and the goods that had been brought over. He knew that, with the exception of Baron Garvey, everyone else was poor. But after all, this winter is too difficult, and the survivors in ragged clothes have too few things to survive the winter. So for this charity, he adopted another method of settlement, that is, what was written in the agreement. Or in other words, this was a long-term labor contract. Since food is controlled by tax, it is naturally not a commodity used for settlement in the future. Generally speaking, this agreement is an IOU, indicating how much is owed to George and how much needs to be paid out regularly. And because they are owed, the value ratio of the materials provided by George now is a bit scary compared to what the lords will return in the future. After all, one is spot and the other is futures. And the most sinister thing is that the interest rate is very high. This can be regarded as something specially customized by George for those poor lords, these lords, who have almost nothing except population and land. Under George's deliberate arrangement, they even have very little food. So the demand for supplies is huge. Although the lords now have nothing. As long as there are people, there will be an endless supply of things collected, such as stone, wood, coal, salt, linen, domesticated animals, and other things that require a lot of hands to get. It is not an exaggeration to say that this agreement is a self-selling agreement. And while the lords are selling themselves for George, the people will also have something to do. And by the way, they can also make a living at work. It is stated in the agreement many matters, many of which protect the rights and interests of these workers. Under George's power, as long as the lords signed the agreement, they would naturally not dare to violate any of them, even if some of them could not understand the complicated rules and regulations. The future law enforcement team would follow this agreement. They can cause trouble at any time. Even the lord does not have this right to his own vassals. And slowly, the lords will also find that if they want to get the materials from the big lord, they have to get busy. The more things are done, and the busier they are, the less people they need. Invisibly, they will put more effort into recruiting refugees and developing the population. As for George, the southern part of the valley is basically peaceful now. If materials such as stone, wood, and coal are all left to the people of the sanctuary in the future, then he does not have to keep the lives of these lords. Besides, the shelter is not suitable for grazing livestock, but the land to the south is very suitable. Therefore, George has already made plans for these future supplies. They will become a rope that will tightly tie the lords and let them become high-level tenants of the Lord of Dawn. The most insidious among them are the livestock. Even if some people still have some livestock in their hands, George will let them owe them first on the pretext of using these people for breeding. In fact, most lords have very few livestock in their hands. However, as the South is cleaned up more and more, the scattered farm animals will slowly be taken back by people. People need to recuperate, and livestock also need to recuperate. If all the farm animals gathered back are used to kill and eat meat, then all the fish will be lost. And Johannes is not suitable for herding. So otherwise let these lords write more IOUs for him and help him run a good business. When the number of these livestock increased, and the lords tasted the sweetness of exchanging things with him, the once grand scene in the southern part of the valley would naturally be slowly restored, but half of the cattle and sheep would probably have to be stamped with Johannes' seal. Well, after all, in the agreement, George and the lord each owned half of the offspring of the livestock that were lent to the lords. The first one belonged to George, and the second one belonged to the lord. Now this group of administrators all happily think that they have taken advantage. Not only because the materials provided by their big landowner are real and in large quantities. This is also because although the number of these cows and sheep and their offspring can be clearly counted, they can secretly collect some of the milk they produce. Before winter came completely, George went to various territories to send warmth. Not only did he exchange this warmth for agreements and IOUs one after another, but he also exchanged for many treasures that he had always coveted. The biggest treasure among them was the one he mentioned accidentally to Baron Garvey every time he went to Vienna town. It was the armor given to Garvey's great-great-grandfather by a certain duke. Baron Garvey finally gave this gift to his new boss with flattery. It can be said to make this greedy Lord Bishop smile. He immediately covered it with a scroll. And the armor forged in the distant blacksmith workshop was also replaced with a new style after all. This set resembled the Milan style, outlined with gold and silver and inlaid with gems. The full-body knight armor, even if its high-quality materials and structure are discarded, its style and decoration are far more showy than those square iron cans. As each area was cleaned up, more and more miracles were revealed in George's hands. The pie was painted, and more stories were told by the Knights Templar. Every night, the knights and soldiers would think in front of the bonfire, singing hymns in their mouths. At the same time, They also yearn more and more for their future to become the Templar Knight. The Lord said that each of them has such an opportunity. There are even those with outstanding military exploits, who have already been booked. Martin and other Templar Knights also said that they were not sent by the Lord, but were guardians of God who were destined to gather together in the dark. Gradually, more and more people have put on gray robes. And George also misses home more and more. It's almost going to snow. I wonder if Anthony has put the Kong head up for me. Chapter 122. Charging doesn't require courage. There is nothing more despairing than this. In this chase, nature seems to be conducting a selection process. The parents had to leave their children behind, and the son could only put down the old man on his back. Some people were crying while running away, looking at the old mother on the cart and refusing to let go. I prayed loudly in my heart, hoping for the final miracle. However, in the end, he could only be submerged in the black ocean. The corpses were like a flood, constantly devouring those who were still alive. But in this chase, the living and the dead have gradually become intertwined. The fog has covered everything, and it is no longer clear where the living are and where the dead are. Only from the desperate cries could one occasionally tell where there might be someone. When Nizan suddenly noticed that the sunlight in the shelter was dimming, and when he heard the news from the scouts, he led more than 30 riders in gray robes and rode their horses to come here through the billowing smoke. What he saw was such a scene. A choice seemed to be before him. Should we let these people into the shelter? Or should we keep all these people out? They couldn't stop this zombie wave at all. Although their soldiers were brave, they had been trained by him for a long time, and several of them had already realized the divine power and knew punishments in him. But the basic quality of these refugees-born attendants is so poor that some of them can barely even ride a horse, not to mention working with him to stop these thousands of overwhelming corpses. After only this moment of hesitation, Mizhan knew the most correct decision. He must not betray the Lord's trust. Locke, please take us back to the castle quickly. Don't open the door until you see us coming back. Let the people throw away their things and retreat to the castle as quickly as possible. But he didn't know why he suddenly shouted out the completely opposite words. That's right. He couldn't keep those desperate people out to wait for death. Nor could he let them rush into the territory with the corpses. So he chose the third option, but this is simply stupid. Looking at the tide of corpses that had already rushed in, Mizhan broke into a cold sweat. In the past 2 months, the shelter had encountered many waves of corpses and refugees, but this was definitely the biggest one. The tide of corpses gradually came, and Locke had already left the team. The others' legs were trembling on their horses, looking at their commander, and the tide of corpses in front of them in shock. Looking back and looking at their pale, hesitant faces, Mizhan knew that he was the only true fearless knight here. Protecting the people is the greatest devotion to faith. For the glory of the dawn. Mizhan suddenly raised the sword in his hand, roared, sang the song of courage, and launched a charge. He made a crazy and stupid decision. He wanted to dig through, disperse, and lure the corpses away. At this moment, amid the echo of the solo song, the riders looked at the lonely figure rushing forward, finally woke up, gritted their teeth, and followed their commander. The scattered knights collided with the black ocean and were submerged in the blink of an eye. However, among the scattered chants, there were lights that kept flickering, as if this group of people were trying their best to lead the corpses to the south. People kept falling off their horses one after another, and refugees and corpses were mixed together. In the collision, trampling, and biting, the knights sang their final sound, just like the rocks in the flood. But gradually, their voices can no longer be heard. When there were only the last few people left around Mizhan, he looked at the lonely knights fighting desperately in the dark tide, knowing that they had completed the last moment of what he taught them on this day. And he also knew that they still did not complete this impossible task in the end. Possible tasks? When Mizhan was about to be pulled off his horse by the monster, in his confused eyes, the disappointed eyes of the Lord kept appearing in front of him. But no matter what, I at least bought Locke and the people who retreated to the castle sometime. The monsters would rush towards the shelter, but they would never be able to rush into the solid city wall. In that sunshine, zombies will become slower, and refugees who can run into those farmhouses will at least have a chance to survive. There are some soldiers in the castle. They are all selected from the refugees who have come in the past 2 months. Although they have just completed training on the school field, they can lead the people through this difficult time. The warhorse sounded its last cry, and Mizhan gradually fell to the ground in the air. His eyes gradually became firm, and he looked at the turbid sky in front of him. Raindrops fell in his eyes, and Mizhan gradually closed them. When Anthony came back last month, didn't he say that there would be no more rain before the winter harvest was over? While thinking, Mishan closed his eyes, and finally saw the last gleam of light in the sky. The light was so dazzling that it even caused him to hallucinate. The neat chants on the earth are deafening amidst the sound of horse hooves. The tide of corpses and refugees quickly separated. The crowd continued to move forward in panic, and the zombies scattered in a hurry in the dazzling sunshine. One by one, the red-robed knights led groups of gray-robed knights to charge forward on horseback, like sharp swords, piercing through the corpses in the blink of an eye. The spear phalanx following them slowly advanced in the orderly pace of the soldiers. A horse suddenly ran past Mizhan, and while shouting, it knocked away the remaining monsters around him and drove them away. Mizhan suddenly stood up, looked around, and saw that there was no fog around, and the corpses had been cut into 4 or 5 pieces like cheese. Continuously in the array of spears, pieces were cut down like wheat. A knight wearing golden retro plate armor and red robes, riding a golden horse, slowly arrived in front of Mishan. Mizhan looked at the noble knight with a confused look on his face, watching him gradually close the book in his hand, take out the scroll, and take off his helmet. I'm glad I caught up. I almost died from exhaustion after riding a horse for a day. After saying this, he closed the scroll, and the previous line of large red characters on it had disappeared. Sir, who are these people? Mishan looked at the groups of knights and soldiers in the distance, who were finishing up, as if he hadn't recovered yet. My Knights Templar. George looked at the groups and shouted, in the name of Dawn. The knight's face was full of excitement. The cold wind blew fiercely, and the carriages, dragged by soldiers and citizens, followed the team into the gate of the castle. In the central square, the attendants put away the golden flags in the hands of the knights. While busy, helped the knights take off their armor and place their horses. The citizens originally planned to cook in the castle today. They were almost ready. But now there are 800 more refugees, 500 soldiers, and 108 knights. More than 40 of them are George's red robe and Miss Hand's gray knight. This caused all the aunts and ladies in the territory to get into the kitchen and get busy in full swing. Refugees can build new farmhouses, but these knights and soldiers can only be stationed in the castle, counting the workers who usually clean the castle. It will be a little crowded. But George was still very excited, because starting from today, this castle no longer only houses those ghosts. Chapter 123 The Duke's Letter. The smell of baking bread filled the kitchen, and women and young men came and went. In fact, these breads are being heated, because many of them have been prepared in the castle's bakery some time ago. As for the ingredients for these black and white breads, they naturally come from the wheat that was transported from the other side of the river more than a month ago. These 40,000 bushels of grain occupy a volume of nearly 1,000 cubic meters. Not only did it fill up the original barn in the castle, it also forced the residents to build another small barn next to it. Now that the winter harvest has begun, the small 2-story stone house with a pointed roof probably won't fit. But anyway, it's potatoes and vegetables. It would be more appropriate to put them all in the homes of the citizens. The batches of supplies brought by the soldiers did not contain much food, but there was some. Before George came back, they were escorting the working people in the woods and hunting at the same time. So after all the carriages were transported into the castle, the wild boars and deer on the carriages were also moved into the kitchen and cooked. The night soldiers, who had rested for a while, followed their lord to the Cathedral of Dawn, which they had always dreamed of, and performed devout prayers, oaths and baptisms. This is the first time they have done homework in this sanctuary. But it is not the first time they have taken an oath. But outside, no matter how much I prayed and swore, there was no holy light, nor could I see the angel descending from the sky, tapping the sword on the shoulders of the dozen heroes, with tears in their eyes. The gray-robed knights at the front were baptized with the water of hope by the Lord of Dawn, and given a long sword and a set of exquisite full-body armor, and the Lord, the one he is wearing, is very similar, although there is no gold, silver or precious stones. Those exquisite divine patterns and raised grooves are definitely not something that ordinary nobles can afford. In order to keep warm in winter, not only the inner lining is made of leather, but many parts of the exterior are also covered with fur. No one knows, including the one belonging to their Dawn Lord, that it was all given by Baron Garvey. They only know that on this day, they gave up everything they once had and became a noble Templar knight. And the moment they took over the armor with trembling hands, these people suddenly exuded a sacred radiance. In fact, most of these knights picked out by George from the team were old people from the shelter. They have all been enlightened by the enlightenment of the ants. So this light is the blessing of dawn. And looking at the dazzling light on their bodies, the knights and soldiers with glaring eyes in the second row also knew that next time it would be their turn. As for why Anthony came back more than a month early, it was naturally because of the great cause of the fire Kong entrusted to him by the Lord. The fire pit was something that George had been thinking about all the time, ever since the day he woke up freezing to death in the pouring rain. Later, every night, the weather suddenly turned strangely from hot to cold. When Alexander warmed his bed, he kept thinking, to be honest, this thing is not difficult. The reason why there is no such thing in this world is that everyone who has time to turn their heads has a fireplace. But he never had time, even after the weather suddenly turned weirdly hot. I completely forgot about it. However, Anthony's arrival reminded him of this matter again, that Guy's first masterpiece was the blacksmith workshop. And when George reminded him to apply this thing to people's livelihood, Anthony's smart head started spinning rapidly under the spark of inspiration. After the demon-slaying battle was over, Anthony reminded George of the snowy date, and George quickly asked him to go back and get these things. Therefore, the large fire pits with thousands of characters in each farmhouse have been set up before the winter harvest. By this time, after the territory received the first batch of refugees from the east, the new farmhouse also had this thing. And Anthony, with the servants of the kingdom of heaven and the citizens, had already begun to work on the last part of the territory. Hearth modifications in the castle. This is what his lord is most concerned about. George felt that if he did not move the blacksmith workshop into the castle and use all the excess heat, it would be a waste of money. In the future, under extremely cold conditions, shelters will also need a greenhouse that can accommodate a large number of people. So when the first snowflake suddenly fell from the scorching sky, George, who was huddled on the sofa in the castle fireplace at night, knew that rebuilding the castle was more urgent than building the outer city wall, which he had always cared about. I'm afraid we're going to have to build a wall this winter. I wonder if we can build an ice wall out of snow between the valleys. George blew his nose and asked Lorna to pour some water for him and the guest opposite, who came from afar. Cup of hot tea to go. No wonder he caught a cold. The weather was really weird. It was still hot at noon, and he took a bath in the river. He also dragged Lorna, who was washing her feet on the bank, and immersed her in the river. After being slapped, George shook his butt with a smile and jumped up into the river. After playing at the bottom of the river for a while, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body when he emerged from the water and saw the floating ice blocks around him. Then, he raised his head against the biting cold wind and saw a snowflake falling on the roaring dark clouds. When this guy came back from swimming again, his clothes and little William had disappeared along with Lorna. Leaving only an iron hoop girdle for him, there was still a lot of frost on it. Although Martin's cloak was snatched off halfway, the cold and hot weather inevitably left snot on his nose. It's really strange. The snow isn't very heavy. Why did the river suddenly freeze? After sneezing, George took the ginger soup from Lorna, who had a strange look on her face, and asked her if she wanted it. Don't stay warm with him together. Under her fierce eye roll, she picked up the letter on the table with a disappointed look on her face. This letter has been here since he returned to the castle. But he never looked. But even if he hadn't read the content, the seal pattern sealed with fire clay on the letter reminded him at a glance of the real boss of the Western Territory, Duke Adeline. The snow in Fong City is really heavy here. And the wind is also very scary. Gale took the black tea handed over by Lorna without any hesitation, blew it beautifully, and after taking a sip, he clicked his lips, frowned and said, Well, I don't know if Lord Baron is not interested in sugar. They are all southern goods exchanged from Yongfeng City. I specially brought some here this time. Stop talking nonsense. Gale! George put down the ginger soup in his hand, glared and cursed. Who told that bastard that I have food here? It's definitely not me. Sir, I haven't returned to the Chamber of Commerce to pray. So how can I know what you have here? Gale quickly defended. If you don't believe it, open the letter and take a look. The first line of the title is definitely not George. Your Excellency. Baron, maybe it is your father's name. And I am just entrusted by His Majesty the Duke to deliver each letter and act as a lobbyist by the way. Chapter 124. It's imminent. After George looked at Gale for a long time, he nodded, believing what he said. After all, the content in the letter cannot be false. Is the situation over there really so serious? Gale sighed and said, Indeed. The Duke has united with the southern princes to fight against the demonic tide coming from the east. After hearing this, George was slightly shocked at first. The Duke, who had been shutting himself away all the time, was able to make this choice. It was obviously because of the black tide that made him realize that it was now the key to the life and death of everyone in the Northern Kingdom. The black tide refers to a special kind of climate and magical tide in the mouth of the bachelors. But the nobles are accustomed to referring to it as the group of monsters that follow the tide. No, using a group of monsters to refer to it is probably a bit inappropriate. Because what the Duke and the southern princes are uniting against is probably a large army. Therefore, after hearing the news of the fall of the royal capital, George called the black tide a demon tide. And what he said to deceive Baron Garvey was probably a prophecy. However, after thinking of this, he felt slightly relieved. Because no matter what, there is still good news. Those guys have at least come forward. He knew the strength of the Duke and the southern princes very well. And from the way Gale mentioned sugar, it seemed that some kingdoms in the south were also involved. It seemed that many people still understood the principle of death with cold lips and teeth. And even if not all the kingdoms were in motion, the fall of the royal capital of Roden would definitely be enough to alarm the Holy See. Therefore, under the leadership of the backbone of the Holy See, even if he loses the final battle, he will have a lot of time. After all, a war cannot be fought in a few months. And if the trouble goes south, he will be happy. So, Gale sighed, as if he had a headache. I have to go to every place this time. And I even have to go to the Countess's place. Speaking of Lady Elizabeth, George suddenly remembered that the winter banquet will be held in a few days. To be honest, he has always been curious about Chibian. After all, no matter whether she is good or evil, they will definitely have a fight. Moreover, he has been thinking about the horse over there. Now there are only 10 Sherfan draft horses left in the territory. And with that new type of heavy armor, weighing nearly 50 kilograms, it was nothing for the fearless knight to wear. But it was a bit unbearable for those thin war horses. And the gentleman in front of him knew how to get around the large cemetery and the redwood swamp. If you miss this time, you will have no chance in the future. Yes, I heard that there are a lot of monsters over there. Especially this winter. Maybe there will be a tide of corpses. George raised his eyebrows, drank up the ginger soup in his hand, and breathed comfortably. No more words. He couldn't help but laugh with schadenfreude in his heart. With Gale's pitiful guarding power, even if he had a torch and knew the direction, it would be very difficult to make this trip after all. When the corpse tide gathers, even a shelter with sunlight will be affected. In order to send a message to Elizabeth, the Duke specially invited Lynn out. You don't need to think about it to know how dangerous this road is. George raised his eyes slightly, and when he saw Gale's face, he knew that he had a reason to send these letters. He was waiting for Gale, the profiteer, to pray. But this guy seems to be more concerned about another thing. I know it's a bit rude to say this, but I hope you can understand the meaning of cold lips and teeth. Gale sighed and said, It's not easy to fight a war in this winter. People eat what horses chew. We really need food, you know. This year's harvest is extremely poor. If there is not enough food, many soldiers may freeze to death and starve to death before the war is over. What came out of your mouth really surprised me. Gale. George chuckled. I didn't expect that a profiteer like you could have such great awareness. Sir, what you said is a bit wrong. I am a genuine charity businessman, although Rodunk is not my hometown. But I do this business just to do good deeds if I don't have any faith. How can you keep your head on your belt in this chaotic era? Gale said it nicely. But in essence, it was like this: the more survivors there are in this fog, the better it is in the interests of this group of businessmen. Judging from his gloomy look, maybe their Chamber of Commerce gave him a task target. Gale's constant persuasion can be said to be sincere, and George slowly began to think about it. To be honest, he is inclined to give these grains. After all, the situation is already so serious. The sooner Dongfang is finished, the faster he will be finished. Finally, when the demonic army surges forward, he will probably run away like the old Baron, and the food he hid privately will end up rotting in the barn. And although there are only 40,000 bushels in this barn, even if 10,000 are taken out, it will be enough to feed 10,000 soldiers for a month. One of Gale's words touched George's heart. If we hold on for a few more days, food from the south might be shipped. And if it lasts a few more weeks, maybe the south can harvest grain after all. Many crops there can be ripe in the summer. The Duke will be grateful to the lords, who provide help to the front line. He will remember everyone in his heart. And he knows that it is difficult for you here. So for some of the needs you have raised, he promised to do your best to satisfy your needs within your capabilities. After listening, George nodded slightly, although this sentence meant that the Duke probably couldn't come up with anything this time. But most of the lords living in the western region have this responsibility and obligation themselves. And with the Duke's strength, if you want to force yourself, you don't need to reason with others. However, the Duke used the word help. Obviously, What he lacks more than food now is time. Maybe if the food in the valley reaches Yongfeng City, he will have to take his troops and head east first. After George came to his senses, he asked Gale again. From what he said, it seemed that the Duke planned to entrust the matter of collecting grain to his trusted distant niece and sister-in-law, Countess Elizabeth. And if this lady is reliable, she will naturally use the merchant's knowledge of the location of the survivors' strongholds to search everywhere. But based on his understanding of the lady, George and Gale looked at each other and understood. Sir, you know that with the Duke's status and power, sometimes a recognition or a promise is worth thousands of dollars. This land needs a reliable manager. And in this way, the Duke can feel at ease, of course. This is just my analysis. But I think that the Duke will not be stingy in granting them status, and status to those who are enlightened contributors. Businessman Gale continued. At the same time, as the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce in this area, I can also promise that the Chamber of Commerce will not forget the lords who have provided help in times of need. In the future, our Chamber of Commerce's resources will not only be tilted to the north, but also be used by all of you. Offers many discounts. What a beautiful pair of flatbreads. George looked at Gale, nodded, and smiled slowly. I originally thought that this time you came here with the goods to trade with me. But I found that this time you were not just planning to blackmail me. I've made a deal. Not only are you not planning to pay a penny, are you also planning to let me do some work for you? Gale? Fundraising? Sir, I want to correct you. This is a donation. Gale's eyes widened and he said, all the food I brought here this time was donated. In the future, the Chamber of Commerce will also bring it from the south. There is a large amount of grain, tens of thousands of bushels. Of course, it may take some time. Among the people I know, you are probably the most reliable and trustworthy. So I really need your help in this matter. I don't know who to trust or ask for help. George couldn't help but feel a little depressed after hearing this. When he first saw Gale, he was ready to scrape some oil from his hand. But now it seems that things are going to be completely opposite. George has already made a decision in his mind. Because I'm afraid he really needs his own help in this matter, not to mention the West. The entire East Side's grain reserves are basically in his hands. If he doesn't bleed profusely, the Duke who is fighting at the front may not be able to count on anyone. It was too much. But he could still afford 20,000. Moreover, these seals in the hands of merchants cannot be sent to various places like this. At least, they cannot let the Countess know that the military strength in the East is completely empty. Otherwise there will be no peace this winter. Therefore, he, the Archbishop who has a large Templar order, guards the rear for the Duke, and manages this diocese, has to meet the unknown woman for a while, and let her calm down for a while. There are plenty of carrots in the shelter. According to the Duke's seal, it shouldn't be difficult to forge a letter. Chapter 125 The Words of the Ancient God. Thinking of this, George slowly raised his head. Tell me, Gale, how many task targets did the Chamber of Commerce give you this time? Sir, how could you say that? After saying this, Gale quietly stretched out 3 fingers after seeing George's slightly narrowed and gradually cold eyes. He retracted one more. Gale felt that the Lord should still be able to get 2,000 bushels of grain. And although I have it returned to the Chamber of Commerce, I don't know the more detailed situation of this territory. But judging from that treasure, the situation here is far better than other places. Sir, given the situation here, you should be able to come up with a lot. I hope you can help me a lot because I'm afraid I really can't count on the other lords. Gale. George stood up and tied the cloak he was wearing. And this move also let Gale know what kind of decision the Lord had made. Just these last words before he went out. I will help you complete your mission, including the share of each lord in this area. I have the final say now. Gale's head suddenly raised, and he looked up into the adult's eyes, wondering whether he had heard wrong just now. But there did seem to be some familiar faces in the 2 teams of knights he saw when he came here. But there are a few things in your hand that I am bound to get. And I have to pick some of the things you bring as filler. You have to give them. And if you don't give them, you will leave them alone. Over here. This guy is right. The Duke has no time to take care of this profiteer now. And in this valley, the lords who can touch him are now like the dogs he raises. Looking at George's burning gaze, Gale suddenly realized this. His face gradually turned pale, and his lips trembled twice. That treasure was his lifeblood. But if I don't take it out, I'm afraid my life will be lost. Let alone this bandit. If he fails to complete the task, his position will definitely be over. Moreover, part of this lifeblood can be torn off, as long as the valley is peaceful. It doesn't matter if this part is left behind, it's just that this lord is too black-hearted. Gale vowed that he would never cooperate with him in any way from now on. That map is worth more than 2,000 bushels. After weighing it, Gale finally nodded. Okay. I can keep the things, but you have to at least give me this number. Gale's hand stretched out of 4. But under George's sneer, the desperate businessman finally withdrew too. Prepare your 300 carriages. 20,000 bushels of grain are not easy to transport. I can accompany you to the west of the valley. There should be enough horses there. After saying that, George didn't look back. Go out. Gale froze on the spot and said nothing. After muttering George's words again, there was a roar in his head. His hands and feet were numb, and he stood up dancing. Under Lorna's strange eyes, she rushed out of the house. Sir, I brought you a lot of gifts this time. This morning, Aunt Angel and several young and beautiful women pushed the door into the master's bedroom. While tidying up, they added firewood to the fireplace. These girls were all new arrivals a few days ago, and they were accompanied by more than 90 other girls. Originally, they were all going to be taken eastward by the merchants. But now they were all detained by George. Even the horses that pulled the carts were recruited by him. After all, there is nothing left in the car. From that moment on, Gale regretted the words he shouted when he went out. Gale's caravan has been sent to Garvey by George's orders. His small boats would take these people to the merchant ships. As for Gale himself, he is now accompanied by Martin and Aji every day, who told him that after confirming the quantity of the food, he did not plan to go east again. So when he said the words, "Sir, in fact, it's okay if you just help me deliver the letter," his fate was decided. The girls seemed not used to doing this kind of servant work, so they inevitably made some noises. So the old man who was lazy in bed was called like this. To be honest, George had not seen this kind of scene where the servants came into the house early in the morning to clean up without seeing anything outside the house for many years, too many years, if you include this time in his previous life. He couldn't help but feel like he was in another world. Everything in the territory is now on track, and there is nothing for him to worry about. As the number of people increased, George occasionally couldn't name some of the managers responsible for daily affairs, and even felt a little unfamiliar. It's just that these people never feel that the Lord is a stranger. After all, these backbones are the first batch of people to come to this sanctuary. Rubbing his eyes, George picked up the Book of Dawn on his pillow and turned to a certain page. On this page, there is something drawn on the left and right. A sun that looks like it is outlined by countless complex geometric shapes. In the note in front of him, the name displayed above is Fire of Hope. This was gradually condensed after owning the outer manor, 20 kilometers away. The light of dawn also reminded him that if a church was built there, it would be more conducive to gathering hope outside the sanctuary. He no longer has to carry the Book of Dawn to collect the power of hope in various territories. On the other side is the purple stone. It is drawn very three-dimensionally in this book, like a purple-red heart outlining a special symbol. The painting is so lifelike, as if it were alive. If you stare at it carefully for a while, you will have the illusion that it is beating. This thing is called the language of the ancient god. Its function is very similar to that of the language of divine runes, but it is more powerful than the language of divine runes by more than one level, because the ability it can bless is not limited to one person, but a group. A line completely different from the handwriting of Dawnlight, and the bloody characters suddenly appeared in front of George's eyes again. Blood, plus 10% blood sucking. Explanation: the power in this rune seems to be sealed, and its ability is far beyond that. Open your heart and tell me your desire. The Lord will fulfill it. Shaking his head, George closed the book. When I saw this thing for the first time, the abilities I saw were more than that, and what it says is completely different. At that time, two fonts continued to appear in front of his eyes, and the sound of the language of the ancient god continued to ring in his heart. These sounds were full of various thoughts. The moment he saw them, he felt hysterical in his heart. It was like looking directly at that demon for the first time. It wasn't until he put the thing into the Book of Dawn that it became quiet, but for a period of time afterwards, those words and sounds would still appear in his dreams. It wasn't until last night that it completely disappeared, and the ability of language of the ancient god was the only one left now. And George also knew why Dawnlight was dissatisfied with him. Chapter 126: Wealth and Snatched Plugins. George admitted that these voices not only knew many secrets, but also made him feel that the Dawnlight was like a naked body in his eyes. Of course, they might be completely blackening it, or the god of sanctuary, and it also has great bewitching power. It was like being able to read his thoughts and know what he was thinking. It told him many incredible things, which almost subverted George's outlook on life and made George extremely curious. But he didn't try to follow its words, because he didn't think it was necessary. After all, advanced creatures, like gods, always have their own methods to achieve things that go against common sense. And no matter how powerful it is, George has no intention of letting go of his whole body and soul to join this new boss, like the priest who risked his life after all. He works for himself. As for the threat in its mouth, he also found it too funny. Argue the language of the ancient god? Why are you silent? Ha ha. Let's see if you can still draw the words in 2 days. After muttering something, George turned a few more pages, and something called Torch of Hope appeared in front of him. This thing actually existed after the church was established. But a torch consumes 1 point of hope, and can only illuminate a distance of 20 or 30 steps, which seems to be too uneconomical. But now it is useless. After all, the hope collected in the Book of Dawn can only be used for such things, and it cannot be stored for long. And this kind of hope is different from that formed by shelters. Although they are unstable, they are collected very quickly. For example, in the speech after the demon was eliminated, the Book of Dawn collected thousands of hopes. Whenever he told stories to the soldiers and knights around the campfire at night, or distributed items to the people in various places, the power of hope would also increase significantly. However, after collecting these hopes, except for lighting the torch of hope, the others were constantly neutralized by the words of the ancient gods. Until these 2 months, he continued to do good deeds, and consumed almost a year. 1. The hope collected by the Book of Dawn slowly slowed down. It is estimated that in a while, this evil rune will be completely quiet. At that time, as long as you stimulate it with the power of hope, its power can be stimulated with the current level of strength of the Demon Slayer Knights, even if they have the curse of the fallen. After possessing the life-plundering properties of this rune, they no longer have to worry about it in battle. According to the data given in the Book of Dawn, the minimum consumption of activating this blood-sucking rune is 10 hopes, which can give 10 people 10% of the blood-sucking power in 1 minute. There is no upper limit to the range that the word of the ancient god can cover. But after more than 10 people, whether it is 11 people or 20 people, you need to invest another 10 hopes to stimulate its power. In addition to consuming the hope in the Book of Dawn, you can also use the shelter scroll to focus the power of hope in the shelter into the Book of Dawn. The current population living in the shelter has reached 1,770. The hope base gathered has exceeded the number of 5,000. George, luxuriously, renovated every building, but there were still less than 4,000 left. However, George did not intend to misuse the accumulated wealth. He was going to use them all to make the Word of Runes. At least every knight should have a good set of them. As for the soldiers, George also planned to let each of them have a magic rune. Currently, he can only create 2 talisman words in his hand. One is light, and the other is purification. All number 1. However, these 2 kinds of rune words can be used to synthesize, and the ratio is 3:1. The number 2 rune word obtained in this way will have the same function, but the effect will be doubled. A dozen red-robed knights are equipped with the new Dawn sword, which costs 300 to 400 hope. George feels that with his level of wealth, he does not need to blink at the money with the current leaders with the speed of gathering hope. More than 200 units can be restored in a week, and after calculation, even if all the more than 500 soldiers in the territory are equipped with the number 1 daybreak weapon, it will cost 3,000. Another way to synthesize the word of divine runes is to combine 3 different words of divine runes together. The new divine patterns obtained are random, and it all depends on luck. But this is the synthesis method that George hopes to carry out most now. But he still lacks a magic talisman to use. Indeed, the merchant did not bring even a single piece of the talisman. These meaningless things that George had said before were all given to the Duke by him. But when he thought of the treasure that Gale sent him, the depression in his heart was swept away. It is an alchemical artifact that combines magic and divine power. It not only has extremely detailed terrain, but can also roughly identify the dangers in various areas of the entire valley by sensing dark elements. Emotions of hope and despair. Degree. Through this map, the survival probability of these caravans with rich traveling experience can be said to be increased by 80%. But this map made George a little confused on the map. The location of the shelter was a soft white light, and even an annotation was automatically marked by this alchemical artifact, order. There are no monsters in the location where the 7 lords are, and a large number of people are praying, which generates the power of hope. So there's also a faint white light, and it's also labeled order. The same is true for the strongholds of various lords in the east. Just the annotations are a little different: dying people, struggling refugees, doomsday carnival, shrouded in darkness, danger, etc. But the biggest difference is the territory where Elizabeth is located. In the center there is a fog there. And the annotation is a? The map was slightly damaged, as if it had been torn off. Except for Elizabeth's area. Some areas are just like ordinary maps without any display. So recently Anthony is repairing and researching this alchemical wonder. Isn't the light of dawn also an alchemical product? After thinking about it in bed for a long time, George was no longer sleepy. He closed the book, stretched out comfortably, put on a coat, and went to the balcony. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the earth has been covered with silver. More than 400 houses and farmhouses are bustling with activity and smoke. Many local residents, wearing thick fur coats, were sweeping the snow from the roofs and streets. People were constantly pushing vehicles back and forth to transport the accumulated snow out. The window was opened, and a cold air poured into the house. Under Aunt Angel's concerned inquiry, George sighed and looked to the east. There were residents and soldiers busy over there. According to Anthony's discussion with him, there will definitely be refugees coming this winter. But they have to build more houses before the weather gets completely cold. Martin in the school grounds greeted the Lord, and George nodded to him, knowing that he would take people to the coal mine to receive supplies today. In winter, every territory has a huge demand for coal and wood. It can be said that in winter, apart from food, it is the biggest need. But before, because of the many dangers in the fog, no one would leave the team to transport supplies in the mountains and forests overnight. But now it is different. Since the South began to stabilize, various lords have sent people to work in the coal mines. During this period, George also led the soldiers to eliminate monsters in the southern mountains and forests for a period of time, and even escorted some teams. With the joint efforts of everyone, a lot of new coal was indeed mined. But transportation has become a headache. There is a shortage of horses. Even in the shelter, there are not many horses left. Today, there are less than 10 Sherban draft horses left, of course. If you had those stolen from merchants, and the thin ones brought by the knights, the number of war horses reached 100. But compared to the current population base and the arable land in Gunnan, this number is a bit pitiful. Moreover, 3 or 5 of those thin and old horses are not as good as one heavy draft horse for farm work. This made him think about the horses in the earldom day and night. However, judging from the map provided by the merchant, not only is the road to those horse farms difficult to walk, but if you are carrying too many items and do not want to walk through the swamp, you will have to go through the manor. But it doesn't matter. He's not stealing the horse now. He's going to steal it blatantly. Chapter 127 Greenhouse Plan. Because the number of horses is too small, there is still a lot of coal piled in the coal mine. However, Gale's arrival solved a problem for everyone. Coupled with the extra 40 or so Sherfan draft horses, with a few more trips, the coal can be hauled out. Seeing the vast crowd fading away, George sighed, turned his head, and asked inside the room, "What's the temperature today?" After coughing, George felt a little embarrassed, knowing that he accidentally said the wrong thing. However, the attentive Aunt Angel seemed to understand his consciousness. "There was frost this morning, but it melted after the sun rose. It was still over 30 degrees when it was the hottest yesterday," George muttered. This temperature is naturally estimated, and the reference is Anthony's thermal expansion meter. However, that thing is a bit too complicated compared to a thermometer. It is not filled with mercury, but some kind of gas. It is a multifunctional alchemy tool, and the calculation starts from more than 200 degrees. Recently George suggested that Anthony come up with a simple one. Anthony naturally knows the meaning of temperature, and there are also temperature standards among bachelors. However, there is no mercury in the territory. But Anthony plans to get kerosene, and the temperature measured is similar to what George understands. Before returning to the house, George looked east. The long river 5 kilometers away was already shining in the sun. But it didn't freeze. Some knights and wolves were galloping through the wilderness, catching prey that came to bask in the sun. The brand new armor on their bodies shone brightly in the sun, and their white and red robes rustled in the wind. These armors were made more than 2 months ago by the servants of the kingdom of heaven according to the blueprint that suddenly appeared in the blacksmith's workshop. The blueprint will appear directly in the blacksmith's workshop. However, even though the workshop has undergone the most advanced transformation, 10 servants of the kingdom of heaven are working hard 24 hours a day, plus the help of all the young people in the territory. It would also take 3 days to create a full-body set of thick and heavy armor. So far, there are only more than 20 pieces, but 1/3 of them are made of real steel. Moreover, it does not take much time to transform the more than 30 trophies, and the dozen or so items brought by the knights themselves. Although they are not thick enough, the quality of these family heirlooms is not bad, and some of them are better, and they are also made of iron. So now the number of knights equipped with full-body armor has reached 70. If in the past, with such an armed force, George could call himself a powerful baron. Before I leave, I can have some chicken. After clapping his hands, George closed the window, got dressed, and swaggered out of the house under the red-faced eyes of the girls. After going out, he quietly opened the door in front of the study room. And sure enough, he saw Lorna secretly flipping through the book here. Without disturbing the future Grand Bachelor, George went straight downstairs. He would take Gale away tomorrow. And he had to tell Anthony not to demolish the castle. After going down a few floors, a clanking sound came over. George passed through the corridor and followed the sound all the way down to the basement. On the way, he kept meeting people transporting soil and boulders. And Anthony was also busy with a group of people below. After accompanying Anthony for a while, the two returned to the public study room on the first floor of the castle. Rona, who was lying in front of the fireplace in a daze at some unknown time, was asked to pour a pot of tea, and they chatted about the current progress of the project and Anthony's plans. The basement originally existed in the castle, and not just in one place. But none of them can meet the future needs of the castle. However, George not only planned to expand this one, but also renovated and use the others. In the future, a conjoined auxiliary hall will even be built in the castle to connect with the basement. The fireplaces have now been renovated. But what is being done now is a major project. And according to the communication between George and Anthony, this is only the initial stage. The future castle will not only need to be expanded, but also need a large reservoir. This water will not only control the temperature of the workshop, but will also be like a hot spring under a castle, warming the entire castle. Looking at the knights and soldiers passing by the door of the study, Anthony sighed and said, "There are indeed many people living in the castle now, and I'm afraid it will continue to increase in the future. So I agree with some of the renovation proposals you have put forward." But, when George heard him say this but, he knew what this guy was going to say to persuade him again. He waved his hand, interrupted him, and said, "Don't talk about it yet. Anthony, regarding the temperature, is it okay if water is circulated? I have some ideas, and I also have some formulas that can mold clay into stone as what you call pipes. But with the current situation, the temperature can only be circulated in various basements, and cannot rise upstairs. Besides, the castle itself is well insulated, so it's just a waste of coal, George. I don't know why you insist on doing this. It's like sewer stone." At this point, Anthony was angry and added 2 tablespoons of sugar to the black tea. "You burned so much money, and I didn't even say I felt sorry for you." Listening to Anthony's complaints, George whispered softly. After taking a sip of tea, he said slowly, "I know that the insulation of the castle is enough. And even if the weather is colder, there are simpler ways such as adding an insulation layer outside the castle wall. But since you proposed if I don't move the blacksmith workshop into the castle and make good use of it, I really can't sleep." Looking at Anthony's frown, George slowly put the teacup down and said, "For example, growing mushrooms, the temperature and humidity in the basement are far from enough now." After saying this, Lorna on the side widened her eyes. Anthony's eyes also widened mushrooms. This was what he reminded George of in the first place. But it was just casual chatter. But he never imagined that this guy would be so concerned about this matter. Sometimes he really couldn't understand that even when there was enough food, the Lord would still worry about planting anything on any available land. Look at those lords. The castle gardens are filled with all kinds of flowers and plants. But this guy only loves cabbage and radishes. To be honest, Anthony feels that the perfect use of farming space is worth publicizing. But George was so stingy about the land that he couldn't help but sometimes left him speechless. "Hurry up, Anthony. Don't miss out on the production of those colored glazes after the weather cools down completely. I hope they can cover the inner walls and the top of the castle. In this way, on top of my smooth white marble, I will have after a layer of fertile soil. You can plant in winter." "Ha ha ha. Yes, yes." Lorna, who had been secretly listening with her ears pricked up, straightened her tongue. "Mushrooms, Anthony." Dot. After leaving the castle with Gale's caravan, George did not go directly to the east, but called all the lords together. The winter banquet is coming soon, and the lords have different opinions on whether to go or not. But if they go, they will be on the way. In fact, as far as the lords are concerned, they are vassals of the Viscount. Even if they do not obey the Earl's control, there will be no such thing as violating their oath. But after all, the fall of the royal capital left everyone without a backbone. So when they first knew there would be a meeting in winter. Everyone was very eager to go. However, everyone had regained their backing at this time. So they no longer thought so much about this matter, it was just that they were a little curious about the situation in the east. Although unlike George, they had long known that the Countess still ruled the west of the valley. We even know that the resources there are richer than here. But there was no chance to pass. But this time it is a very good opportunity. George also felt it was an opportunity. Of course, he knew it too. If this scam is not done well, this winter banquet will become a hung-in banquet. But he believed that with his current strength. Although there was a big gap between him and the archbishop in charge of this diocese. If he wanted to run away, no one could stop his more than 100 knights. Chapter 128 Walking westward in the snow. Horse hooves and fur-iron boots walked on the snow, continuing to move westward in the hazy mist and falling snowflakes. 2 carriages carrying fodder and tools creaked in the snow, and Wolf shuttled through the forest, leaving patches of footprints on this snowy road. Baron Garvey exhaled a breath of white air, tightened his red cloak that was specially made by a tailor, and continued to talk to the adult next to him. My ores are all exchanged from the channels in the west. And this is indeed the case for the girl you mentioned. Along the way, Baron Garvey has gradually explained everything exactly. Judging from George's own judgment, those who had been conducting slave transactions with Garvey were several lords in the west. And Baron Garvey does not seem to have direct contact with the lady. Human trafficking is indeed too common in this period. And if there is an opportunity to exchange for iron, Garvey will naturally not let it go. As for how they would live, Baron Garvey, as a lord, didn't want to care. Having said this, Baron Garvey looked at the knights beside George. These people originally belonged to the various lords. But now, they are all following George on this road. Of course, the war suits they are wearing now, the robes belong to various lords including his good nephew. But this makes it look even weirder. Especially the talismanic long swords made of Uvado's steel slung around the waist of those knights. As well as the brand new armor with divine patterns on their bodies. Made him jealous. He had never seen such exquisite armor. The ridges and dense patterns on it were impossible to create without being a master. I'm afraid only the real nobles can afford it. But why does it look familiar? He didn't understand why the bishop took out such a good thing now. But he didn't want to know. And he didn't want to ask. He didn't even intend to scold his nephew in private. Because he thought deeper this is a good thing. Just like someone in the family serving in the royal court. And if he could be lucky enough to be the Templar guardian knight beside him, Garvey believed that he would definitely be willing. Because this is an extremely glorious thing. After all, he could tell from those rules and agreements that the bishop's ambition was definitely not to rebuild the diocese. What's more, what was revealed in the duke's letter was his absolute trust in the bishop. In fact, each lord has his own thoughts. Ever since the patrol team was established, they slowly realized something was wrong. However, by the time they all reacted, it was already too late. The bishop took everything from them and left them only a fig leaf. But the guys who have survived until now are all smart people. Especially after meeting these knights again today. The lords of this group went from being red-faced, humiliated, angry, and dejected at the beginning to being thoughtful. They discovered that they were not in the same group as this young man at all. Level. The person who robbed them was not a powerful upstart. Nor was it a new force in the apocalypse. Rather, he is the bishop who has been entrusted by the Holy See and the duke with the important task of guarding one side. Land, wealth, status, honor. This bishop, who represents the Holy See and the duke, can give them all. Why should these down-and-out lords compare with him? Gradually, someone looked at Baron Garvey, who was chatting happily with the lord, and suddenly realized something. Then he called the 2 knights around him, quickened his horse's hooves, and came to George's side. These nobles were extremely sociable, and within a few minutes, the 3 of them were chatting freely. Martin and others were naturally discerning. Although they despised these lords from the bottom of their hearts, they still pulled Gale among them, slowed down their horses, gave up their position and retreated to the back. So, all the knights slowly followed George and the 2 lords on horseback. Not long after, those lonely lords suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and gradually rode their horses to the front. Then the formation began to change, as if the 7 lords were leading the knights and guarding the bishop. Although it's a bit forced to find a fig leaf for myself, it looks much more comfortable this way. And all the lords, who had some strange expressions and were downcast, gradually began to raise their heads and straighten their chests. Indeed, compared with the bishop, they are not on the same level. But if you join his command and become a part of him, your level will rise. To be honest, the shirts worn by these knights today with the emblems of various families were specially made by George, just to discuss these people. So this guy who had been walking at the front naturally saw all this scene and nodded secretly. As expected of a group of guys who are good at escaping. They all know each other very well. Originally, I planned to pick out a chicken and kill it, whether it's the Black Lake or the pasture in the north. It's actually not too far away from here, just over 100 miles. But they still only got a third of the way on the first day. This was not only because they did not bring many horses this time, but also because the road was not very peaceful after crossing the river. Compared with before the demon-slaying battle, the heavy fog that filled the surroundings was obviously much smaller, but the number of monsters did not decrease much. A long time ago, George discovered that many monsters came from the west, but it wasn't until he stepped here today that he saw with his own eyes how bad the situation here was. On the way, George and his party passed many villages and manors, but the people living there all had pairs of ice blue eyes. Not only are there a lot of zombies, there are also many mutant species. In addition to things with huge bodies like bulls, there are also monsters with weird limbs that explode into corrosive plasma after death, or monsters that are as agile as monkeys and have hands and feet like blades. There is also a kind of monster that looks thin and petite, but the wounds left by ordinary swords will heal in the blink of an eye. They are often hidden among the corpses and do not look conspicuous. But once it appears, people will be in a hurry. But this group of teens is very different from before. Not only is the rune language standard, but more than 20 people can use the holy fire with ease. So there were no casualties along the way, in fact, except for a few unlucky lords. The knights didn't even leave any scratches on their armor. After cleaning up a small farm, more than 100 people settled in this dilapidated big house with drafts everywhere. After sweeping out the snow and debris, some knights dismantled the furniture and sofas and plugged the holes. Another group of people fed the more than 20 horses. Previously, because there was nothing to eat for people, only a few lords whose territories were in better condition would occasionally feed those precious war horses some carrots and beans. This makes many war horses relatively thin. After many people put on heavy armor, the war horses became a little overwhelmed. But after this winter's harvest, the situation has changed dramatically. Not only can the carrots and beans be fed freely, but also a lot of harvested oats can be fed to the horses. Indeed, they eat better than people. And this time, George specially brought a large cart. What each horse carried was almost enough for the past few days. So these were used for other purposes. After being busy for a while, it was completely dark. Bonfires and large pits rose up in the fog. And those wolves that had eaten their fill outside also came back. The knights sat together or on the ground, cuddled up with the wolf, drinking wine to keep warm, and talking freely. George and the lords were surrounded by fire, and knights in the middle. Tomorrow we can see the forest I marked. But we can't go deep because it is the cemetery built by Earl Black Pearl. So after we pass through a section of the road, we have to detour through the mangrove swamp. We can't go deep here. You have to pay attention, because if you haven't been there, you will definitely be swallowed by the swamp. Gale spoke in the firelight, and the lords listened attentively and occasionally asked a few questions. Unlike George, these elderly people had participated in many wars before the fog came. I usually study maps and routes very clearly. From their experience and knowledge, George also quietly learned a lot. Marching and fighting is indeed an easy task. After the lords all asked questions, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. The merchants had been to many places, and the lords also had a lot of knowledge. In the conversations all over the world, everyone can tell some stories. I don't know who started the conversation first and brought the topic to the former knights of the valley. The lords, including the 3 barons, all became disappointed. But the ones who talked the most were the nobles, who only had knighthoods on their heads. Every knight should exist attached to a true hero. My family master is dead, and Carol and I are all alone, forgetting the younger brothers who followed them. If it weren't for the family master's entrustment and the people on the fief, I would have followed him long ago. Even so, I feel ashamed to say it. I don't know who I should be loyal to anymore. The topic among the 4 knight lords gradually became deeper and deeper. Garvey and the other barons looked at the guys who suddenly became excited today, and suddenly looked at George quietly. However, the Lord of Dawn was playing with the silver fox in his hand. Martin found it in the manor. Looking at the bonfire not far away, and looking slightly distracted, he seemed to be very focused. The noble Baron George William Austin. Do you think we can be called a knight? When he came back to his senses, looking at Carol's burning gaze in front of him, he heard this sentence. My lord, Mr. Carroll, you can be called a true knight. George looked at the cowardly, greedy, shameless man who likes to make camps in front of him. and the words in his mouth sounded solemn and sincere. "You are brave and generous. Be honest, and have an upright heart. When I saw you, I confirmed this." As soon as he finished speaking, Carol suddenly knelt down on one knee, raised the sword with both hands, and held it above his head. And the three lords beside him also knelt down one by one. George was stunned for a long time, and didn't know why he suddenly knelt down, and why besides this one. The other three also did the same. But after listening to the subsequent oaths of the three of them, and the scorching eyes of the three barons, and the many knights in the room, it suddenly dawned on me he was not only a bishop, but also a baron. This time, the knight canonization was just like the first scene in the tavern, and the long sword drawn from the fire, and the preaching in his mouth, were also consistent with the previous routine. When the knights without their lords knelt down one by one, Garvey and the other three barons drank the wine in their glasses, and watched everything in front of them in silence. Their lips trembled, and they wanted to say, "Baron, also a kind of knight." Chapter 129. Asking for food? Recruit food. The forest was entangled with thorns, and the spider webs between the tree crowns were connected together. There was a lot of snow on the top, hanging on the spider webs. Poisonous little spiders crawled everywhere in the sparse snow between the branches, seemingly not afraid of the cold at all. Occasionally, a few big pieces fall down, and you can't help but turn around with goosebumps all over your body to see if it's snow or something else. The group of people had stopped and gathered around a corpse as big as a horse. The giant octopus was burned black, and golden fire was burning in a terrible huge wound on the abdomen. Around the body, much of the snow seemed to have melted. "No wonder there are so many spiders here. It turns out there is such a big thing." Martin shook off the ashes on his sword and extinguished the holy flame in his hand. Then, he looked at the businessman next to the Lord intentionally or unintentionally. "But it's a male!" Alexander, who took the initiative to collect materials from the spider, raised his head and spoke. He didn't know how he was sure or where he heard the word male. "Sir, I definitely didn't encounter this thing when I came back." After seeing Martin's look, Gale quickly explained to George and almost swore to the sky. He doesn't need to think about it to know what that dark guy Martin is thinking. He definitely thinks that he is leading everyone astray. What a pity. What is he planning? Does Tu Shao live a long life? Is the picture here clean? George knew that although this guy was a little complaining about himself, there was really no need to do so. So understand this. So he waved his hand and asked everyone to be quiet. Not long after, several red-robed knights rode back from the distance. From what they said, although the spider webs spread far, they had an end. But the knights who came back from the northwest mountains and forests later said exactly the opposite. "I saw some wriggling cocoons and shriveled animal skins. But luckily, I didn't see anything big like this. I did see it in the north direction, but it was just a corpse. The stomach had been removed by something. It looked a bit disgusting." George frowned and couldn't help but look at the two maps. Gale looked at his face and whispered, "Sir, a little further west is the swamp. It's not far away, I swear. We definitely didn't go the wrong way." George did not respond, but after looking at it for a while, he raised his head and asked, "What is there in the direction of the northwest forest? From the mountain over there, walking further west for a while, are several pastures." The businessman replied after thinking for a while. Garvey looked at the businessman and interjected, "What the Lord means is that these spiders may have come from the mountains over there. I remember that there is an iron mine in those mountains. After speaking, he looked at George. "Sir, there shouldn't be these things in the pasture, because although it is also in the forest, there are also large open spaces. Those horses are not as easy to catch as zombies. And after the heavy snowfall this winter, no matter how hardy these monsters are, they won't settle there." George said, and agreed with these words. But my heart became even more depressed. Putting aside the issue of the iron mine, the things he saw along the way to the west were enough to make him worried. There was a river blocking the direction where Johannes was originally, and there were often so many zombies crawling over from the bottom of the river to infest the eastern part of the valley. When the river freezes this winter, these things that hate water will slowly come over. Gradually, everyone came back and continued westward in the forest. The cobwebs on the road gradually decreased, and just as Gale said, a red forest gradually appeared in the distance. These strange trees were not originally this color, and usually according to the season, even the pine leaves would fall a lot. But the red forest is like a red border, with large tracts of red leaves holding snow, which looks very eye-catching. It was still far away, so Gale shouted to make everyone stop. Then George asked Alexander to dismount, and patted the snow on the ground with his halberd. Everyone heard a crisp sound of ice breaking, and black water and mud came out, and a small area around it. The area actually squirmed a few times. It would be nice if the snow fell a little heavier. At this temperature, it can't be frozen very deep at all. Be careful. It will make it even harder to walk now. The terrain of this swamp is low, and a river bend here flows into it, and water is poured into this swamp all year round. In this entire area, it is impossible to tell where is the water with floating vegetation and leaves, where is the silt that eats people, and where is the thick land that can be walked on. After the heavy fog, it became even more dangerous. Some hunters living nearby would know how to walk here, but there were no real locals in the team. Even if some people have been here, they may not be able to tell the difference in this snow. On the contrary, everyone can see the fog 100 steps away. However, this businessman, who had been here for the second time, seemed to be very familiar with this place. When he took the map that George lent to him, he led everyone to the right road. Although there are too many people in the team, it is inevitable that some people will get stuck in the mud. But often the tall horse would pull, or the nearby knights with strange powers would throw a rope. You can pull them out. It's just that this process is a bit too uncomfortable. Not only is it a bit scary all of a sudden, but the water is also too cold, and the smelly silt will remain on the armor. I said that although the area I chose is not the easiest to walk, it is the safest. You have to know that there are some places where things cannot be recovered after they fall there. On the way, Gale said to George, in some places, there is water above and mud below. If you fall down, you will disappear, and your legs cannot be pulled out from the mud, so you can only drown. Not only that, Gale turned his head. There may be many hands pulling people down below. How did you know this road? I've been observing this map for a long time. Some areas you haven't been to are not shown in such detail, and it seems that you came here for the first time last time. George finally asked. Doubts arise in my heart. These things have inheritance. Sir, you see, most of the areas on this map are marked, but I have not been to so many areas, Gale said, and every time we return to the Chamber of Commerce, we will also record a lot of useful information that cannot be shown on maps, so that those who come after you can travel back and forth safely. Gale. George looked into the guy's eyes. This map can actually be enlarged. Right. After coughing awkwardly, the businessman said, there will inevitably be damage and inheritance. Sir. George nodded. Knowing when this thing had been damaged, a few days ago, he made another serious note to this profiteer in his heart. Gradually, they finally crossed the swamp before dark. After crossing the dry hill and walking for a while, we saw the horse trail leading to the pasture in the forest. Sir, there are several large pastures in the northern part of the valley, and there are more than a dozen large and small horse farms in the pasture. However, if we take this road, we will only encounter 2 horse farms before arriving at the manor. This first horse farm is relatively close to us. Although the horse farm is not big, there are still dozens of them. And because most of the horses are domesticated, they are docile draft horses, so it is relatively easy to capture them. The racecourse that the second road leads to is a little far away from here and already belongs to the Black Lake, but it is a large racecourse. However, because there are many BMWs with precious pedigrees and violent temperaments, they have been abandoned over the years. They drive the whole herd wild, so it may not be easy to handle. On this quiet forest trail covered with thin snow, the businessman and George walk side by side. And it's not convenient for us to bring too many horses this time. After all, after we get to the manor. George squinted his eyes and glanced at Gale slightly. Make that guy shut up immediately. Gale, shut your mouth. You have to understand one thing. George looked at the fog in the distance and said this seriously and arrogantly. We are going here to assist the Duke and supervise in charge of the frontline supply of troops and the recruitment of young men if Count Black Pearl doesn't prepare these draft horses for pulling carts herself. Why should we ask us to prepare them for her? Duke Adeline was just asking for food. This is obviously not true. However, after Gale heard this nonsense, his eyes suddenly widened and he understood what he meant. Then, he suddenly remembered something. George had specifically told himself not to tell anyone about the Duke's going out. And if the Duke is still there, then if this Black Pearl behind Winsong City shows any foxtail, Duke Adeline will definitely destroy her completely before the war begins. Therefore, they didn't need to take the horses to the manor at all. It was enough to go to the Black Lake and pick some of their favorite horses. The Mr. Bishop is going to let the girl bring up the rest of the draft horses on her own initiative. Let's go! Let's go to the Black Lake. Let's see what good treasures Count Black Pearl is preparing to contribute to my Knights Templar. Chapter 139 Dire. Most of the horses previously used for riding at the shelter were draft horses. Although these horses have strong physiques, they bounce up and down when riding. Over time, they will be very painful. But real war horses like Little William are different. They sway gently from side to side when running. If you are good at it, there is no problem sleeping on the horse. And because those draft horses have a docile temperament, even if they are trained again, when they charge, they will still hide when they see people, and even make some dangerous moves that are more detrimental to their owners. If ordinary people don't have the strong physical fitness and sensitive balance of veterans, they may be left behind at critical moments. But war horses are different. After training, they tend to perform calmly and well on chaotic battlefields. When charging, he only obeys orders and bumps into people he sees instead of giving his master a kick. And they not only have endurance, but also have strong explosive power. Even after a long journey, it can still lead the owner to charge in an emergency. This makes those knights who know horses extremely eager for those good horses. So when this group of guys hiding in the woods saw the horses eating the special pile of fodder by the lake in the distance, they all nervously raised their fists. Their armor had been taken off, and they were only wearing iron boots. It seemed that they were all ready for the next work. Today is so exciting. It reminds people of the past. Horse training is a required course for knights. In the past, they often went to some horse farms with the lords to compete fiercely with those good horses. The process was thrilling, but it made people feel passionate. And when they successfully subdued a fierce horse, they felt the joy of challenging and winning, and the praise of their lords and companions. It will also make them feel an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. For many years, they have never had such an opportunity. But today, it seems like I have returned to the past. The fog in front of me is also light. Like a small fog, the fog in the valley has become much lighter after destroying a source of disaster. And the knights have the language of the runes. There are more and more horses by the lake, and the food seems to be a bit inadequate. But the horses with the highest status always get the best food, compared to the hay that is painstakingly dug out from under the snow. These nutritious feeds are much more delicious. It also reminds those horses of the happy times when they were cared for by humans. It is not easy to survive in this environment. No one was repairing the stables, and there were leaks everywhere. No one puts them in horse clothes in winter, and no one washes or trims their hair. Not to mention the beans and oats that are there every day. But beasts are often better able to adapt to the changes in nature than people. After a few years, the unkempt manes on these horses soon grew thick and long, almost covering the whole body, and they began to no longer fear the cold. In the process of survival of the fittest, the remaining horses, like Johannes's wolves, became stronger and better at finding food than before, and they were more able to endure hunger. Later, they even became somewhat resistant to the plague, and those small, dry living dead people couldn't catch up with them at all. Their rotten teeth can barely bite into their strong muscles. But these wild horses, who had lost their stiffness, could kick them to pieces and smash their bones into pieces with just one kick. There are a few deer in the lake and river, and they seem to be aware of the good things here. They came close to grab some benefits, but were kicked aside by the strongest black horse, and the one who ran slowly had his ear bitten off by it. This big black horse was stronger than the male moose. It was shiny all over and had a very violent temper. The deer were like little cubs next to him, when it stood together with the stallions that were slightly shorter than it. Even the bear in the distance, who had finished drinking water and was about to come over to watch the fun, stopped in the distance. It didn't take long for all the annoying guys to leave. Even the bear lazily returned to the forest to prepare for hibernation, not intending to deal with this group of things that looked tall and numerous in the fog. The black horse snorted, but seemed a little unhappy because it smelled of wolf. Those evil-minded wolves always hang around in the forest, compared with the lynx and bears that occasionally come here to drink water. These wolves are more annoying, because not only do they have the same endurance, but they are also bolder and more cunning than bobcats and bears. They often attack quietly at night, killing foals in the chaos. Sure enough, when they were about to finish the food, wolves howled in the distance. Not long after, the wolf shadow gradually ran in the fog, and the horses began to panic, and started a fierce chase with the rushing wolves. But today's chase was a little different from usual. When the leader of the horse led his companions through the forest, they found many thick humans. They excitedly swung the lassos in their hands, and blocked the front of the horses with shouts. The black horse knocked two people away fiercely, and sprinted through the crowd. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but screamed and started to avoid it. However, when it broke out of the encirclement and looked back, it found that many of its companions had been trapped and even lifted to the ground. A raging anger suddenly burned in the black horse's chest. It turned a corner and accelerated back. Several people were unable to dodge in panic and were almost stepped on by it. Looking at the ropes, the black horse snorted disdainfully and let the ropes wrap around his neck. Then he accelerated his horse's hooves and actually pulled the two knights into the air. "This horse is so strong! Didn't the Lord say that he added some ingredients? Didn't he eat it? Go and call Alexander!" The crowd let out exclamations one after another, and the dark horse had already passed through the 110 people. Seeing that the group of people put down what they were doing and gathered together, the dark horse snorted proudly, not intending to continue playing with these idiots. It flew rapidly and flew away into the distance. The track left in the fog was like a black night nightmare. Suddenly, a huge figure suddenly rushed over in the forest. It was as tall as a bear, but as agile as a lynx. The black horse roared loudly and was startled. However, the lynx had fought hard, and in the end, he managed to avoid the man. However, just as it passed by and heard the man let out a surprised "Oh!" it felt a huge pulling force coming from its neck and shoulders. Damn lasso. After those people put it on, it didn't have time to bite them off. In this sudden struggle, the person was dragged for more than 10 meters on the smooth snow, and the iron boots under his feet plowed out the slightly frozen soil on the ground. His hands were bleeding, and the black horse finally raised its front hooves with a long neigh and stopped running wildly. The horse ran in a circle around the man, trying to find an opportunity to speed up. But the lassos, all held by the giant, were tightening tighter and tighter, and other people not far away also gathered around. "Don't come here! It's mine! Boss, we want to help you! Roll!" The black horse seemed to realize that it couldn't break free in this way. It snorted angrily, ran a sharp turn, and rushed towards the man. The horse's chest hit the man's chest hard, but Alexander's strong arms hugged it. He used the strength to get on the horse's back, and ran into the distance amidst the roar of the black horse. The same scene happened in many places, and George led more than 20 knights, holding lasso poles in their hands. During the chase, they lassoed the horses that ran out of the encirclement. Chapter 131 Grand Meeting. After a whole morning of chasing, more than 100 horses were captured. It wasn't until all the horses were put on the reins that some knights slowly freed up their hands and hurriedly began to put on their armor and pack their bags after all. According to the banquet time tonight, they were already a little late. "These horses are indeed rare and good horses, but they are a little too tall and strong." Baron Garvey was riding on a tall horse, waving the long sword in his hand, and sighed slightly, seeming to feel that there were some flaws. The shortest of these horses is 1.7 meters tall at the withers, and some of them are even more than 2 meters tall. Thoroughbred horses will not have such heights. But in these years, these unmanaged horses have basically all been crossbred. To be honest, although tall and strong horses will have certain advantages, if the horse is too tall and strong, it will consume more food and grass. Taking the horses in front of me as an example, I am afraid that the consumption of one can be enough to raise 3. Of course, if you are doing farm work, judging from the strength and endurance of these horses, it is definitely a good deal. But if it's on the battlefield, it's not very cost effective. "I think it's pretty good," George said. "These horses can carry heavier armor, and even iron jackets can be put on these horses. This way, as a mount for a heavily armored knight, it is still very suitable for charging." "You make sense." Baron Garvey nodded. "However, I still feel a little heartbroken when I see these former pureblood BMWs being hybridized. Indeed, every horse here is worth thousands of gold. But if it's mixed blood, it's not worth the price." As a nobleman who loves horses, Garvey and others are also very picky about the pedigree of horses. After hearing Garvey talk about pure blood, George touched his nose, not knowing what to say. He doesn't know much about horses, but he still knows that purebred horses are more valuable. "But isn't it also said that hybrids of creatures have advantages?" "Well, I heard the theory mentioned by Anthony." Aji, who had been following the two of them, suddenly interrupted with a smile. "Pure bloods have high explosive power, while mixed bloods have strong endurance. Apart from the market value, they are actually very good. Charles Van Marco is also a hybrid. There had never been a horse over 1.6 meters tall at the withers before." George and Garvey nodded, feeling that what Aggie said made sense. Moreover, the parents of these mixed blood horses all have extremely excellent and noble bloodlines. If someone manages them well in the future, they might be able to breed even better horses among the current mixed blood horses. There are many particularly high quality ones. "My lord." Garvey's eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered, These horses you brought from the south will definitely give Countess Elizabeth a lot of experience this time. After hearing this, George raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help laughing secretly. The Countess would definitely not recognize these horses now. Horse training is a long-term task that cannot be accomplished overnight. So after making them obedient for a while, many people slowly stopped what they were doing. And when everyone started to put on their armor, pack their bags and prepare to hit the road, George discovered that Alexander had never come back. When he took out the scroll and looked at it, he realized that the guy was walking back along the lakeside. Not long after, the tall figure gradually emerged from the mist in the distance. "I've thought about it." This guy ran directly to the Lord's side, patted the sweaty black horse's neck, and said, "It's called a night dire." Looking at the snorting black horse, George gave Alexander a thumbs up. "You idiot! Have you been running all morning just to think of a name?" "Oh," Alexander touched his forehead. "Look for the giant by the way. The horse is a bit dirty. Washing the horse with the giant's blood seems to have a good effect." Dot. Everyone is looking forward to this winter feast. Compared with the eastern part of the valley separated by the river, the nobles here are obviously more closely connected with the Earl of Black Pearl. It can even be said that in this apocalypse, she acted as a strong wall between the north and the south, protecting them from wind and rain, allowing them to enjoy their carnival here. This is completely opposite to George's initial association. "I heard that those people from the east were invited this time." "Ha. I'm getting more and more bold. I heard that your excellency wrote a letter personally. Those poor guys can't even make a piece of armor. If you can't get over, it's natural. Actually, I don't feel the need to look for those country bumpkins." In the large venue, wine glasses were intertwined. The nobles were either surrounding the large dance floor or standing among the seats covered with bright red silk. They gathered together in twos and threes, their rosy faces full of smiles. And they kept talking in low tones. The 1,300 gold and silver lanterns hanging on the dome, the lamps of various shapes, and the paintings on the dome are integrated in the design of skilled craftsmen. It looked like the bright stars beneath the gods and among the clouds, lighting up the place with splendor. The dance floor was covered with a carpet with red as the main tone and woven with flowers, like patches of flowers under the radiant dome. Young nobles, men and women intertwined. They stepped on the dance floor with flowers in full bloom, and kept spinning their dance steps in the joy. The long skirt that fluttered up at the top was like a peony that suddenly bloomed among the flowers, blooming and withering in the blink of an eye. Upstairs and downstairs, in front of the exquisite mahogany handrails, between the spiral staircase, columns and silk screens, people are everywhere watching, chatting and resting. White winter does not exist here, because it is always red summer. The Earl of Black Pearl seems to be particularly fond of young and beautiful girls, so each of the maids interspersed among the crowd is like a flower blooming in summer. And those aristocratic women are like jewels with different characteristics. They gathered around and held the mysterious black pearl in their hands. There is no doubt that everyone loves her, even those women. As long as they stayed here for one night after receiving the invitation, they would fall madly in love with her. But this noble woman who is loved by all things in the world always has a lingering sadness between her eyebrows. Those admirers, even if they would rather open their hot chests and give everything in their hearts, can only let this black pearl bloom for that moment of brilliance. Perhaps there is only one person in this world who can make this dusty pearl show its former smile again. However, she knew that what she was waiting for might be someone she would never wait for again. The priest who once wandered here, more than 100 knights, all covered in armor, surrounded their great lord in the corridor and walked quickly towards the door on the wall in front. The iron coats made a clanging sound, and servants and guards were constantly running around trying to stop and persuade the knights. But they were all roughly pushed aside. There was an ignorant nobleman who was yelling and rude. After receiving an iron hook from someone passing by, he also shut his mouth. With a bang, the closed banquet door was finally kicked open by the giant knight. Then the door leaf clanged loudly and hit the wall, like a sudden thunder in the venue. Smoke and dust floated up, and the banquet hall where singing and dancing suddenly stopped at this moment. They opened their mouths and looked in disbelief as they watched the group of knights with divine patterns printed on their heavy armor swarm in. They acted roughly, pushing away everyone who stood in the way, and finally stood on both sides of the red carpet with murderous expressions on their faces, silently holding long swords at their waists. Outside the door, the echo of the footsteps of iron boots on the ground gradually spread into the door. 3 barons and a civil servant dressed as an envoy slowly entered around a man wearing a luxurious divine robe. At this moment, all eyes involuntarily focused on him, slowly following his footsteps, and gradually stopped. The high priest looked around and picked up the gold handkerchief to wipe the blood from the iron fist. It was like looking at a group of prisoners. Then, he threw the handkerchief on the ground casually, leaving an indelible stain on the carpet of blooming flowers. You knights from the kingdom are really glowing. It seems that Adeline's conscription order was sent to the right place for me. Chapter 132 Long time no see. Several young men and women in the venue fainted before they could finish hearing what he said. Before closing his eyes, the words, conscription order, echoed in his mind. The words, I'm fragile, and I can't be a soldier, were almost written on my face. Obviously, these people believe it without thinking about it in their minds. There are also some knowledgeable nobles, who somewhat recognize the sacred symbols of the Holy See. Some people even recognized at a glance the complex pattern representing the bishop on the divine robe, and the temple emblem engraved on the knight's armor. Those emblems and divine patterns are very similar to the styles of the St. Wilmix Cathedral of the three major churches. There is just an additional coat of arms that represents the meaning of dawn. But no matter what, it means that their status is only high, not low. As for the envoy, who looked a bit familiar, the clothes he wore had the mark of the Winsanjing city. After a brief glance, these people couldn't help but feel buzzing in their heads and felt slightly dizzy. Has the Holy See officially sent troops to the valley? There began to be discussions in the venue. And slowly it became chaotic. The Holy See and the Duke jointly collected food and soldiers. What kind of big event happened? Looking at the unreasonable strong eyes of the knights, these 1,000 people were like sheep surrounded by wolves. Just as the noise became more intense, the armored giant seemed to be impatient with the noise. With his loud roar, the entire hall fell silent. Things seemed to happen just in time. The Black Pearl Knights, who heard the news, pushed open the door from the inner hall behind the banquet hall and rushed into the dance floor at this time. They gathered more and more, and their number was obviously several times greater than the uninvited guests. But something is strange. These knights who originally rushed to the hall with great momentum, when they saw the costumes of these Templar knights, their eyes widened, and a look of fear flashed across their faces. Then some people, with red eyes and trembling hands, clenched the swords at their waists, while others looked at a certain location upstairs with sweat on their foreheads and pale faces. George was slightly surprised at first by the strange scene in front of him. Then he smiled coldly. But at this moment, a magnetic but slightly lazy voice suddenly sounded not far away. It's my uncle. Has there been another letter? George turned his head and saw a young woman, leaning slightly on the platform of the escalator, looking at herself slightly, while shaking the wine glass. The color was like bright red blood. This woman's appearance is very beautiful, but it is not perfect, but has great characteristics. Her dark brown, slightly curly long hair was pulled up, and her eyes were like beautiful emeralds. When you squint your eyes slightly, it sometimes reminds you of a cat, and when you open your eyes wide, it resembles a beautiful lioness. It seems to have a very unique sense of beauty, and when you look directly into her green eyes, you can see that there seems to be a deep wildness beneath her lazy appearance. George didn't know why he was so fascinated by her when he was young, but when their eyes met, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This woman with whom he once had a brief encounter must be in her 30s or 40s now. However, at this time, he was as young as he remembered. Time has not left any traces on her face, but it has made her more mature. Elizabeth slowly took a sip of the wine in her glass and walked down the steps slowly. The group of nobles who had been in a panic just now changed their perspective at this moment, and their eyes fell on her. At this moment, the nobles and knights found a strength from this woman. This strength made them no longer panic. As if they had regained their confidence, they slowly puffed up their chests. The Earl is really in good spirits. George narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded, as if he had suppressed a burst of anger in his chest. You really took care of the Duke's logistics. The singing and dancing bring peace. After this cold voice fell, the iron hands dropped a letter at the Countess' feet. I am afraid that arrogance is not enough to describe this move. It is simply extremely rude. After the Black Pearl Knights saw this, they all drew their swords with rage, and the panic and fear that the Templar Knights in front of them had brought to them were completely dissipated by the anger. Obviously, the Countess was more sensible than them, and this was within George's expectation. She waved her hand to stop the knights. Then, George was slightly surprised to see that the Countess bent down regardless of her grace, lowered her head in front of him, and picked up the letter on the ground. Such a scene made him raise his eyebrows, slightly surprised. But what surprised George the most was Elizabeth's next words. Your Excellency Alexander, please don't ask you and the knights to take a rest here. I will do my best to meet all your needs. The Countess smiled slightly. and the smile that bloomed did not seem to be welcoming instead of seeing a group of uninvited guests. It seemed like we were welcoming an old friend from afar. At this moment, all breathing in the hall seemed to pause. After hearing these words, George couldn't help but blinked hard and took out his ears. He looked at the big guy next to him with a confused expression, and saw that the big guy just came over, touched the back of his head, and smiled sheepishly. "Oh, how do you know I'm hungry?" Mrs. Elizabeth turned her gaze and looked at this silly man, her eyes full of surprise and her face blank. George looked at the two people with a confused expression, making sure that they did not know each other. After being at a loss for a moment, he looked at the Countess' confused eyes and suddenly realized this girl must be deceiving him. "It's a really well thought out performance." "Ha ha! Your Excellency the Earl!" George laughed, and his face suddenly became very gloomy. "Among the bishops I know, whether they are new or existing ones, there is absolutely no one with the name Alexander." He could still be sure of this matter. After all, he had been in the church, although he was a trainee priest. But he still knew the names of important people like the bishop, including adults, who had the opportunity to be promoted to bishops in the future. However, after George said this, the Countess actually showed a blank look on her face, as if she had indeed heard of Alexander. Then George saw her eyes widen, first looking at Alexander, and then at himself. As if he understood something, his face turned from red to blue. Finally, she nodded slowly, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at George with those murderous eyes. Alexander, who the name mentioned by the Countess refers to, George may never be able to figure out in the future. But no matter what, he knew that there must be a huge misunderstanding. Black Pearl Manor. Living room on the 3rd floor. Looking at the Black Pearl Knights walking out of the door, George felt that compared to the tall and sturdy men in his impression, they were too slender and handsome. Moreover, whenever I looked at them, there would be a trace of unconcealable panic in their eyes. As if I, the Archbishop, knew how to eat people. He really couldn't understand how the Countess relied on such a group of people to build a strong barrier here, so that the troubles in the north of the manor could not pass through and attack the useless lords in the south. "Someone once told me that the bones of my ancestors should be exhumed from the cemetery and burned cleanly. But you know, in those days, for me who had just inherited the territory, it was very difficult to issue such an order. After so many years, I slowly discovered that everything he said was right. But I made too many wrong decisions, and he was right. I was a stupid and indecisive woman." The words in his ears made George slowly come back to his senses. He picked up the cup of black tea that had just been filled. After taking a sip, he found that there was no sugar or milk added. The bitter and refreshing taste made him like it very much. But the Earl's cup of tea was filled with milk and honey. Withdrawing his gaze, George looked into Elizabeth's eyes, smiled slightly, and said, "Your Majesty, on this point, I have different opinions from you. What I saw today is a wise woman, a decisive lord, and what you have done over the years has earned my admiration." If Anthony heard this shameless compliment, he would probably spit it out on the spot. But as long as the Countess can fulfill all the promises she just made, George can also spit it out if it's even more disgusting. However, in fact, judging from the current situation in the west of the valley, the host here is indeed very powerful, if what she says is true. 100,000 souls. When Elizabeth said this number before, George almost spit out the tea in his mouth. And even now, he still has great doubts about this matter in his heart. But those drunken nobles, and the grain being carried outside the window are real. This made George have to doubt again and again whether there was still sunshine in this area of the valley. And today it was just a heavy fog. He really couldn't figure out what method the Earl of Black Pearl would use to keep all the monsters away from the north if there was no sunlight. Unless those monsters, like those nobles, could obey her orders like dogs with just one word from her. Those proud and extravagant nobles rushed into the barn regardless of their filth or fatigue. George felt that everything he saw today was too weird, and this manor always gave him an indescribable feeling. But no matter what, this rich woman has made a promise. She said she would fill her 7 ships with grain and transport them to designated locations. Each of these 7,000 material ships can carry 300 to 400 tons of cargo. When full, there are 7 or 80,000 bushels. The Earl promised to give 100,000 military rations, so the remaining 20,000 to 30,000 will be transported by horses. This amount of food is absolutely an astronomical figure in this period. And if what those nobles said is true, then this woman seems to have distributed a lot of food to various territories in the south over the years. She is guarding here like a sea-fixing needle. No matter how huge the waves are in the north, the south is still calm. George didn't know how this woman did it. It seemed to him that the Countess had started preparing even before the fog. I'm afraid it's hard to explain. Many things are probably a bit too wonderful just talking about food. Given the current pollution situation in the earldom, no matter how much food is stored, it would probably take tens of thousands of bushels per year to feed the thousands of soldiers and knights in the manor and castle. Considering the pollution situation in the surrounding area, it would be great to be self-sufficient, let alone give the surplus food to the southern territories. So just frugality is probably not possible, unless the thousands of people guarding the earldom don't eat or drink. After a pause, George said, "No matter what, Lord Earl, for everything you have done, on behalf of the Duke and the people of the entire Western Territory, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Without your food, the battle on the front line will definitely be at ends with a disastrous ending. If you need help with anything in the future, please feel free to write. My knights are stationed in the area at the entrance of the valley. I don't need help. George." Elizabeth turned her head, with a hint of arrogance in her tone. "The Black Pearl family is far richer than you think, and the Knights of Black Pearl can also protect this land," the Countess continued. "But if you want to help yourself and also worry about the future of the people in the valley, I suggest you pay attention to the areas to the north of my manor." These two sentences of Count Black Pearl are somewhat contradictory, because if she really has this ability, she doesn't need anyone to worry about the north for her as long as she can push the army over. That'll be it. So this surprised George a little, but he soon understood that what Elizabeth said might just be a matter of saving face. So he didn't say much, just nodded, which was considered a commitment. "But I will send you a letter." The Countess's last look made George feel very unnatural. "Dear Ms. Elizabeth, I have always had a question. Please help me explain it. Please say, who is Alexander? I don't know this person. I just heard that the Holy See will send him to take over this place." Elizabeth took a sip of tea and said casually, after a pause, she added with a smile, "With the lack of information in the valley, it is inevitable that there will be some false rumors. There were some misunderstandings today. So please don't worry. Your Excellency." The words spoken by the Countess seemed reasonable, but the expression in her eyes at this moment was not like that. George looked at the stiff smile on Elizabeth's face and nodded with a "oh," knowingly treating this matter as a misunderstanding. Then, he coughed without blushing and asked like this, "Well, noble lady, I heard that you still have some ore stored here. Dot." Chapter 133. No need to say goodbye. The cargo ship took 3 days to load, and the thousands of people were also busy for 3 days. According to the plan, these ships will be followed by Gale's merchant ships and transported all the way to Clearwater City in the southeast of Winsong City. It was not far from the front fortress of this battle. On the way, various caravans dispatched by the Chamber of Commerce will continue to join this team. And these merchants, as well as the lords participating in the war in the south, will also transport everything to the final destination. As for George's carriage team, they will transport food to Yongfeng City. The second batch of soldiers there who are about to rush to the battlefield will carry a lot of luggage with them to the frontline battlefield. During these 3 days, George and others did not stay in the 7-star luxury hotel. The Countess did not mention this matter, and George tacitly understood it. They settled down at an abandoned farm not far from the manor. He took the time to capture all the draft horses. In addition to these horse capturers, Aji and several other slick old bandits and hooligans also had other tasks. They appeared to be wandering around with nothing to do. But every night, he would summarize all the information he saw and heard to George. Everything proved that everything Elizabeth said was true. And among the women sent here over the years, none of them died. However, some parts of these people's bodies have some hard-to-detect tooth marks, including those of the nobles. As the news continued to come together, George gradually guessed the truth of the matter. Of course, he had to go back and confirm everything with Anthony before he could draw a real conclusion. The conclusion has not been drawn yet, but George is constantly thinking about many things. What does the question mark on the map mean? However, although he has not figured this out yet, but he finally understood what the indescribable feeling that the manor gave him was. It was a strong aura of despair and hope that filled the place. They are constantly at war. It's like Elizabeth's smile when things happen, but her confused and painful eyes. In fact, during these days, everything was going on in an orderly manner, but George was still a little nervous. It wasn't until he saw the cargo ships heading south that he organized his troops with peace of mind and prepared to leave. George feels that it is still open to question whether these cargo ships can sail to the designated location. But these 20,000 to 30,000 bushels of grain, more than 300 carriages, and more than 500 horses are all real things. So before he left, a servant rode up to tell him that the Countess had invited him. In this guy's heart, he refuses. But after hearing that it was just a walk by the lake, he still called Alexander to go to the appointment with him. As for the others, George ordered them to set off immediately and leave this place first. He didn't know why he made this decision. After all, after he separated from the team, there were thousands of possibilities for what would happen to both parties. And if everything from beginning to end is a trap, now may be the final time for the ending. Then you will be the last person to be transferred into the trap. But the hope and despair swirling over the manor finally made him leave. When George followed the servant to the black lake behind the castle, the servant left first. And when George rode closer and saw the hazy figure in the fog, he realized that the Countess was alone. The Countess's maroon and Dinas war horse, which was worth at least 8,000 silver foxes, was very conspicuous in the fog. And so was her bright red cloak with gold stitching and gem embellishments. After seeing the horse, George suddenly realized that it seemed that this horse was the only one he had seen in the manor these days. To be honest, although this place is still within the scope of the manor, it seems a bit unsafe for a woman to wander here alone. But at this moment, George felt that the person who felt unsafe was himself. After the meeting, the two people did not exchange greetings like they had when they met before. Whether they felt they had nothing to say or because they had a tacit understanding, they both walked slowly by the lake in silence. Elizabeth seemed very casual. She faced the cold lake breeze, letting her long hair and hood blow slightly. Whenever this happens, there will be a very comfortable smile on her pretty face, as if she is walking by the lake with an old friend she has not seen for many years. But George felt a little uncomfortable all over. It wasn't until he confirmed the scroll again and again that he felt calm. When he looked up, he realized that the two of them had arrived at the beach. And Elizabeth didn't know when she took off her shoes, led the horse, and stood on the shore of the lake through the snow. When I was a child, there was a legend here there was a single-hearted island in the depths of the Black Lake. If someone puts down everything and is pious on a day when snow is falling in the sky, but the dark clouds cannot cover the full moon, if she swims to the center of the lake, she will be able to see the rising island. At this time, any wish she makes will come true. A thin layer of ice had formed on the shore of the lake, and Elizabeth's little feet seemed not to feel the cold when she stepped on it. But when I became an adult, I discovered that many legends are often true. It's just that your desire to do your best and give everything you have to achieve is often exactly the opposite of your original fantasy. Life itself is a drama. There was a trace of confusion and pain in her eyes, but then a smile appeared on her face again. George scratched his neck and felt that the young woman's words were a bit too literary and beyond the scope of his understanding. The changes on her face also made him confused. He really didn't know what to say, but he felt that something should be said. So he also dismounted, took off his shoes, and stepped on the ice and snow. This is a stupid way to respond. A biting pain spread from the soles of his feet to the bottom of his heart. At this moment, George looked at Elizabeth's side face that was blue with cold, and felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. And he didn't know why he opened his mouth and said something like this. Sometimes, people often can't help themselves, and this world also needs someone to take responsibility and move forward. Elizabeth's back suddenly trembled, and she lowered her head. After a long time, she turned around and raised her head, looking into George's eyes. Someone made a wish and it came true. So hundreds of thousands of people survived in the valley. But all of this has a price when the blood moon rises. Everything in order and disorder will become bloodthirsty and crazy. Irrational. After a pause, Elizabeth made her final farewell. This trip is precious, and there is no need to say goodbye again. Elizabeth finally rode away on her beloved horse worth more than 8,000 silver foxes. George also headed east and caught up with the convoy. On the way back, he kept thinking about a question. How do we try our best, and what price do we pay so that hundreds of thousands of living beings can live safely to this day in this doomsday catastrophe? Aji, I really satisfied my curiosity this time. Jack, what should I say? You couldn't hold it back in the end and stole the oil painting? Fart. Who said I was going to do that? I have been doing my duty faithfully and carrying out the tasks assigned to me by the Lord. Aji lowered his voice and touched a person on the horse with a somewhat unnatural look. Oilcloth roll. After he coughed, he pretended to be mysterious and said again, I went to the barn for the fight with the boss. Sure enough, Martin and others next to him pricked up their ears. There is nothing there, he said. So, the boss really won the bet. And we all have to pay damn. There are no million bushels of wheat there. That means that the woman took out all the food? Then how do these people survive the winter? Whatever. There are so many territories here. And so many nobles are intoxicated. If one person takes out a little, it is enough to survive the winter here. Maybe those nobles could be full just by drinking wine in the hall where those knights were. I only saw wine. Not much food. Hey, don't say that. There are so many it's a big boat. But there's no fishy smell on it. The wind and snow were getting heavier and heavier. And George tightened his cloak. But it felt like my body couldn't warm up. Anthony said that death will not be next year, but the year after tomorrow. By then, the blood moon will slowly rise. I hope this food will make the Duke and all the lords invincible and move forward in an indomitable way. Chapter 134 Fortunately. One trip and one trip. 2 weeks have passed. When George and his party arrived at the territory, there were already many snowdrifts outside Johannes's castle and town. Compared to the outside, in this sunny land, the snow seems to be falling less. Countess Elizabeth fulfilled the important task and provided sufficient food. But for the remaining part, Elizabeth had no intention of escorting it there. To be honest, the 70 or 80,000 bushels of grain alone is already a huge number. And George also believed that such a number would exceed the Duke and others' greatest expectations. But on the first night of rest in the territory, after George heard the conclusion that Anthony said, and after thinking about it all night, he decided to use the remaining 20,000 bushels, plus the 20,000 he paid, send them to Yongfeng City together. In this snowy weather, even if there were horses and carriages, we probably wouldn't be able to get there without a week's time. And if he wants to escort this batch of food, 100 knights alone are not enough. He may also need more than 500 grooms and 300 to 400 soldiers. Or simply pull all the more than 500 soldiers over and save the grooms who don't know how to fight. He knew that this was likely to be a thankless decision. But it was precisely because of this that he decided that he had to send the food there. After all, if the food transported by water cannot reach its destination for some ridiculous reasons, then his food will become the most important key to the frontline war. Yes, these grains must be sent to the most critical location. Before leaving, Anthony chatted with George again. My lord, do you see these hairs of mine? I'm almost bald. There are too few books in your study, and there are not many useful books sent by various lords. I know you went to give things this time, but if you don't bring something back, the people will be we won't starve to death, but I will lose all my hair. George was stunned. Indeed, for such a long time, Anthony has relied entirely on his own memory to do these things. For these bachelors, books are the most important tool equivalent to Baidu for netizens. With these rigorous books, Anthony can not only save a lot of time in his future work, but also avoid a lot of mistakes. Books are very important to us, Anthony continued. Let's not talk about the knowledge. Just the various monsters in the Black Tide. Yongfeng City will record a lot of them. Those monsters are all kinds of weird. I really haven't memorized them. In addition, after a pause, Anthony looked at Lorna, who was lying on the sofa flipping through a book. You don't intend for Lorna and your knights to read about great growing technology, Valley human geography, and Austen family history every day from now on, and those vulgar aristocratic romance novels to learn how to read. Only now did George understand what the future bachelor looked at every day. Indeed, when Anthony came to the asylum, he brought only a few orphan copies with him. And whether it was George's father's study or the various lords' rooms, there was nothing interesting. And obviously, for a girl, in viticulture, geography, history, romance novels, it was already obvious what she would be holding and looking at all day long. George asked Aggie to write it down in his notebook, and told Anthony to go back and burn the books that Lorna always read. After hearing George's promise, Anthony couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then please, sir, you should think more about this matter. Borrowing books may be more difficult than you think. I'm sorry to you, as I said. Those idiots don't like to share knowledge, so you may have to pay a price. Especially those technical books or banned books. They will never let people read them casually. Are you saying I will be beaten severely? George raised his eyebrows and said, this may be a better result. Anthony seemed a little less optimistic about this. Be mentally prepared. George touched his chin, looked at the bachelor in front of him, and said, would it be useful if I mentioned you? I heard that you have written many books, so you should be very famous. Right? Ahem. I advise you not to do this, because it may only backfire. If you have a chance, bring me some alchemy tools. The things we use now are too inaccurate, and I can only make some ordinary things. If you want to make real potions and alchemy items, you need the kind of good stuff that cannot be bought with 10 times the gold. George rolled his eyes at Anthony's words and walked out of the hall without saying a word. Don't leave in a hurry. I'll make a book list and list for you. After leaving the castle, George checked the food on the carriage again, mainly to see if there were beans. A fine feed that the war horses urgently needed, so that he could keep some. However, he found that Elizabeth had almost no such things in her inventory, which made him feel a little disappointed. He estimated that Elizabeth might have some good feed, but it must be all reserved for one horse. Afterwards, George discussed the defense matters of the shelter with Martin, Ms. Hahn, and others. After doing the math, after the new refugees arrived, there were only more than 100 new soldiers in the shelter. There might be another wave of refugees coming in the winter, leaving only these more than 100 people and a few knights. He was really worried, so he finally asked Garvey's nephew to send him a letter. The South is basically peaceful. Even if there is a zombie wave, it will not be of much scale. In the absence of blasphemers, those territories can be easily handled by hundreds of militiamen relying on fortifications as long as they are presided over by someone. Therefore, under George's arrangement, Garvey will preside over the lords and deploy some of his soldiers to garrison the area where the shelter is located. As for Lord George, he and his Templar knights will naturally escort the supplies to the chanting area, the Windy City. Therefore, if they saw that there were only more than 100 soldiers in the shelter, it would be extremely reasonable. Moreover, it stands to reason that those lords who regard their territories as their lives would not come in person. Both Martin and Ms. Hahn will stay in the shelter. Their 2 mouths are enough to fool all illiterate people. But the reality often deviates from the plan. So when George walked out of the valley entrance on the 3rd day and saw the 3 barons following the traces of people, horses, and carriages in the snow, the expression on his face was wonderful. Extremely. Besides these 3, there were 12 knights. 4 of them were those who had sworn allegiance to George. It could be said that all the lords were here today. Sir, it is enough for me to have my brother by the river. I am an idler staying in the territory with nothing to do. After thinking about it, I still feel that I should contribute. When Baron Garvey rode up behind George, laughed out of breath, like a child who skipped class. And I go to Yongfeng City often. Not only can I find it with my eyes closed, but I also know a shortcut. This is, it saves 2 or 3 days. And it can take a week to go back and forth. That's right. Maybe by shortening this week's journey, we can escape the blizzard. I know a lot of people in Yongfeng City. They can help a lot. It's been a long time. I've been there, and I really miss it. Looking at these dozen guys with excited faces, George didn't say a word for a long time. After these guys finished speaking, they also began to look at the team. It seems like they know everyone here. Moreover, the knights were covered with a layer of tightly fitting fur outside of their armor, and could not see the divine patterns that represented their identities at all. Not only that, the talisman, swords, spears, etc. were also wrapped in a thick layer of oilcloth and carried on their backs. As for the swords on their waists and the guns in their hands, they were all ordinary as things. It's so low-key that they can't recognize it. After a long time, he looked at these guys with confused faces and looked at him. George said with a cold face, "Do you know that you have touched military secrets?" "Sir." "Military secrets?" "Sir, I am loyal to you." "Sir, I am your retainer, sir." "Don't worry. Even if someone from the Holy See comes to question me, I will never reveal the master's secrets." George's eyes moved back and forth on the faces of these 12 knights, and he felt speechless for a while indeed. These knights were all his retainers, and it might be a bit awkward to hide the secrets he planned to make up from his retainers. He couldn't justify saying such things, and he really couldn't let go of this. Therefore, he finally set his sights on several barons. "Ahem. Sir. Actually, as for baron, I want to say that nobles can actually have multiple titles." "Yes. Sir. You are a bishop. How can you not have a few real nobles to protect you? Let me run errands for you." In fact, what these guys said did speak to George's heart, of course. It was not about the nobles acting as the bishop's guardian knights. He would not dare to mention the word bishop in Yongfeng City. However, he does need someone to run errands. He is not just planning to just deliver food this time. The valley lacks a lot of things, and Yongfeng City is the largest city-state in the western region. Even if it is dilapidated, it still has all the internal organs. He needs alchemical tools, books/recipes, alchemical furnaces, seeds, etc. And Yongfeng City is undoubtedly a place where these things can be replenished. However, most of these things are in the hands of the upper class. My identity is a bit sensitive. And ordinary knights cannot talk to the big nobles in the city, at least they have to be a baron. Don't underestimate this group of barons. They all have some connections in Yongfeng City. Among them, Baron Garvey is a good shield. Lord Bianhe has some reputation even in Winsong City. If the team goes to deliver food in his name, it will save a lot of trouble. So this guy finally gave a pretentious sigh. Hey, according to the regulations, after someone discovers the secret, I should take some measures. This sentence can't help but make people pale. But since you are all loyal to me, it doesn't matter if you know this. I believe you will never spread this matter. Right. After hearing this, almost all of the 13 people stretched out their hands and began to swear to the sky. He vowed to keep it a secret. This scene seems familiar, of course. Baron Garvey just didn't point his finger to the sky. But George nodded and gave an extremely trusting look. Most people in Windyoung City still don't know the exact circumstances of my coming to the valley. And all of this was done deliberately by me. After many people heard this sentence, they couldn't help but think of what George said at the beginning. I didn't visit Windwind City. But it made them even more curious. Because our most important task here is to build a great wall and completely seal the entrance to the valley. George looked at the north of the entrance to the valley with a stern look. It was thick with fog, and no one could see clearly. And judging from the footsteps of these people, they have definitely not gone there. You know what impact it will have if this matter is leaked. These military secrets were like a thunder, hitting everyone present, including the honest man Jack. Because this means that Windyoung City has long been abandoned by the Holy See. And the place where everyone puts their investment is within the Great Wall of the valley. After the shock, everyone thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed extremely reasonable. Putting aside what the bishop had told them over the past few months, the location of the valley was completely in line with strategic expectations. Many important resource-producing areas in the south are located south of the valley. And these lands are easy to attack and difficult to defend. Therefore, if the defensive power of the western region is lost, then the enemy only needs to follow the river downwards and use the Black Pearl Valley as a station. Then what many kingdoms in the south will face will be a huge disaster. But if the Black Pearl Valley was still there, the situation would be different. Going down from Yongfeng City, it is not an easy offensive route because of the many wars in history. Strong fortresses have been erected south of Yongfeng City. These are tough nuts to crack. Therefore, with the barrier of the valley, many kingdoms in the south are protected. The reason why the enemy is interested in Winsong City is because it is the last nail in the north. Garvey and others even thought that if they were the enemy's decision maker, they would definitely let the army attack in two directions, one way going directly south after the decisive battle in Bishui City. They will pull out this nail all the way to the west, guard the Winsong City and the Black Pearl Valley, and harass the logistics in the south. The Count's Castle in the Black Pearl Valley will be an extremely important location. George, Garvey and others looked at each other. And suddenly they understood why demons would appear in the hinterland of Winsong City before the capital fell. If countless blasphemers pour out of the valley, what will happen to the north? No matter how united the Duke and the princes are, they can't resist these two armies, one behind the other. Fortunately, the Earl did not become that corrupted person. Fortunately, George looked at the sun above the sky, covered by fog, and a feeling of chill and sadness gradually came over his heart. Someone gave him the time he lacked most, and also gave the world a chance. Next year, there will be a red snowstorm in the valley. Chapter 135 The City of Winsong. The continuous mountains of the valley end here. But the monsoon wind coming from the south and flowing through the valley never stops here. They roar away from this exit all year round. And when they blow against the blue fortress, among the tall buildings, they form the song sung by the wind elves. Yongfeng City, the largest city fortress in the western region, is home to millions of people. The fortress has been expanded several times, and there are 3 high walls between the building groups. And outside the outermost outer wall where 5 knights can start running side by side. There are many villages surrounding the moat. The villages in the fog were dilapidated and withered, and the moats were completely frozen. The wind howled here, and people inside and outside the city did not hear the chanting. But they saw the heavy snow blown by the wind on a sunny day. The motorcade holding the immortal torch high arrived at the city gate in such weather. Until the guards lowered the suspension bridge, the moat had been drained. And there were many corpses in the deep trench below, and clocked in at the gate of the outer city. They entered the Moon City, a kind of mouth-shaped defense built next to the city wall area, surrounded by towers. After passing through it is the Wingqing. And after that it is the inner city. After inspecting the grain with my own eyes, I still can't believe that someone would transport the grain here at this time. Lord Baron Garvey, how much grain did you say in total? although they had not seen each other for several years. The guard captain, whom Garvey called Old Locke, still recognized the powerful Baron in the valley. In fact, it wasn't just Garvey. As the leader who has been here for so many years, he can basically name all the nobles around Windyoung City. So he recognized the 3 barons who came here to deliver food and the older knights around them, including the young knight next to Garvey, who also looked familiar to him. He didn't know whose descendants they were, but he should look a lot like his father or uncle. About 50,000 bushels. Baron Garvey covered the oilcloth on the carriage, put on his gloves, and mounted the horse under the gaze of the guard captain. Then, he said impatiently, "Old Locke, it's quite cold today. You're not going to let the 3 of us stay here with you to guard the door, are you?" Only then did Old Locke react and hurriedly called his adjutant and asked him to rush towards the city. Then he turned back and said to the 3 barons with a smile on his face, "My lords, this is really a timely help. As usual, when your lords come here to visit on behalf of the valley, there should be people in the city to welcome you. But, in this year, with little news, it is inevitable that everything will not be prepared. I have sent people to deliver the news to the Duchess and the Bishop. My lords, please come with me first, and come to our camp to warm yourself by the fire." Locke said it very nicely. But in fact, even though he knew the leaders of these people, he still did not dare to make the decision privately and let these 500 or 600 people into the city casually. So he planned to place these people in Wingqing first. The hot-tempered Baron Barber was unhappy when he heard these words. "You bitch! Have you forgotten that your nephew was sent to the knights by me? I worked hard to get the food, and you were just like to send us away? Sir, what you said is serious." Looking at the grumpy bearded Baron, Old Locke hurriedly explained, "Bobber, don't get angry yet." Baron Garvey stretched out his hand and comforted Bobber. Then he turned back, looked at Locke and said, "I know you have rules, and I won't make it difficult for you. Our soldiers and knights, please arrange them for me. We will go into the city first. The Duchess can't come out to greet you. Welcome." After hearing these words, Old Locke finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed. "That makes sense. That makes sense. Sirs, I will send someone to take you to the city right now." Afterwards, Old Locke mobilized a team of guards and asked them to notify the people in the tower to open the inner door. However, the guards were dragging their feet, and the inner door had just been opened until the knights and soldiers were taken to the Ern City by the guards and settled. Seeing the 3 barons walking into the city under the leadership of 2 teams of guards, Locke breathed a sigh of relief. As for the 20 or so red-robed knights following the barons, he also turned a blind eye. "The military regulations in Yongfeng City seem to be very strict," George said to Garvey after entering. "Not entirely. It's just that the noise we came here today was a bit loud. So the guards were very dedicated to their duties." After hearing this, Baron Garvey approached George and replied in a low voice, "The real elites were all taken away by the Duke. Now, the people guarding here are all the men of the garrison. There is not even a sergeant major. In normal times, these people are only responsible for things in the city. And that guy Old Locke is greedy for money and a drinker." George nodded, sighed, and said nothing. It seems that Yongfeng City should be very empty now, and the people guarding this place are not as reliable as they seem. But this fortress can only be defended by militiamen. With the strong walls and defense system here, even if a wave of zombies surrounded the place, they probably wouldn't be able to get in. After entering the city, everyone headed directly towards the castle, and George finally saw Yongfeng City, which he had always been curious about. It can be seen from the news he heard during these days, compared to the Black Pearl Valley, which is rotting from the inside. Although Winsong City is in disaster, there are not so many disasters and monsters, so the environment here is still pretty good, and it is a city with real order. Needless to say, the Duke's savings here are enough to last for many years. In the territories he can control, the lords who are protected by his army often go here to adjust food supplies. And on this land that extends in all directions, there are troops stationed and soldiers guarding farmers to reclaim farmland and raise livestock. Not only is there more food than anywhere else, but the Duke has also been controlling the population. But after seeing it with his own eyes, he was a little disappointed. Along the way, he saw almost no pedestrians, and the doors of the houses he saw were all closed. Many houses may not even have anyone at all. It wasn't until after crossing the second city wall that the situation got better. There are many soldiers patrolling here, and order in the city is still there, although the pedestrians on the road were withered and ridiculed. They were all dressed decently, even if there is no furry fur to wear. There is still a thick cotton jacket to wrap around the body. The further inside, the more lively it becomes. Some merchants and stores are still open. However, from the signs hanging on the doors, one can recognize that these are the properties of many great nobles. There are gradually less people on the street, and everyone seems to be busy with something. But gradually, George discovered what they were busy with. Those who lined up in the bakery were holding something in their hands. Either the last bits of household items, or the meager food they had received in exchange. However, being able to queue up at the bakery is already very good, because more people are looking around and wandering aimlessly. Among these wandering people, the lucky ones had tired faces. It seemed that they had finally found some work today, exchanged some things from the wealthy family, and were heading home. The unfortunate ones can only stare blankly in front of some stores. George saw with his own eyes a woman wearing furs, coaxing her husband and children away, and found a rotten bone in a trash can at the door of a tavern. It was covered with squirming things, and the stench could be smelled from here. The woman had food all over her clothes. In order not to see those things, she closed her eyes. The tavern was very lively, with decent people dressed in the same style coming in and out. The smell of alcohol was constantly coming out of the door, and the laughter of men and wanderers could be heard. These people deserve to die. Volpe, a taciturn man, suddenly said this with a sullen face. George shook his head and patted him on the back. He had also seen the scene just now. In the window on the second floor of the tavern, there was a group of people dressed as nobles and soldiers, drunkenly throwing the leftovers on the table out of the window. Those who had been lingering outside the window finally waited for the time, and rushed there to grab it without regard for face. Seeing the miserable appearance of those people below, the drunkards laughed loudly. Some people took off their pants and peed down there. Someone wandered around the crowd with squinting eyes, and finally raised his finger at a little girl who didn't grab anything. These people are the second batch of soldiers who are about to rush to the battlefield. They secretly ran out of the military camp and carried out their final act of arrogance in this city. The door of the tavern opened and closed, and the windows on the second floor were closed. The knights finally looked away from the back of the girl who walked into the tavern. Under the lord's low-pitched warning, they stepped on their heavy iron boots and continued to move forward. Yofeng City, the most prosperous city-state in the western region, and the strongest fortress, is still the same as before. Some people are busy and some are idle. In this complicated city, they spent all their strength just to survive. Chapter 136 Banned Books. After arriving at the castle that day, the Duchess summoned more than 80 other knights from the territory to the castle. She had a very good memory, and could identify their identities from the family crests on each person's body. Of course, she didn't have an conversation with every one of the more than 100 people. She just called some of them by name. But that's enough. Those old knights who were even called by their names by the Duchess burst into tears when they heard her talking about the past with them. The 4 knight lords were the ones who cried the most. However, those red-robed knights with black pearl crests were a bit too unfamiliar to her. Fortunately, George still answered questions fluently. After completing the relationship, under the throne and in front of many nobles, the Duchess praised the barons and knights who came out of the snow, and treated them graciously in the evening. As the largest leader in the Western Territory, the Duke has always been thrifty during this disaster, and so has the mistress here. Therefore, the specifications of the banquet that night were only the same as the one in Bianha, but it's much more lively. Every noble and knight who came to the castle today, regardless of whether they were more muscular or fatter, had their armor polished and polished. At a glance, they were 7 or 8 times more numerous than George's knights. But I'm afraid the weight of the armor, taken together, is about the same as that of more than 100 knights. Some people's armor was actually made of silver, or even hollowed out. However, not to mention going out to fight, it should be no problem to defend this castle, George calculated. Even if the second batch of soldiers who were about to rush to the battlefield were thrown away, just these nobles and the knights who stayed here around them, plus the attendants, male servants, etc., it is still no problem to pull out 2,000 to 3,000 private soldiers of the nobles in armor from this city. Seeing this group of people, George somewhat understood why the Duchess dared to propose that more than 100 of them be placed in the castle grounds. This made him couldn't help but smile coldly. She may really think that by putting on armor, she can be regarded as a knight. Compared to marching and fighting, the hostess here is better at management and checks and balances. George has been watching all this as a knight. He tasted the wine in the glass for a while, watching the nobles coming and going. He picked up the wine glass with his hand full of gemstones and filled his belly with it. I can finally understand why Gale is so popular. He lost his appetite and began to wonder whether this batch of food could be transported safely. But the other barons drank a lot today after all. They had missions. The barons who were invited to the table by the Duchess, in front of the bishop and the Duchess, attributed the first responsibility for transporting food to Elizabeth. When they mentioned the Duchess's sister, the Duchess, who looked very similar to Elizabeth, but had some crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, burst into tears. Taking this opportunity, these poor guys asked for some things, mainly warhorse feed based on beans and alfalfa. Of course, for most people, these two things are also good food. Things like beans cannot grow casually like wild wheat. There have always been very few valleys, based on the daily physical consumption of warhorses. If they do not supplement a large amount of protein and just feed them with grass, they will lose weight very quickly. The warhorses in their territory have experienced such a vicious cycle. So after getting new warhorses, these guys are more concerned about raising them than George. Compared with the valley, there are many things like Winsong City. Not only are the beans being taken care of, but some fruit farmers are also living a good life in the surrounding territories. There is no shortage of alfalfa, and there are a lot of pastures in the north. Although the area cannot be compared with the grasslands in the south, this kind of fine grass is very suitable for growing here. So the several barons on the road had already paid attention to George the Duke is fighting on the front line, and we need to stabilize the rear. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to peel off some of the grain and grass collected in Yongfeng City from the second batch and give it to the valley. These guys also mentioned that although there is still some food in the valley, it is very lacking in these things. And every knight of Elizabeth who fights the monster needs to feed his own horse. This is what Garvey and others say with a clear conscience, because they feel that they are Elizabeth's knights. The name Elizabeth was very useful to the Duchess, so she made a promise on the spot. She believed that these people could send food, and when Yongfeng City needed support, these people would not sit idly by. Of course, if the matter of delivering food was really not that complicated, then she might have been right. The Duchess's promise made the three barons look at each other with excitement, so they mentioned the alchemy furnace again. One is enough. Of course, the most important thing is the matter about the family cemetery in the earldom. Regarding the various monsters there, they may need to go to the bachelor to help them look up something. Early the next morning, George and his party, surrounded by many nobles, went to the Hermite Cathedral in accordance with the bishop's proposal last night. Here, the Lord Bishop baptized and blessed them, and announced that under the gaze of the seven gods, these people had become their guardian knights. No angels descended, and no sunlight shone down. Only the choir sang a few hymns. Although the entire cathedral is wider, the eyes of the surrounding nobles make many knights feel a little excited. But these Templar knights couldn't help but curl their lips secretly. After the ceremony, the Duchess was not stingy with her rewards, and gave each of the more than 100 knights a beautiful long sword. The three that the three barons received were on the bear's head on the hilt. The eyes are still inlaid with sapphires. However, Baron Garvey did not give the hostess of Winsong City the face, although he was a little hesitant, and asked the bishop for a sword of divine words in front of her. If the Duchess was not present at the time and did not give the sword, then the old guy would probably have found some excuse. But at this moment, he was smiling broadly, complying with the guardian knight's request. After that, although the smile on the Duchess's face was still there, she also gave Baron Garvey a few words of encouragement, but her smile looked a little stiff. On the way out, the Duchess called Baron Garvey over just to chat about the family cemetery mentioned last night. She suddenly felt that while the barons were consulting the bishop, they could also consult the Grand Bachelor for advice. Moreover, if there are no people in the church, the bachelor can help. After hearing these words, Baron Garvey knew that the words they guided last night were not in vain, and today's performance was not in vain. This matter was more or less satisfactory to their boss. So after bidding farewell to the Duchess, the three barons began to act according to the plan. They won't be here long, they may have to leave tonight, so time is very urgent. But fortunately, these three people are very capable. Bobber led the knights back to the castle, under the arrangements of the knight commander Yongfeng. They fed the horses, prepared fodder, and dry food for their return, because the cargo contained in it was enough for more than 20 carriages. And the alchemy furnace was very delicate and had to be placed properly. So these people will have to be busy for a while. On behalf of the three of them, Baron Culler went to the wine bar prepared by various nobles. This guy was the most adept at enjoying and socializing among the three. For this baron, who can both bring food and claim to have many hoards in his territory, the nobles will be willing to make some early investments and use their current reputation and credibility as a guarantee to help him coordinate some alchemy tools, gems, herbs, seeds and other items. It is not difficult. According to the plan, Baron Color specifically mentioned one thing about this cocktail party. He seemed to be ceremoniously inviting various scholars in the city. He wanted to take this opportunity to brainstorm and ask the bachelor for some advice. As for Baron Garvey, he, George, Aggie and others visited the Grand Bachelor. In fact, they wanted to go to the library. But Anthony said that the really good books inside will be locked. The key will only be in the hands of the bachelor, if there is any good library near the valley. Besides Elizabeth's, it is this one in Winsong City. According to Anthony, there may be some magic here. Of course, this kind of books are scorned by some great bachelors, because these bachelors believe that what is logical is called magic, and what is illogical is called witchcraft. Anthony is such a person. In his opinion, these things are almost the products of ancient superstition. It is of extremely high value only when studying ancient writing and culture. However, he admitted that although most scholars could not understand this kind of stuff, it could easily turn them into lunatics. But very few people can apply it. Therefore, they are all called banned books. Chapter 137. I have tolerated them for a long time. Although what George really wants are books that are useful for the future development of the sanctuary, such as drainage, building a wall on the scale of Winsong City, etc. So that Anthony no longer just knows a little bit, but he also had very thoughtful ideas about these banned books. Obviously, the Grand Bachelor would not let him read these forbidden books, let alone take them away. And even if you just browse some ordinary information, the Bachelor will definitely accompany you, because there are many precious documents there that the scholars are reluctant to export. There are also some alchemical recipes. But now the old guy is not free, because when Garvey and George came to the door of his room, a nobleman who informed the Grand Maester to attend the cocktail party had just left. Contrary to the rumors, the Grand Maester lives a very frugal life and does not have any beautiful maids. He only has one apprentice, who usually helps him take care of his room and takes care of his daily life, a beautiful male apprentice. Baron Garvey got right to the point. He mentioned that the Duchess was going to give Elizabeth some books. There have been more and more monsters in the valley recently, and they also need to help Mrs. Elizabeth read some documents. I have heard everything you and Madame discussed. I reserve my opinion on Madame's suggestion. The Grand Bachelor smoothed the hem of his robe and waved away the apprentice who was dressing him. There is nothing in the library, things that can be used in that necropolis, unless you want to use them on corpses that have not yet awakened. I think you have a sort of divine words given to you by the bishop, which is enough to deal with any evil. However, if you wish to go to the library, please wait until I discuss it with my wife. Baron Garvey's eyes widened after hearing this, wondering if he heard it wrong. He had long heard that many bachelors regarded books as gold and did not allow outsiders to read them at will. But they never expected that the bachelor would use such a reason to prevaricate them. After all, the Duchess made a promise. And listening to what this old guy said, he simply thought that they were heretics who planned to learn witchcraft and become necromancers, as heroes who came here to deliver food. Of course no one would believe what the bachelor said, but the Grand Bachelor's status is lofty, and if he talks nonsense to the Duchess, it will indeed cause a lot of trouble. I'm going to the cocktail party. Let me talk about anything with my wife tomorrow after I discuss it. The bachelor mentioned his last words again, and then planned to go out, looking at the arrogant old guy in front of him. Garvey rolled his eyes and understood a little bit what he meant. These words were the words of the greedy old guy in front of him, and that cocktail party was the bribe left by this old man for them. Time. Thought of this, Baron Garvey's face looked a little ugly, but he could only nod his head and let him leave. At this moment, the young knight suddenly walked to the door and stood in front of the Grand Bachelor. However, his face, which made the Grand Master look like he was smiling fawningly, made him feel very impatient. The Grand Maester opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then, the knight punched the old man in the face. Amidst the exclamation of the male apprentice, the old bachelor's face was deformed. His nose was bleeding, and he spit out 5 or 6 teeth. Immediately afterwards, his body made a difficult spin in midair, and slid down to the bed far away with a precise trajectory. Then he became motionless. These scholars just deserve a beating, George said, shaking off his slightly sore hands, walking to the bedside, and taking out the large bunch of keys on the bachelor's waist. Then, he turned his head and looked at the stunned apprentice and Baron Garvey. I have really tolerated them for a long time. The handsome apprentice still wanted to scream, but the knife in Augie's hand was already pressed against his neck. Seeing the sinister look in this bandit's eyes, the apprentice's pants splashed and got wet. Cover your mouth. Take off your clothes, and tie yourself to that old man. After saying that, George glanced at Volpe. Go and tell Baron Culler that the bachelor will not attend the cocktail party today, and he will accompany us. Go to the library to read some documents, Aji. After you finish your work, lock the door and tell Bobber that it is so cold today that the Windsong Knights cannot be kept busy, and you must arrange for them to go out and have a good drink. Then let's call some people, and I'll wait for you at the entrance of the library. As he spoke, he walked up to Garvey, patted the dazed guy, and pulled him out of the room. Violence can't solve the problem, but it can solve the person with the problem. Until this moment, Garvey did not believe that what had just happened was true. My Lord Bishop, isn't it a bit wrong for us to do this? Garvey said. And this is the Duke's residence. The Duke has already left with the knights and soldiers. The only one standing here is a lackadaisical woman and a bunch of drunkards. Ha ha. Just kidding. Don't be so nervous. Looking at Baron Garvey's pale face with a look on his face, George said with a smile. Don't worry, Garvey. All the nobles and knights in Yongfeng City have things to do today. We just borrowed some books. Madam will not care about this at this time. These comforting words seemed to have no effect. They only made Garvey's face paler and paler. Sir, I don't think I can go to the library with you. We don't have enough people on hand right now. I have to go to the barracks to mobilize some people. The several gates of the castle must be guarded. Otherwise it will be bad if someone comes in or out at this time. George gave Garvey a thumbs up, although he didn't think it was necessary. It would save a lot of trouble. After all, those patrols didn't know what was going on, and they had a conflict, which didn't end well for him and the Duchess. And Garvey is definitely more suitable than Alexander to do this. As for how he will mobilize the soldiers, I believe he already has an idea in mind. Today is different from yesterday. Yesterday, it was a group of strangers who entered the city. But today they are all heroes. Aji's movements were faster than George expected. He didn't linger at the entrance of the library for long when he saw Aji coming with more than 20 people and 2 large boxcars. Many of them even had bags in their hands. After ordering 2 people to guard the door, George opened the door. The library in front of me is a long rectangle, only slightly smaller than the Cathedral of the Dawn. It seems to have only 1 floor, but the bookcases are on top of a dome more than 6 meters high, requiring a ladder. Looking around, the walls on both sides are piled with books, but there are no bookcases in the middle, only long tables and benches. However, although there were many books piled on those long tables, there were not many people on the benches. There were only 7 or 8 scholars in total, busy scholars transcribing documents, sorting, repairing, and drying books. There are also 2 young female nobles who are reading quietly. They seem to be the daughters or relatives of the Duchess. The scholars were a little surprised by this group of knights who suddenly walked in. And this was even more true when they saw this group of people moving the ladder arrogantly after entering. You are too rude. You are not allowed to browse the books in that bookcase. It's really rude. Seemingly hearing what the scholar said, the knights looked at them and nodded. After that, I stopped flipping through those books casually. Instead, they took out the bag on their waist and randomly packed the books in it. They didn't know which ones were useful and which ones were useless. But since this row of books was not allowed to be read casually, they must be good things. Old man. A dagger was pointed at a scholar who seemed to be the most knowledgeable. Then, the scholar's eyes widened, and he saw the little man holding the knife saying to him, You know which things are the most valuable. Right. Dot. Chapter 138, The Art of Immortality. After the knights got busy, George swung the key in one hand and rolled up Anthony's book list in the other, and slowly came to the innermost part of the library. Here, there is a small study room connected to the hall, and it seems that the bachelor usually works here. It seemed that he had never thought that someone would enter here so casually, so he didn't even open the door to the small study room. The shelves of this small study are within the range of a normal house, and the furnishings inside are crowded but not cluttered. On the long agarwood ebony table in the middle, in addition to a few thick books, there are also some weird gadgets, which should be the treasures that the bachelor usually plays with. He ignored the situation and directly called a few knights and put everything on the table into bags. Then he shook off the bunch of keys in his hand and looked at the bookcases that were locked in the wall by iron bars like prisoners. He suddenly felt that holding the key was a bit unnecessary. He reached out and pulled, and the horizontal lock embedded in the wall on the iron railing deformed with a creaking sound. Then, among the stones and soil falling from the wall, the iron gate was pulled open. However, after doing this, George suddenly felt a numbness in his arm, as if what he had just grasped was not an iron railing, but a soldering iron. He shook his hand and stretched it out, only to find that his palm had turned black. And the blackness seemed to be alive, spreading to his arm. There was also a burnt smell coming from above. Toxin? Electricity? Or some weird thing? George bared his teeth and began to feel a little pain. This feeling was nothing at first, but became more intense as time went on. Even his body's high resistance was starting to become a little unbearable. An iron hand suddenly stretched out to the top of George's arm, and then a light flashed from it, feeling the pain gradually disappearing. George raised his head and found a red-robed knight reciting the introduction. As the introduction was recited, the spicy and numb feeling on my arms gradually disappeared, and that strange black color slowly faded away. George's eyes were shining as he handed the bunch of keys to his companions and told the guys, "Don't leave a single book behind. Although there are many books in the library, those are the most valuable ones." So after the knights came and went and filled the cart, George made them stop. It was almost dark, and it would not be good for them to delay for too long. While the scholar was helping them check Anthony's book list again, George sat on a table and chatted with the two young female nobles, the one who looked 15 or 16 years old with some freckles on her face. The girl occasionally answered a few words, and she seemed to be frightened. But the girl who was 2 or 3 years older and looked very ladylike basically didn't say anything and just looked at him coldly. She was very brave. But from this question and answer, George still understood their approximate identities. As he thought, the two girls who had been watching indifferently and saying nothing were both the heirs of the big nobles in the city. The girl, who was 17 or 18 years old, slightly taller, with big blue eyes and long maroon hair. She was also the eldest daughter of the Duke. There were 3 in total, but the other 2 were probably at the reception. The other one is the daughter of a certain earl, and her playmate since childhood. No wonder it looks a bit familiar. You and your aunt still look a bit similar. George nodded, with a look on his face. It seems that I didn't leave a good impression on you. But don't worry. Wait. I will take these books back and copy them, and then send them back intact. After saying this, George crossed his index and middle fingers behind his back, to indicate that the oath was invalid and to pray for God's forgiveness. In response to the shameless robber's bad behavior, the lady who looked very ladylike turned her head away and protested in silence. You know, transcribing documents takes a lot of time. George put his arms on his legs, touched his chin, and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "So, how about lending me a few more people? This is a big deal for you and me. It's all good advice." The Duke's daughter turned around. Her eyes widened with disbelief on her face, and the scholars who heard the sentence also trembled. However, there was no way they could do anything about this, because the knights had already picked up the ropes and sacks and put them on the scholars. Like piglets, they were carried by the knights. At this time, George turned his head. "You two are also literate, right?" Now the 2 girls can't stand up like ladies. The younger one burst out crying, and the older one hugged her, but his eyes were filled with fear. "Boss, are these 2 girls really going to be taken away together?" The knight looked at the 2 pale girls hugging each other, and the rope in his hand was about to be tied to them. "I'm just going to ask them if they can put down the rope quickly. Otherwise the Duchess will really send people to catch up." George stared at the fool and said to the idiot, before leaving, Aji, who had been wandering around the small room, finally made some unexpected gains. Several small bags of gems hidden in secret compartments, all things that can be used in alchemy. In addition, after Aji smashed the table, he also found some ancient gold coins and a thin and incomplete document. It said, "Eternal life and rebirth." It's a pity. This table is very valuable. George kicked the rotten table on the ground and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. But looking at this, the bachelor who often sits here probably doesn't know there's something hidden in it. "I originally wanted to move this table away and put it in your study in the future." Aji picked his nose and said, "But when I shook it, I smelled the smell of gold coins." George shook his head, feeling a little speechless. He couldn't quite understand what was in the book. It seemed to be written in an ancient script, but some of the patterns should be explanations of materials and alchemy recipes. Judging from the paintings, many of the materials are related to the human body. I don't know which generation of bachelors in Yongfeng City left them. There are some notes as annotations in the documents. I don't know what scholars, or Anthony, can you recognize it? After George and others locked the door and left with the cart, this library is already empty, and it was already dark. At the castle gate, George did not see Garvey, but his nephew was here. After chatting, he learned that more than 2 hours ago, Baron Culler sent someone a note with the location of some goods. After receiving it, Baron Garvey hurriedly took people to receive it. My uncle said that after picking up the goods, he will go to the city gate first and place it there. We will meet there later, Garvey's nephew said. In addition, I sent someone to notify Bobber and Baron Color. Tell him that he will find a way to get those Windsong Knights to come out with him later and send us out of the city. George nodded, looked at the soldiers and knights who had packed their things and were preparing to set off, and said, Is anyone going in and out of the castle in the afternoon? Yes, but they were all invited to the tower by us, he replied. In addition, my uncle sent someone over more than an hour ago. He informed me that the goods have been taken over, and he also brought some wine to be delivered to the city gate. Over there. I saw a lot in the storage room next to the kitchen, and also loaded some in the car. The temperature outside the city is much colder than inside. It seems that the situation at the city gate is not bad. George didn't know what to say to these guards in the city, and his confidence in his group. Looking at this nephew who was almost exactly the same as Baron Garvey, George patted his shoulder, mounted his horse, and set off. In George's opinion, as long as he leaves the castle, there will be no problems at the city gate. But the caution of Garvey and his nephew is commendable. And even though the Duchess couldn't turn her head around today, they had to fight their way out. Then he has absolute confidence. But to be honest, he still didn't want any fight. The same must be true for the Duchess, who was watching indifferently in the castle. He looked towards a balcony upstairs in the castle. There was a woman there, probably one of the Duchess's maids. George stretched out his hand to bow to her on the horse, not intending to go to the Duchess in person to say goodbye again. Maybe from today on, the Duchess will be able to fully understand what the nobles under her are like. There are smiles on our faces. The Duchess gave us a big gift today. Chapter 139 Breaking News. The group of people drove safely on the road, with the flags erected and the glorious light on their faces. They did not look like a group of bandits at all. When the passing patrols saw it, they all took the initiative to avoid it, and even took the initiative to clear the way ahead. When passing by the entrance of a tavern in the inner city, George, Baron Bobber and others happened to bump into each other. That group of people were all drunk. The nobles were running a big wine shop, and the small wine shop here seemed to be doing well. When those Windsong Knights heard that Baron Bobber and others were leaving that night, they pulled him and insisted on keeping them here. At this moment, they heard the sound of horse hooves outside the door, and they all came out. George, who was pulling the horse, was breathing the smell of alcohol and persuaded them to stay tonight. We won't stay any longer. The Grand Maester told us that there may be a snowstorm in the near future, so we have to leave quickly tonight. It's impossible not to leave. There are still people at home. This is indeed true. Although the Windsong Knights were drunk, they could not stay any longer. However, they enthusiastically organized a farewell team, under the leadership of Knight Commander Yongfeng. They escorted the carriage team all the way to the city gate. The soldiers responsible for guarding here seemed to be in good spirits, but they smelled a little bit like they had drunk alcohol secretly. And the smell seemed to be not red wine, but brandy from the castle. In this cold winter, drink a little wine to keep warm. The Knight Commander can turn a blind eye. But the few gatekeepers drank until their faces were red and their tongues were stiff. Seeing this ugly look, the Lord Yongfeng Knight's eyes twitched several times. Although as knights, they themselves drank a lot, how could the gatekeeper be so virtuous? He was not easy to get angry in front of Garvey and others. But there was no telling what would happen after that, especially when he met the Duchess. I guess even this group of knights won't be able to get any favors. After the Windsong Knights arrived at the city gate, they planned to leave. But this time, Garvey, Bobber and others took them to chat for a long time. It was not until they saw Baron Color and others surrounded by many nobles that the team walked out under the farewells of the nobles and knights. City gate. As for what will happen in the city after this, George doesn't have to guess. Today did surprise him a bit. While he breathed a sigh of relief, his heart also felt a little heavy. The Duke has only left not long ago, and this place is already in disarray. Watching the city gate gradually close, Garvey blew out a breath of alcohol and said to George and others. Baron Color burped and said with a drunken smile, The fog in this city makes this city look like a paradise of despair. It makes people want to live in a dream and die. Hiccups. We should do more next year. Send some wine, so that the common people can have a good time. While listening to the words, Volp suddenly showed an expression of extreme disgust on his face. He had never understood why the Lord would take in such people instead of hanging them directly. George shook his head and supported the guy who was about to fall off his horse. Is there any special news? Mentioning this matter, Baron Color opened his eyes and seemed to be a lot more energetic. He told George all the information he had collected today. after excluding the useless ones. There are two things that concern George the most. There have never been corrupt or depraved people in Winsong City. But there seems to be a new trend that is popular among these corrupt and extravagant nobles' immortality. Technique. While talking about this matter, George frowned deeply and couldn't help but think of that book. He didn't know what was written in that book. But judging from Baron Culler's words, the trend spreading among the nobles, or it could be called fashion, was really not a good sign. It's not yet possible to tell whether there are any scum among humans in Wind City. But after returning home and learning about the contents of the book through Anthony, we should be able to detect some clues. The second thing is about the Holy See. There are various signs that the church power in Yongfeng City still plays a positive role. This surprised George, but he also felt that it was reasonable. After all, this is the land under the Duke's rule. If the churches here were ruined, the entire Western Territory would probably be doomed long ago. However, things in Yongfeng City are a bit complicated, and it is a bit too early to draw conclusions now. He felt that there were many things among the nobility that everyone in the church could not know. Baron Culler also mentioned the person Vic White. It seems that the fact that the church in Yongfeng City can still uphold its own beliefs and concepts has something to do with him. He has eliminated many scum. Many of these scum believe in the 7 gods, but their taste has changed a bit. They believe that fear, death, and despair are also gifts from the gods. The deep, familiar smell revealed in this made George couldn't help but tightly hold the Book of Dawn on his skirt. Culler said it calmly, but George could feel the thrill of the whole process in his heart. One thing he has no doubt about is that without the work done by Vic White, I am afraid that the entire nobles and church in Winsong City would have completely fallen. In addition, judging from the news brought back by Baron Culler, an innovative idea seems to be spreading in the church. This shocked George a little, because he found that this kind of thinking was somewhat similar to Sanctuary's idea. It was just not as thorough as Sanctuary. Believers of the 7 gods have always been extremely dependent on them, believing that human thoughts are also given by the 7 gods. In fact, there are other ideas that have always existed. They acknowledge that the 7 gods gave people ideas, but they also emphasize the meaning of being human. But this innovative idea is somewhat subversive. They believe in the 7 gods, but they also believe that ideas belong to humans themselves, and the 7 gods are only human mentors. Shiting has always been tolerant of people's thoughts, but this innovative idea has violated certain doctrines. Over the years, Shiting's teachings have been continuously improved and modified, but not all of them have evolved in peace. I just don't know how Shiting will respond under the pressure of this environment. However, in the fog, Shiting's control over various places has gradually been lost. So there must be room for these innovative ideas to survive. And many enlightened factions in the Divine Court, or the neutral factions, who account for the vast majority of the population, also advocate unity and jointly fight against the Doomsday First. The Vic White Divine Envoy from the Holy See is one of the representatives who advocates this idea. This alliance between the North and the South was formed due to his efforts. He had already left Yongfeng City, and he didn't know where he would go after returning to the Holy See. After talking about things, Baron Culler was very sleepy. George asked the knight next to him to put him in the carriage. Lost in thought in the wind and snow, the howling wind around Windong City gradually became smaller and smaller as the crowd moved forward. But the snowflakes in the sky didn't stop. Everyone speeded up their horses and wheels and started to move in a hurry, not daring to stop in the night snow. The return trip was much faster, but the sudden snowstorm still almost blocked the team from outside the valley. When the sun appeared in the snow, George felt that the pressure on his face suddenly decreased. But on this 5-kilometer journey, they still almost lost their way. It wasn't until they vaguely heard the bells on the Dawn Cathedral that they determined their direction again. When they returned to the shelter, the knights felt that their burdens were instantly lighter. But the faces of those who had been warming themselves by the fire in the shelter did not look so good. "You can wait until the snow stops in 2 days, and go to the river to find out." Martin, who always had a smile on his face, seemed to be unable to smile today, and there was a deep feeling of sadness all over his body. Tired, but after meeting the Lord, he still felt a lot more relaxed. The old bandit, who had been leaning lazily in front of the fireplace, touched his heated buttocks and leaned against the fireplace on the other side. After taking the cloak handed over by the Lord, he shook it well and held it in his arms. "We really haven't slept well in the past few days." After saying this, he yawned. George nodded, probably guessing what happened. But although he hadn't looked at the scroll carefully in the past few days, there was no red letter on it, so the problem shouldn't be big. After exhaling a comfortable breath, George sat on the sofa. He took the black tea handed over by Rona. Two bear-like hybrid werewolf cubs got into his arms, while George was stroking the two fat guys in front of the warm fireplace. He heard the noise of the din in the hall. As Anthony mentioned, the blacksmith workshop was moved to the basement a week ago. Although the renovation has not been completely completed, the efficiency of working in the castle will be greatly improved during this winter. The temperature on the first floor is slightly higher than usual, which is already having some effects. And those mushrooms are also grown in the basement. Among the goods brought back, there were also many herbs suitable for planting in dark environments. After counting them with excitement, Anthony planned to start preparations for planting today. The knights were resting, but everyone else was busy. The snow outside was so heavy that the horses needed to be placed in the stables of the castle and the farmhouse outside. The residents and soldiers braved the heavy snow to go back and forth. The door of the castle's auxiliary hall kept opening and closing amidst the howling wind, and the goods that were taken out were gradually temporarily placed in the main hall. "Oh my God! George! Did you really borrow all these books?" Anthony looked at the piles of books in front of him and wondered if he was dreaming. George raised his eyebrows lazily and said nothing. After taking a sip of tea, he took out a book from his arms and handed it to Lorna. "What is written on it is the story that ice and snow will not tell you." At this time, Alexander brought his beloved horse over from outside. The horse came in and ate a bouquet of flowers on the table in front of George. I don't know who got it, but the flowers were indeed open. This guy seemed to have heard what Anthony just said and interrupted. "Our boss said that he doesn't like to owe others." Anthony looked at the few people who were carried in outside the door and felt that these books should not be borrowed. These unlucky scholars were almost forgotten in the caravan. In fact, no one thought of them after the snowstorm came yesterday. So this day and night can be said to be nothing. This was all because they were too restless. After George gave them some good looks on the way, he began to treat himself as an uncle. It wasn't until everyone was slapped a few times and still tied up in the car like before that they realized their identity and situation. After seeing this great scholar, who they heard came from the Forbidden Sanctuary, they felt that he could definitely make the decision for them. So after seeing him, they gathered around him and started crying. But the bachelor here is obviously not as high status as the one from Yongfeng City, so their complaints are destined to be of no use. "Cry softly." Martin, who was leaning in front of the fireplace, couldn't help but said, "Save your strength. There will be many days ahead." Seeing that the bandit was threatening his future students again, Anthony waved his sleeves to Martin with an unhappy look on his face. "Let me think about what I will teach you in the future. Look at how old you're all. Well, there aren't even a few academic texts on the necklace." Some people touched their tears and stopped crying, while others cried harder. Over the years, Yongfeng City has had many great bachelors, and they have also followed many people. But to be honest, there are not many bachelors who are really willing to give all their money to teach. Therefore, many people are respectfully called scholars by the nobles. But in the eyes of this great scholar from the Forbidden Sanctuary, they are indeed students. Therefore, some people burst into tears after seeing this bachelor just now, partly because they felt that their future seemed to be better than before. After asking around, Anthony found that these people all knew a lot of basic things, but few of them were real talents in his eyes. He couldn't help but get a little angry. "You don't usually all study the alchemy, right? Don't you want to study something practical? Does anyone know how to classify feces and filter harmful substances?" After crying, many scholars couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Anthony's frown deepened. "There is always someone who knows how to dig and ferment feces in winter." "Right." The crying sound stopped suddenly, and the noble scholars looked at the great bachelor in front of them with their mouths open. "What are you doing standing there? The Grand Master is asking you questions." Martin interrupted with a smile. "Which one of you knows how to scoop out excrement?" Bursts of laughter broke out, and the bad guys all covered their bellies. They had known this would happen. An older scholar blinked hard and asked hesitantly, "May I ask the bachelor's name?" "Anthony von Exupéry. You must have never read my book. Otherwise you should understand all this." The scholar's mind suddenly connected the person in front of them with those books that were passed down as jokes, and the word despair slowly appeared on their faces. After George warmed his hands, he took out the scroll and threw it into the fireplace. To be honest, it has been snowing too much these past few days, so I have only used the traveler's map to find the way and haven't checked the shelter scroll much. So when he carefully looked at the situation around the shelter, he understood what Martin was talking about. Beyond the sunlight to the west, a row of red traces spread beside the river like a thick city wall. Even though he was 5 kilometers away, George could still see the pairs of eyes looking over him. Indeed, no red letter appeared on the sanctuary scroll, and the red monster could still be dealt with after the knights returned. But it might be a bit difficult to prevent the crumbling monster from going south. Moreover, it seems that with the coming of this snowstorm, those things have a tendency to gather more and more. How long has it been since winter? Picking up the traveler's map, George stared at it carefully. Above several areas in the west, there is black-red mist, which is constantly shrinking like a heart. Boss, there are not only a lot of monsters, but they will also come close to the shelter at night. If not taken care of, they will easily go south, Martin said with a tired look on his face. But we have adopted some strategies. Anthony also specially asked people to transfer a large amount of mineral salt from the south for this purpose, and made some special dissolving agents to freeze some monsters on the ice and snow at night. It is amazing. At this time, Anthony came over and took a sip of water. After hearing what Martin said, he interrupted. The freezing point of salt water is lower, but after the sun goes down, the temperature drops sharply, and it will still freeze. My dissolving agent is a little different. Under normal circumstances, melted ice water cannot freeze even if the temperature is low. But if something steps on it, it will freeze to death instantly. George nodded. He could still understand these things even though they had been modified by Anthony. Martin took down the brandy bag that was warm on the fireplace, opened the bag and said, But after the snowstorm came in the past few days, many actions have been impossible to do. I don't know if it is because of the weather or what. For other reasons, those monsters also stopped on the other side of the river, but they gathered more and more. He took a sip of wine and wiped the corners of his mouth. Last night, I braved the heavy snow to go have a look. The wind and snow in the distance rose in the middle, like twinkling lights. Chapter 140 Potion from Hell. No one could come out to move in this heavy snow. Fortunately, those monsters did not come to the shelter door to ask for a fight in this bad weather. After the people in the castle were busy for several days and nights, the snow finally stopped. Groups of soldiers wearing simple snow boots also walked out carrying weapons, shovels, hammers, and stone picks. Garvey and others also returned to the territory with some soldiers on this day. In the blizzards these days, the thick layer of snow accumulated almost reached people's thighs. In places where the wind passed by, tall snow hills were formed. But the good news is that in addition to those snow hills, all the snow in many areas has been blown away by the wind, leaving only a thin layer. Therefore, as long as the horse knows the route, it can pull the snow carriage and run quickly. There was plenty of sunlight around the shelter, but as the number of monsters increased, some things took advantage of the darkness to get closer to the area around the shelter. During the day, although these things were not driven away by the sunlight, they were still hidden in the snow. But when someone passes by, they will suddenly stand up from the thick snow, or emerge from the snow hills. The soldiers followed the instructions of the wolves and gradually cleared away the scattered monsters around the shelter. But among them were some monsters that were not easy to deal with. The most special thing is a kind of monster that looks like crystal. Some of them are humanoid, and some of them look like giant insects. Their bodies are like steel, but their bodies are very agile. Ordinary weapons cannot have an effect on them, after breaking some parts of their bodies with great effort. As long as they get into the snow, the incomplete parts of their bodies will recover as before. But fortunately, there are not many such monsters, and the display of the scrolls is very special. So basically, under the command of George, they were eliminated one by the knights. Sure enough, the hammer is still easier to use. After kicking the debris under his feet, George put away the weapon in his hand. Tell everyone to gather over the glacier. The surrounding area is already clean. Let's go. After hearing this, Martin led several knights to rein in their horses and organized various teams. He has been waiting to receive the results by the river for a long time. So today, he specially asked someone to bring a lot of hammers and shovels. After receiving the order, several knights reined in their horses and organized various teams. Anthony, who had been following George on a snowmobile, came over at this time. After observing the ice on the ground, he picked up a few of them and put them into his sleeves. Save some people to help me collect them. Collecting these things, their elemental properties are good and can be used. It is also a good idea to use them as containers for blue wither. Compared to glass, it is much safer to put them in these things. After hearing this, George told the soldiers cleaning the battlefield to pay more attention to such things. But as for whether someone will pick up a lot of ice cubes, it's hard to say. The blue wither that Anthony was talking about was actually on the carriage he had been looking at. After setting up the alchemy furnace a few days ago, Anthony magically modified some things in immortality and rebirth based on his previous research in the academy. Subsequently, these potions were produced with the cooperation of those scholars. According to Anthony's idea, he originally wanted to name them blue demons. But the word withering can obviously better explain its characteristics. True to its name, these things are extremely evil. The materials are also very special, and most of them are related to the human body and the undead, such as death essence. For a long time, although such materials have been collected, they have not been used. A lot of it has been accumulated. Death essence is actually weightless, but on those professional alchemy tools, they can be given a unit. Degree. This is a unit used by students to measure magic power. The current total share of death essence in the shelter is around 400. But after this cart of potions is refined, there are only a few dozen left. However, according to the records in those books, death essence and other materials can still be extracted from certain special corpses. The more tragic the death of the creature, the greater the resentment, and the more death essence will be. In addition, demonic creatures such as scavengers, particularly strong deformed corruption monsters, and blasphemers can all be used in the future. At the same time, if you refine this kind of strong potion, you will also need some gems. George had collected a lot of gems in various manners, and the gems inlaid by many dead nobles on belts, necklaces, and other items were even as big as a thumbnail, about 15 carats, while the gems on items such as headdresses were average. It's only 1 or 2 carats, but it's a lot, including those contributed by the Grand Bachelor of Yongfeng City. The total number of large and small items is more than 600 carats. The consumption and output ratio of gems and potions is about 1 to 3. These potions consume approximately 100 carats of gemstones. It's just a waste of money. According to what Anthony said, these gems provide important elemental energy for the potion, or indispensable material. George didn't know how Anthony and the scholars used these gems. After these gems were pulled out from the alchemical furnace, the original charming small crystals all turned into stones. But no matter what, he could only hope that these blue devils Anthony mentioned are worth the price. In addition, strong pharmaceuticals also have requirements for containers. Currently, the containers used for these pharmaceuticals are all glass that cannot be used due to too many impurities. In addition to not being able to store potions for too long, escaping of elements, they are also not very safe. So not only was the car filled with weeds, but it was also driven with caution. This made George frightened and felt that the cost of alchemy weapons was too high compared to firearms. But whenever George and Anthony mentioned gunpowder, the guy would show disdain. You can ask your old blacksmith to help you research gunpowder. Maybe he can help you develop a method that can help you. Maybe you blow up a group of ghosts. I'm an alchemist. If you want me to help you, just listen to me, open your eyes, and see how I help you destroy those creatures from H.L. of. This is why Anthony insisted on going to the battlefield with George today. He felt that it was time for the boss, who was responsible for paying for it, to have a good look at his products. When George led several knights to protect the car and slowly came to the river, Martin and others were already leading the soldiers to work enthusiastically on the ice. And the padded eyes in the mist not far away were watching here silently. From time to time, monsters in the mist will push away the corpses and come this way after being alerted. However, they were all dealt with by a galloping horse. Well, look what Martin did. Well, the ice and snow in this river are so thick that lighting a fire can burn several monsters to death. But all the snow turns into ice and freezes with them. It really pollutes the environment. Standing on the glacier, George stepped on the ice and snow under his feet and estimated that the thickness of the ice and snow on the river should be more than 1 meter. As for the ice on the river below, I don't know how deep it is. After some of the monsters were frozen in the ice and snow by the dissolving agent, Martin once tried to burn them to death with fire. However, although the snow and ice melted a lot, the monsters did not die more. Instead, some monsters were frozen deeper and harder. In the ice and snow, some monsters only had their feet frozen, while others only had their heads exposed on the ice. If these stiff things are treated with iron tools such as swords and spears, the effect will not be very good, and the weapons will also be easily damaged. But on the other hand, you only need to hit it with a hammer, sprinkle it with dissolving agent, dig it out, and collect the body. As for the shovel, it is mainly used to clean up the debris after spring. The river water will flow downstream. If too much dirt is left behind, there won't be much fish to eat next year. In addition, after collecting these remains, in addition to being used as fertilizer, the alchemy compendium can also use certain things in their bodies. The soldiers on the glacier were sweating profusely, and the knights galloped back and forth to deal with the monsters struggling out of the ice and snow. The crowd was coming and going, and you could hear the movement from far away. Occasionally, when someone is excited, they realize that they shout too loudly. They look up at the mist on the other side of the river and immediately close their mouths. George glanced at the dense eyes twinkling in the mist in the distance, and couldn't help but wrap up his fur cloak, feeling very frightened in his heart. Tell those people to keep their voices down, and don't attract the monsters here. You don't have to be so careful. Anthony, who was cautious, seemed a little different today. He touched his chin and looked at the long wall in the distance and said, after reading the book Eternal Life, I always feel that these monsters' behavior is not normal. After George heard this, he touched his mouth and frowned. Indeed, Anthony, I have been thinking about such a thing. George said, the land in the west is so wide. Why are they all gathered here? In my research, the undead will not move eastward due to wind direction or weather. Anthony said, unless these undead are driven by humans, or simply created by some people. At this moment, two locations flashed through George's mind. One is an area with a lot of corpse material, and the other is the manor. Chapter 141 Lightning Storm. Due to the fear of the sun, there are not many monsters coming out of the corpse group. After watching the cleaning teams for a while, George, Anthony, Ms. Hahn and others held a map to discuss. There are many marks on the map. If you look closely, you can tell that they are the distribution of monsters in the fog. Not long after, dozens of soldiers cleaning the battlefield from behind also gathered around. These people did not join the working team, but followed George's instructions, and under the leadership of Ms. Hahn, they took various conspicuous dyes and sprinkled them on the ice and snow in front of the fog to mark them. After cleaning up the monsters that walked into the sun, the knights also started practicing. Whenever they passed the mark, they would wave their arms and throw the snowballs in their hands into the mist. Most of these more than 100 knights are already wearing white robes. The strength in his hands is great, and the impact of the horse can throw the snowball 100 paces away. The movements of the soldiers at the rear gradually stopped. Although there were thousands of frozen monsters, it didn't take much time to knock their heads. As for the part of the wreckage that is difficult to dig out, it is a bit troublesome. However, the trouble in front of them seemed to be bigger. So after about a while, George asked them to put down their work and form a phalanx on this side of the glacier. After increasing the distance of several hundred meters, the mist churning in the distance became clearer in their eyes. Looking around, there are tens of thousands of things in the mist. They are crowded together, like a city wall that is about to collapse at any time. Compared with the zombie tide coming from the east, the proportion of special monsters among these monsters is a bit scary. From a distance, the sky is filled with black energy, and there are a large number of blasphemers among them. Regardless of scale or quality, these things in front of you are not inferior to those things that poured out of the devil's manor. George knew that the reason why the red letter did not appear on the shelter scroll yet was probably because these monsters had not moved yet, or in other words, the shelter had not yet sensed their purpose. But according to past experience, as long as those monsters, who are still quietly staying on the edge of the fog, are disturbed, the sunlight in the shelter cannot block them at all. The 500-meter soldier looked at the enemies in front of him, and the palms of his hands clenching their weapons couldn't help but sweat slightly. George brought the cart to a stop at the rear of the team. After the wandering knights saw the waving flags, they came to the car and picked up the blue wither. Each of these more than 100 knights can get 3 to 4 bottles on average. But Anthony and George are only prepared to let each of them take 2 bottles. This thing is really too unstable. But Anthony felt that even 200 or so were almost enough. Hey, Anthony, are you hiding snowflakes in this? Alexander shook the bottle in his hand vigorously, and white fluorescence fluttered in the diamond-shaped blue crystal, like snowflakes all over the sky. Anthony watched with fear and quickly held down his hand. Pay attention, Anthony said. Although the products I improved are aimed at undead creatures, they are still experimental products, so I don't know how much they will deviate from the theory. After all, the original formula is specifically for dealing with critters. There's never anything wrong with having a bottle shatter around you. Speaking of this, Anthony glanced at George. Your lord is reluctant to spend mithril. Otherwise, with just a little bit, I can control the fire with my own hands. Alexander curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. Wouldn't it be fine if you just throw it far away? Why are you so cautious? George nodded fiercely. In his opinion, Anthony was a loser. However, for the sake of safety, he still asked Anthony to refine some more. Those 100 or so blue withers were the safety bolts used for the final escape. After the knights all received their things, they lined up in front of George. After George mounted his horse, he began the final mobilization. The time has come to test the quality of our shelter cavalry. At such a distance, the monster group may only have less than a minute to rush over. You must ensure that they are in contact with the soldiers. Before, throw as many rounds as possible. After the words fell, a golden flame ignited in George's hand, and all the knights and horses seemed to be wrapped in a layer of golden battle clothes, Dawn blessing LV4. After that, the red-robed knights mounted their horses one after another and raised their weapons. Then, golden holy fires were lit on their weapons and horses' hooves. Immediately afterwards, all the white-robed knights lined up behind them and followed them into the distance. Anthony, don't cheat me. If this thing doesn't work as well as you say, we guys will be in trouble today. George looked at the dark things in the mist in the distance and couldn't help but feel frightened. On the scroll in his hand, the red font was about to appear. Don't worry, George. Anthony saw the cavalry team in the distance, turned a corner in front of the fog, and threw out all the potions in his hand according to the plan. With the degree of demonization of these monsters, I refine them. This little experimental product is completely enough for the extra ones you asked me to make, and I may not be able to use them today. Tubes of potion shattered in the mist, and blue fireworks kept popping out. But compared to the numerous corpses, the hundreds of flames that appeared sporadically were like fireflies. They looked extremely inconspicuous and seemed to have no power. Some of the flames were quickly extinguished in the snow because they didn't come into contact with anything. But when the other potions were thrown in, some interesting changes occurred. Those flames seemed to be alive. The moment they came into contact with the monster's body, they immediately turned into soul-hungry demons. They penetrated into the monster's body in the blink of an eye. Then, the motionless monsters began to. He covered his head frantically. Blue fire kept coming out of the monster's eyes. They were like blue snakes flying out after devouring the soul, and began to swarm around in the air. The blue blight has begun to contagion. The surrounding monsters were constantly being drilled into their bodies by flames, and the blue fire snakes flying out were getting bigger and faster. Each one is connected to dozens of monsters, like strips of blue lightning between monsters. The lightning didn't shine for long, but the originally peaceful group of corpses was completely shocked. Amid the frenzied jostling, they crowded into the sunlight. The fog seemed to surge with the black tide at this moment, and the sunlight that blocked the fog was like a dam that burst, suddenly collapsing. The mist that was 10,000 feet high was like a shocking wave coming at the moment, or like a doomsday sandstorm that suddenly blew in on a sunny day. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like they were coming over here. Looking at the mist rushing towards him, George's eyes widened. He never expected that it would have such a shocking effect indeed. The scale of the previous, large wave of unstoppable force was too small compared to this one. The moment the monster moved, bright red characters appeared on the scroll. However, the fearless knights who were being chased wildly by the mist were howling with excitement while galloping on their horses. They turned another corner in the center of the glacier and wanted to throw out the other bottle of potion in their hands as planned. But time seemed to be completely insufficient. There was no minute, just a few breaths. At this moment, the tallest voice in the knights roared loudly, leading the knights to charge towards the terrifying waves. The hundreds of tiny figures were instantly covered by the gray fog in the sky. And then, the light and blue flames flashed in the gray fog, like lightning and thunder in the storm. Gray dark clouds carrying lightning storms have swept in front of the soldiers in a blink of an eye. Chapter 142 I Noticed You. In the blink of an eye, the dark cloud swept in front of the soldiers. At the command of the sergeant major, the soldiers in the phalanx raised their shields and spears, shouted in unison, and began to fight the charging monster. The monsters that hit the shield were like hailstones carried by dark clouds, making sudden crackling sounds as they collided with the steel. Although the momentum was very scary, the effect was not as violent as imagined. Among the monsters that collided, many of them were completely blue. After hitting the shield, it immediately turned into pieces of blue ashes. Only 1/5 of the monsters that actually fought the soldiers remained. Under the rune weapons and stigmata, these scattered monsters are no longer scary. The soldiers who were originally well prepared did not experience a tragic death battle in this battle. And when George raised the Book of Dawn in his hand and opened a light door to the sky in the fog, the charging monsters also began to run around. Finally, the soldiers had no choice but to move forward. They had already killed several knights in the monster group and started to chase the fleeing monsters. Anthony! George looked at the remaining monster soldiers being chased around by knights and soldiers, and couldn't help but swallow. What other things can you refine? I have always been short of materials before. Now that I have a large number of books and formulas in the library, I can try many things with the existing materials. After thinking of the most original formulas, a kind of light gradually appeared in Anthony's eyes. With a solemn look, "Such an evil thing has never appeared on the mainland with the knowledge level of those guys, who are only 3 or 5 literary students at most. They can't come up with these things at all. I suspect that it has appeared in the school city. Scum." Seeing George raising his eyebrows slightly, Anthony continued, "In addition, the most common material used in those original formulas is corpses. And among the taboo documents you brought back, there are also many techniques related to corpses. These academic cities are related to things that the church strictly controls would never appear in Winsong City before. But now it seems that someone is deliberately collecting them." After hearing these words, George couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "If someone uses these things to deal with us, do you have any idea?" The power of the blue withering they saw today was even more difficult to deal with than the black flames in the demon's hands. "At present, I can make some potions that increase resistance, but these potions still lack some pertinence. So I am still doing relevant research," Anthony said. "There is a saying that goes well among alchemists. As long as you have money, you can do anything." George raised his eyebrows and stopped talking. Some soldiers have already begun to clean the battlefield. The excitement of these soldiers who witnessed this gorgeous fireworks has not yet passed, making the entire area noisy. Anthony ordered a few knights to go back and call the scholars over to help the soldiers sort through the rags on the ground. After hearing this, George asked them to call the nuns over and clean up the remaining corruption here. In this battle, the sanctuary's military strength was basically intact, and the troublesome group was eliminated in a crushing situation. The two of them wandered around in the cleanup team, and Anthony continued to talk. "I found some documents among the things you brought back according to records. In recent years, there have been some excessive bachelors coming and going in Yongfeng City. Although I admit that Winsong City is indeed one of the best refuges for those bachelors who escaped from the East. But if we carefully analyze the writings left by those bachelors in the library, their names, however, it is somewhat different from the direction of previous research. For the bachelors of the Forbidden Sanctuary, there are those bachelors in every country, and they know it all too well. All papers will eventually be summarized in the city. Therefore, in Anthony's little head, he almost recorded the names of all the bachelors in the kingdom of Rodent and their research." "You mean?" George frowned and understood what he meant. "Someone has used their name fraudulently. It's possible. It doesn't rule out that some people are suddenly interested in those offbeat things." Anthony nodded. "And many people have suddenly disappeared. I don't know where they went. But if they are still alive and still have enthusiasm for their research, they will definitely find a perfect place to conduct more in-depth research," he continued. "These bachelors may not be the only ones who are interested in these partial knowledge, judging from the borrowing records in the library. Many nobles seem to have a new preference for certain books. The meaning is that someone may have told these people that they can live forever. But the contents of those forbidden books are obviously more suitable for resurrection of the dead. Damn. George closed his eyes and raised his head. He suddenly felt that the Duke might have made a wrong decision by leaving Winsong City. "Before I leave, I should probably go to the church. There must be other clues there." Everything shows that certain forces have penetrated deeply into Yongfeng City, and it may have started many years ago. "Fortunately, you didn't go." Anthony smiled coldly. "I think if those monks are also corrupted, they will be corrupted even more thoroughly." "Indeed." George pursed his lips. "The hidden forces in Yongfeng City may be able to hide it from the Duke, but they will never be able to hide it from everyone in the Order." At this moment, the appearance of the great priest appeared in front of George's eyes again. According to what Dawn of Light said, the lunatic who changed his faith is likely to be one of the most core figures in the entire ancient god religion. And if he is a bishop of a certain party, or even a cardinal in the Holy Court, then it is very likely that the Holy See has largely fallen into the hands of the ancient god. After all, the 7 gods have already burped their farts. "Winsong City is not something we can worry about now," Anthony interrupted George's thoughts and said. "I think we should pay attention to another group of people in the valley now. This place is more complicated than we thought." "It's complicated. I don't know the entanglements among the forces in the valley, but among them, there must be a nominally largest leader." After saying this, Anthony fixed his gaze in the direction of the manor, about that place and that woman. George had talked with him for a long time in the past few days. George followed his gaze, and his gaze became very complicated. I don't know when. Alexander has returned with the knights. In this guy's hand, there is also a bag of white crystals, just like offering a treasure. He opened the bag and showed it to his magician friend. It was filled with ice and snow. Anthony smiled. "Put away the things in the bag," and hung them on his waist with a precious look on his face. After patting Night Dyer's neck, he turned around and said to George, "George, I believe your intuition. At the same time, I also feel that there may be more than just dead people in that cemetery. But no matter what a person thinks, no matter how much control she has over her subordinates, there will always be those who are disobedient, not to mention, we don't know what she is thinking. What you said makes sense, Anthony." George took little William behind him, waved his hand, and slapped away the guy who wanted to bite little William's ear. "I never thought about it. I treat the things in that manner as friends. And I have never thought about raising those things that will go crazy sooner or later as subjects," sucks his lips. "But now is not the time." Anthony nodded. He didn't want to put too much pressure on his friend. He stepped on the wreckage in the ice and snow and stopped. His eyes looked towards the mist in the distance. The sunshine has gradually driven back the fog in the west. But just like today, the gray mist like a high cliff will surely be like the flood that bursts the embankment and submerges this place. And next time, there's no telling if they'll engulf the sanctuary. "I'm afraid we don't have much time." Anthony couldn't help but speak. The heavy pressure made his tone serious. "These things in front of us suddenly gathered at the entrance of the valley. It's definitely not that simple. George, I know who brought these monsters here. And I don't know if their original purpose was just to let you die in that snowstorm." Anthony turned around, looked at George, and said in a very solemn tone, "But we have now been exposed to some people's vision. Anthony, sooner or later the shelter will be exposed to other sight," George said. "It's just a matter of time." George's attitude surprised Anthony. But it came a little too fast, and we may not be ready yet. We have never been prepared. Anthony, George turned around and said, "Because accidents can surprise us anytime and anywhere, but we only need to do one thing well, and that is to keep moving forward. So for we never fear or run away from what we encounter. Look at that sunshine. Anthony, our door is always open, welcoming whatever comes. And the war in the East is not over yet. These clowns in the West really think too highly of themselves." The weight on Anthony's shoulders suddenly relaxed, and looking at the man in front of him, he suddenly felt more confident. George had already got on his horse, and he said to his friend, "Get your potion ready. I will take out my silver fox after a while. I will take you to the West. Now it's not a question of whether they pay attention to us or not, but that I have noticed them." Chapter 143 Storm Armor and Ice and Snow Festival. The thunderous crushing force of the shelter's guarding force brought the west side to a standstill for a long time. The armaments and construction of the shelter are also being intensively carried out in this cold winter. In George's opinion, those scholars are actually talents. It's just that the knowledge in many books has not been fully applied in practice. But when these smart heads come together, and Anthony takes the lead, the shelter undergoes earth-shaking changes in just a few weeks. The technology of colored glaze has been improved. In fact, colored glaze has always been quite different from the glass in George's impression. Their density is higher. The process is complex. And there are many naturally occurring bubbles in them, of course. If viewed as handicrafts, this does make them more expressive. They are indeed suitable for use as church window sashes. But if it is used as a greenhouse, it is a bit too extravagant. The glass that comes from the fire and goes from the water often needs to go through many processes before it can be made. The production efficiency is too low, and it consumes too much manpower. Anthony had already eliminated those processes many times before. And after the scholars brought some new knowledge, a product that Anthony called rough workmanship appeared in the workshop. Real glass. Compared with colored glaze, the glass process is greatly simplified, and the output is also much higher. And the lighting can also be better, although it cannot be compared with the colored glaze called five-color stone in terms of ornamental value. It is what the shelter really needs, judging from the current production level. Although George's idea of covering the entire castle square and planting seeds with various vegetables is still impossible to realize, there is already a small greenhouse near the castle. Anthony and others use some herbal seeds that are accustomed to low temperatures but require light. So far, they are growing very well. There is also a small greenhouse near the cemetery. Although the things grown are still mushrooms and herbs, the nutrients are not wheat straw. In fact, according to the method of immortality and rebirth, these things that grow on the corpses of various terrible creatures absorb nutrients from the rot and evil and grow slowly. It is the raw material of various taboos. In the old world, when those planters were discovered, their abominable deeds and the terrible things they made out of these things would even shock the whole country. But the effects of herbs often have two sides. After changing to a different preparation method, the poison sometimes becomes an antidote, Anthony hopes to develop a recipe that will always make residents immune to the corrupt plague. However, due to the lack of formulas, many pharmaceuticals are currently under research. The things grown in that greenhouse still need to be handled carefully. Nowadays, the first mushrooms planted in the castle are almost ready to be harvested. And the small things on the rotten straw and pine trees have grown to quite large sizes. After having these planting experiences, scholars set their sights on the farmhouses of the local people. These mushrooms taste good and are highly nutritious, and are now being taken seriously by scholars. Almost every farmhouse has a cellar, which adds up to a considerable amount. The only thing that couldn't be compared with the castle basement was ventilation, and those cold winds would become more suitable after passing through the castle workshop. But the farmhouse cellar can still maintain temperatures above 10 degrees in this winter, which mushrooms selected by scholars can grow well at such temperatures. But the yield is not as high as in the castle. But the yield of these mushrooms far exceeded George's imagination in his impression. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were always the most productive, according to Anthony's estimation. If managed properly, these Agaricus bisporus can produce more than 1,000 kilograms per moo, although the area of each cellar is not too large. If planted in every farmhouse, these mushrooms will be able to supplement 1/3 of the daily food consumption of the shelter. In addition to food, the inventory of iron ingots in the territory has also reached 30 tons, part of which comes from the scrap iron collected in various manners, and Garvey's contribution. The other part was obtained from Elizabeth, enough to arm 3,000 more militiamen, or 1,000 armored elites. However, although the soldiers are not ready yet, the forging of equipment is in progress. In addition, those armors among knights that are not fearless enough and old equipment worn by soldiers also need to be recast, which also requires the consumption of some iron. The knights' armors were in a hurry, so most of them were modified from the old armors. Although they look good, they actually weigh 20 to 30 kilograms, and they are all made of wrought iron. This is quite different from the fearless armor, 50 kilograms, worn by the red-robed knights. As for the soldiers, many of them were still wearing the equipment of the lords. Their protective capabilities varied greatly, and they looked very mixed, which also caused some trouble for equipment maintenance. It's easy to recast the knight's armor, but the soldiers may have to change their armor. George and Anthony consulted the soldiers' equipment and various documents for a period of time, and finally combined the opinions of various knights to formulate a new standard armor named Storm. This kind of armor is actually a combination of mail armor and plate armor. It uses plate armor on the shoulders, chest, arms, and front of the thighs for protection. The feet and calves are still greaves in the carving after the divine pattern. The protective power has not only been greatly improved, but also looks heroic. In the future, after scholars are freed up, plate armor can also be enchanted. This task will be 1,000 times more complicated if it is placed on mail armor. The total weight of this set of equipment has reached 30 kilograms, and it is a real heavy armored infantry equipment, equipped with a large oak shield. The corpse swarm cannot shake the heavy infantry array at all, and even if someone is pulled into the corpse swarm, ordinary monsters will be helpless with these iron cans for a while. Thanks to the alchemy furnace, the metals used in these armors are all made of real good stuff. The new alchemy furnace has long been put into use, and this product of the last century, as Anthony calls it, is far stronger than the two of Johannes, an old antique. With this alchemical furnace as a reference, the other two furnaces were quickly transformed. The iron ingots in the shelter always have a lot of impurities, which greatly affects the quality. But the alchemy furnace only has enough high temperature, and as long as various gems and crystals are slightly mixed, and such a small amount is added, the steel element structure in the alchemy furnace can be adjusted. Although the new metal is far better than wrought iron, it is only similar to ordinary steel, and cannot reach the level of alloy. But they can still maintain excellent ductility at low temperatures, and have difficulty conducting temperature, plus ice/fire resistance. The first batch of products were produced according to the formula of the Great Bachelor of Yongfeng City, and the effect that could be achieved was about +5 ice/fire resistance. According to Anthony, this recipe is completely passed down from generation to generation, and is passed down based on experience. Although the bachelors in each department have made some improvements, their understanding of knowledge is not thorough enough, and they are completely blind to the death of the mouse. If my apprentice comes up with something like this, I will definitely slap him in the face. Ruby is a symbol of the royal family. But alchemy does not mean that the more money you spend, the better the result will be. Finally, after Anthony analyzed it, he adjusted the formula and not only reduced the proportion of some red and emerald stones, reducing the cost, but the final metal product also reached the level of +8 ice/fire resistance. We have too little malachite. Otherwise, if we use them to replace a small part of the emeralds, the properties of the metal will have more wonderful changes. Anthony said, your deposit is still too small. Only 400. The elemental energy provided by the carat gem is only enough to adjust 400 pieces of armor. Anthony. George looked at the consumption of his savings, and his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Viscount Geoffrey and his vassal properties have been basically burned by you. I am short of money now. Do you have any suggestions? Find a rich woman whose family owns a mine. Anthony raised his eyebrows and said, or maybe rob a tomb. The new armor does not use cold forging. It is too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Instead, they are produced directly using alchemy furnaces and molds in the eyes of the old blacksmith. They are a bit rough, but absolutely practical, coupled with the work of hundreds of soldiers and young men. On average, each alchemical furnace operating at full capacity can produce 10 pieces of fearless knight armor or 20 pieces of storm-level infantry heavy armor every day. Such a quantity is enough to make George give up part of the quality. However, after Old Duke mentioned it, George still mobilized 300 strong soldiers to beat and correct the parts that Old Duke was not satisfied with. Afterwards, the servants of the kingdom will take over the last bit of the work. Now all the knights have been equipped with fearless armor, and the new armors of more than 600 soldiers are about to be recast. The new rune language has also begun to be engraved. After George dismantled the sword that Garvey asked for, he found that there was only a first-order rune called Holy Flame inlaid on it. This may seem a bit stingy, but this rune is one of the most valuable among first-order runes. Generally speaking, it is a low-end version of the Holy Fire seal. This will be a great supplement for those who are not yet qualified to become Templar Knights. The effect of a Holy Flame sword may be close to that of a Breaking Dawn sword, but it's a bit useless for shelters. So after getting the word of the talisman, George picked up the shelter scroll and began to reorganize. The ratio of 3 for 1 seemed a bit too distressing, but after spending more than 300 points of hope power, all kinds of weird first-order rune words were almost completed. And what he wanted most was the one I wanted to get was finally obtained. Its name is Shining, and its value is much lower than that of Holy Flame when evil approaches. The Shining Sword will emit dazzling light, dispersing the fog within a 10-step range, making the monster's invisible escape form, and burns them, plus 2 holy damage /6 seconds. But what George valued most was the effect engraved on the armor when attacked by a monster. The Shining Armor will protect the wearer, plus 2 health recovery /6 seconds, plus 5 dark resistance. The Armor of Dawn is composed of light and shine. The Light of Dawn will protect the wearer, plus 2 damage offset. Life recovery plus 5/6 seconds when praying. Darkness resistance plus 15%. The Dawn Armor combined with the Water of Hope, plus 10 all resistances, and LV4 Dawn Blessing, plus 25 all resistances, is enough for the knights to go back and forth in the corrupting black fire of the devil. Coupled with the dissolving potions and antidote potions prepared by Anthony, the knights can handle most situations. It has been more than 2 months since the first snowfall, counting the 600 to 700 refugees who have fled to the shelter one after another. The power of hope in the shelter has almost returned to the number of 5,000, not counting the combination. Runes cost 300 points. At present, all storm armors have been engraved with shine, and all fearless armors have been replaced with Armor of Dawn. Using second-level runes to combine Armor of Dawn will not improve the damage offset and life recovery, but it can be used according to the way it was portrayed, added an extra layer of resistance. After thinking about it, George didn't waste it. There were 2,000 left in the Power of Hope, half of which was used by George to baptize all those who were already wearing white robes but had not yet been baptized. I gathered another 180 hopes and realized the Seal of Dawn, Part 2 Justice. After teaching Jack, George let them learn from each other. Compared to Holy Fire, Justice is more difficult to learn. Many people need the help of prayers to achieve realization, and 2 prayers often only achieve the effect of 1. Some people have to understand it 5 or 6 times before they succeed. It seems that the matter of justice is really difficult for Martin, a guy like him, to understand thoroughly. However, after killing a large number of monsters, the current prayers in the sanctuary are very sufficient, 3W+. This makes most of the more than 100 knights understand the Holy Fire and Justice to the 2nd level. The remaining 1,000 hopes were comprehended by George as Heavenly Guard, 1,000 hopes. Its effect is very simple, invincible. However, it is not easy to teach others about this. At present, there is basically no progress for others. George estimated that the heroes who were truly recognized by the Light of Dawn, such as the Red Knights, might realize it. If they can't understand it, They have to use the method of guiding hope to make them realize it. The same goes for heavenly arms, 1000 hope. Not to mention heavenly salvation, 1W. I've almost prepared everything. When do you plan to set off? Looking at the busy crowds coming and going inside and outside the castle, Anthony patted the 2 soldiers at the city gate who had put on new equipment, and followed George. Small town. He always felt that if some mithril were added to those armors, they would be more perfect. George didn't seem to hear Anthony's words, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Still thinking about that letter? Well, do you think it is necessary for me to accept the Earl's New Year invitation? No. It's up to you. George. Anthony felt a little speechless. He really didn't know why this guy had so much trust in that person. According to you, what is this called a meat bun beating a dog? You have a bit of a misunderstanding. Anthony. George sighed. I just think it is necessary to find out Elizabeth's attitude towards this matter if we head to the north rashly and are attacked in the rear. I'm afraid things will be a little difficult to handle. What you said does make sense. It doesn't matter. She only invited you anyway. After you write your will, that boy Martin should still be able to succeed you. Baron Garvey is also very good. Sometimes George wanted to tear his mouth apart. I haven't said I'm going yet. Please give me some lucky words. George stood in the square of the town, looking at the lively atmosphere of people coming and going, raised his eyebrows and said, Today is the Ice and Snow Festival. Come on, Anthony. We can go out and relax today. Don't talk to me about these serious things those hot girls in the pub are talking about you every day these days. George shook his waist pocket and laughed. So-and-so is going somewhere with you. Anthony's face turned red, and he stared. Chapter 144 The One Who Cut His Throat. Chewing. It hasn't snowed in the past few days, and the town is bustling with activity. Seeing the people on the street who were building snowmen and carving ice sculptures, George remembered that today was the Ice and Snow Festival. Next week was the New Year. These locals, who spend most of their time worrying about farm work, are actually very ingenious. Especially those who have fled from the east in recent days. These latecomers total 600 to 700. Different from the original residents. Most of these people are survivors who escaped from the city. The proportion of people who know how to farm is not so large. But there are many craftsmen among them, tailors and cobblers, carpenters, masons. There are even people working in trading houses. These people not only took on the tasks that the servants of the kingdom of heaven had no time to do, but also brought a lot of knowledge and technology. These things were originally used by them to eat, and they were all experiences and skills that would not be passed on to others. But now, they have all shared it. Many citizens who are interested in various walks of life have also begun to study under them. After the population increased, the guy named Macdo, who always reminded George of Gale, put forward a suggestion: the circulation of currency. In order to win the favor of the Lord, the businessman even wrote a thick planning book. George only briefly read the book, but there were several points in it that made his eyes light up. To sum up, this guy has a way to make all the money in the territories around the sanctuary flow here, including the resources of the territories to the west, and then fall into George's pocket after passing through the hands of the 7 lords. And in the whole process, the people of the shelter, and even the southern territory, became rich. After the things in the shelter are sold to the south, the people in the south will add a portion of the profits and send them to the west. The whole process is very simple. And the agreement you signed with those lords before, as long as you improve it on this basis. Then, in addition to the merchants and lords, in addition, the people in the south will get more benefits if you change it again. Many people in the west will also work for you. In Maddox's view, shelters have too many inherent advantages. The south has become peaceful again, and the Bienha town can serve as a trading hub for goods between the east and the west. Therefore, opening the shelter so that the people in the south can travel here for a long time is in the longer-term interests, and is more conducive to restoring order. To be honest, this incident really moved George's heart, because as the population of the shelter increases, the range of sunlight will become farther and farther. He couldn't hold this place in his hands. It was only a matter of time before it was open to the outside world. And the shelter opened its door to the south, and was just around the corner. In the first few days, George did not give a reply, but he sent Martin, Aggie, Jim, and several scholars to Maddox to help him collect and organize information. Refugees from the north, south, east, west, and south of the shelter, in addition to a lot of useful information. There is also a lot of key intelligence in their mouths, but no one has sorted it out before. In this matter, these guys did a great job. Not only did they provide a lot of useful information, they also submitted several other things, price book, resident obligations, public territory tax, compensation plan, and an intelligence network dictated by Martin and written by Madoc. These things finally made George take a picture. Among the proposals proposed by scholars, in order to stabilize the currency and allow the limited commodities in the sanctuary to circulate in a virtuous manner, they wrote a commodity circulation restriction bill. As a result, market transactions in the territory slowly recovered, and lord/wealthy households gradually came to the south with guards and labor to transport goods and money. Madoc looked at this restriction bill and said, "In order to fight for your share of goods, everyone will fight their heads. Maybe in the future, I can exchange paper for gold. Let those gems and gold completely stay it's here." This is Madoc's vision for the future. But if the shelter can combine the bills, agreements, and taxes to control the lifeline of food or other necessities, it may not be impossible. "The pub is very lively today." After George opened the door, a wave of hot air hit his face. The tavern was almost full today. In addition to the people in the seats, there were also some people standing on the side, listening to the bard singing stories. The Orioles were running around, sitting on the table here for a while, and being hugged by people over there for a while. No matter where they go, there will be bursts of laughter. George stood at the door and stretched, smelling the noisy atmosphere here, and felt comfortable. He rarely wears armor in the territory, and what he wears is no different from that of the people in the territory, except for his newly made fur coat, which looks a bit too vulgar and heroic. Therefore, few people in the tavern recognized him for a while. Those who did would not disturb the Lord's leisure at this time. After taking a look, George discovered that in addition to Martin and the other guys who often hung out in the tavern, Aggie was also here today. In addition, there seemed to be many new faces in the tavern today. A closer look revealed that in addition to some of the new refugees arriving in the past few days, there were also some wealthy families brought over by Garvey's brother. These people all had a great time chatting with Martin, and the most beautiful and most eye-catching girls in the entire pub also took the initiative to go to their table. The sharp-eyed Martin recognized the Lord at a glance. He came over drunkenly to say hello, and then hugged Anthony away with George's eyes. When Martin took Anthony to a seat, the beautiful girls immediately turned their attention from the red-robed knights and the pockets of the rich to the red-faced bachelor's face. It seems that these scholars are especially loved by prostitutes. Yes, how can a hero not like the tavern? This is a familiar experience twice. Anthony, this is your third time. Isn't pretending like this a way for you to attract girls? Seeing Anthony gradually relax, George smiled evilly, then pushed away the crowd and planned to walk to the bar. Old Jim was waving to him there. This old alcoholic, who often guest-starred as a bartender, seemed to have done something today. A new gadget. "Boss! Here! Sit here!" Halfway through, George turned around following the sound and found Audgie waving to him. Next to him, there was a refugee dressed as a somewhat unfamiliar and honest-looking groom, smiling innocently and chatting happily with Audgie. George stared at the stranger with wide eyes, changed his mind, and walked towards Aggie. A few lines of words were written above the head of the smiling groom. Throat-cutting person Jewing. On this continent, there is such a mysterious organization. Those who can enter it are the best killers and assassins. And among these people dancing on the tip of the knife, Jewing is the most outstanding one. Comprehensive combat power, S+, if she hadn't been in such bad shape these days, her rating would definitely be higher. George looked around and realized that there were two other people in the tavern who looked very special. These people who would never stay in a tavern for long in normal times were a little different today. And except for a silent adventurer who was marked lawful evil by the light of dawn, they all chatted happily with the people in the territory. "Boss, he's good at raising horses," Audgie kept saying excitedly in George's ear. After seeing the boss's attention turn to him, he comforted the groom, who looked a little cautious, and then said to George, "I want him to be my attendant. Dot." George looked at the slightly short and honest groom. He didn't know why the light of dawn had to use the word her. Chapter 145, The Saint of Penance. Among the other two people, a man and a woman. Although the male adventurer was completely covered in a cloak, it could be seen from his behavior while eating that he was a noble. He seemed to have been wandering for a long time. Under the tight hood, a chin full of horrific scars could be vaguely seen, because he was sitting behind Ajna's table. When George sat down, he smelled the strong perfume on his body. It should be something from the south, but he kept this perfume with him during his wanderings. Noodle. Maybe to cover up some smell. After noticing him, George did faintly feel a unique aura on his body. This kind of atmosphere is somewhat similar to the atmosphere in that manner. but it is also somewhat different. But no matter how well he hides, he can't escape the eyes of the dawn after walking into the sanctuary. The lonely Witcher. Evil has corrupted his body, but not his mind. Under the guidance of a certain nun, this hateful person also found the meaning of continuing to live. In order to delay his pain, he will deal with the things on the demon's body in his own way. To delay his pain. There is probably no human being who understands demons better than him in this world. And this survivor who survived the first blood moon seemed to have found a way to control his sanity. This lonely traveler who passed by here accidentally, after secretly escorting the nun to the valley safely, was attracted by the sunshine here and the enthusiasm of the local people. The nun seems to want to stop here, and he also intends to pay homage to the Devil's Head. Comprehensive combat power, S-R. Seeing the guy on the table next to him, George couldn't help but beat wildly in the corners of his eyes. S-level. He may not have had any idea before, but now he has understood the level of power represented by this raiding the demon in the manner before should be at this level. So, if this guy goes berserk, it will definitely not be fun. But George is thinking too much now, because the last adventurer is more special than the two uncles near him. It was a very beautiful nun. She has a pair of very pure eyes. If the human heart can radiate light from these windows of the soul, then she must be the kindest person. She kept walking back and forth among the crowd, as if she was constantly persuading something. However, only the new people who enter the tavern will be attracted by her and come to her religiously. But often after hearing a few words, they would frown and leave. Many residents even couldn't help but scold her. If it weren't for her shabby robes, which made people recognize her as a great priest, the people would have driven her out long ago. The ascetic saint, Mary. As a woman, it is not easy to be homeless, but she has a very determined heart. During these years of wandering, the scenes Mary saw made her extremely uncomfortable. She kept praying to the god, but she got no answer. But she believed that this was a test from the gods, and she must find a real refuge for those suffering people. The hope in people's hearts was placed on her invisibly. This makes her always have luck that ordinary people don't have, and it also makes her more determined. The knights around her died one after another, but she kept walking alone amidst the suffering and frustrations. Gradually, on that pious path, she slowly realized more things: suffering, sorrow, fear, hunger, disaster, death, and disease are also things given by God to test people, and she gradually learned how to overcome them. Now, she finally lived up to her expectations and found the legendary land of hope. But the thoughts of the people here shocked her. They seem to have a new understanding of gods and beliefs, and believe that they can change the world with their own hands. There is no doubt that God is omniscient and omnipotent, and he has given people everything, including all their thoughts and spiritual powers. But these people have reversed these understandings. This is somewhat similar to those innovative ideas in the Holy See, but it is more thorough. Mary's bottom line has been touched. But while she was shocked and angry, she also felt a little curious, because the sun is always shining here. Comprehensive combat effectiveness rating, AR, although she is not very good at punishment and judgment mantras. Don't underestimate her strength. Tip: this is a person with an extremely pure heart. But during this long walk alone, her thoughts have been led to another direction. The light of dawn guided her here. I hope you can keep her here. This will be an extremely meaningful thing for you and her. At least, you should talk to her and let her know something. Whether she can break free is up to her. For a great priest of this level, George would never dare to underestimate her. Because even if I own the Book of Dawn, I don't know if she is as good at hymns. Maybe she has already learned all the non-punishment and judgment mantras. And it's so biased. I'm afraid most of the mantras have already reached the 4th level. George couldn't help but swallow. But it's not easy to say whether she can stay. In fact, what George fears most now is people coming from the Holy See. If those great priests knew how he spread his faith, they would definitely die with him. Mary. In fact, this name is very familiar to George. In his impression, this nun should definitely be a bishop-level figure in a certain church. But she is definitely not a saint. Therefore, it should be the god of sanctuary who recognized this person before he farted. Or the light of dawn. But it seems that it's not just a god who recognizes her. Seeing this, George thought for a moment. Then he gave Martin a wink. George always thought that Martin was a roundworm in his stomach, and this old fritter was always very excited. After seeing the Lord's look, he rolled his eyes. He glanced at the nun and the person he had been secretly paying attention to, and wrapped himself in the cloak. Then he ordered several red-robed knights. After hearing Martin's whisper, several knights walked out of the tavern. Gradually, The door of the tavern was still opening and closing, and people still coming and going. But the knights and veterans did not go out. The new people came in, dressed up. Although they are all ordinary, they are no longer citizens. Some people seem to have armor inside their coats, and weapons hidden under their cloaks. After a while, a tall man also bent down and walked into the tavern. Looking at the still noisy pub, George curled his lips. Secretly, that guy Martin seemed to have misunderstood what he meant. But it's quite different. After looking at Martin's I understand look, George withdrew his gaze and continued to think. Today is really a lucky day. The 3 heroes who came here are all of this level, and they all seem to be willing to stay, George said in his heart. And after the tavern went through the Hope renovation, every time the number of adventurers that can be recruited is no longer limited to 1 person. But there is a key problem. This tavern has been hacking overcrowded for a long time. There are not only 2 heroes who usually hang out here, but 22 people. The Light of Dawn had already reminded him of this matter when the tavern was undergoing Hope transformation. The heroes, who were guided by the Light of Dawn, no matter how much they wanted to stay here, if there was no intertwining of fate, they would surely leaving for various reasons. And before the needs given by the Dawn Light are met, there is still a lack of mines to build a town. No matter how big the tavern is built, there are only 2 locations. The Dawn Light cannot change the fate of so many people. Boss, is this okay? Frank is a real talent, Aji kept saying excitedly in George's ear. Frank, the groom, was very reserved. When Aggie told him that he no longer had to worry about food and that he would have meat to eat every day, he smiled shyly. When Frank heard that he also had the opportunity to become a knight, he quickly shook his hand nervously and called, Master, with a red face. George raised his eyebrows, wanting to see how the so-called fate drove away these 3 people. Chapter 146 Collapse. George's attention was drawn back. Under Aji's guidance, he listened to Frank, or Juing, stumblingly telling his story with a smile on his face. The thing was half truth and half false, and seemed impeccable. But line after line of words was revealed in front of George's eyes. Throat-cutting person Juing. On this continent, there is such a mysterious organization. Those who can enter it are the best killers and assassins. Among these people dancing on the tip of the knife, Juing is the most outstanding one. Using it to call it may not be too accurate, because too many people are using this title. No wonder. The name Juing has always been the most desired legend among all those who cut their throats. It not only means recognition, but also treasures and money. And calling the real Juing is very simple. Just kill all the other people who falsely use this name. The visitor who came here today may be a little different from others. She is not very keen on killing. Frank's biggest hobby in life actually has only one simple one: antiques. Of course, sometimes when exploring those exciting dungeons, there are often a lot of jewelry and rare gadgets placed next to the antiques. Naturally, she would not let go of these cute gadgets. But no one knows where she is hiding. In fact, she never wanted to use the name Juing, because it meant trouble and was too public. But people always liked to attribute her masterpieces to Juing. Therefore, she was also helpless. Frank admitted that there are many smart people in this world. So no matter how perfect she does, there will always be trouble following the clues to find her. It wasn't until the fog appeared that the situation improved. Not only were her troubles getting less and less, she was also getting better and better in that hazy fog. However, she encountered a little trouble a few days ago. The road to the east that had been blocked by the devil was indeed not that easy to walk. Especially during these days. Aloysius' treasure was accidentally stolen. But Frank was pretty lucky. And he didn't starve to death in the wilderness in a ridiculous way. Recently, she planned to take a rest for a while, and then go around the Black Pearl Manor to see how beautiful the woman in the devil's mouth was. And also take a look at the antiques there. I heard from Aji that the antiques there were more beautiful than Yong. There are even more in Fengcheng. In addition, that enthusiastic child will set off to a certain dungeon together with the poor lord in front of him in a few days. She was considering whether to go with him. After all, not only was it very dangerous, but the structure was also very unusual. Comprehensive combat power, S+. Tip: although in the past 2 days, the throat slitter who was rescued has been chatting very well with her savior. But this is one of the few truly free people in the world. So this traveler who is used to wandering around is destined not to be hired by you. Unless you have a lot of antiques in your hands. Enough for her to play with for a long time. So, you'd better pay more attention to that nun. Seeing this, George knew that the guy in front of him was just like Lin. It seems that heroes of this level can only be used by him when certain specific conditions are met. But even if he has antiques in his hands now, it may be in vain. Fortunately, I sneaked up the mountain this morning, and luckily I met him. You don't know how bad his condition was when he was lying in the snow. Not only was he about to starve to death, but his crotch was bleeding, Aji said nonchalantly, when he mentioned his miserable situation at that time. Frank's face looked a little ugly. Aji, you are already a knight. You don't need me to make decisions for you on many things. George took a sip of wine, looked at the nun not far away who seemed to have noticed it, and patted Aji's head said, And I gave you a large bonus a few days ago. Whether it's buying a set of armor or treating friends to drinks and meat every day. It's enough if it's not enough. I won't care. As he spoke, he tightened his rustic fur coat, which only had the word luxury written on it, and glanced proudly at the groom opposite him, showing that he was generous and very wealthy. But there was a bit of self-deprecation in his tone. The groom's face turned red, and he avoided George's gaze. He fiddled with his greasy and twisted leather jacket with some inferiority complex. Aggie jumped up excitedly when he heard that he could make his own decisions. He picked up Frank and walked out, saying that he was going to find a tailor and get him some new clothes first. The moment they walked out of the tavern door, the flames in the fire pit flickered, and suddenly there was a line of words. Juing does not stay in the shelter. But if you give Aji a holiday and let him have fun outside with his new friend, then maybe there will be a new profession in your Dawn Cathedral. Whatever you want to call it, Templar Assassin or Dawnblade are both fine. But Dawnlight still prefers the latter name. Templar Assassins. These people have always been the most mysterious beings in the Holy See. George's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but clenched his fists. AS plus hero in exchange for a group of Templar Assassins. This deal is definitely worth it. Aji, don't worry. I will definitely give you a holiday. Just feel free to have sex with your little brother. Why do you use the word she? George suddenly remembered what Aji had mentioned about blood on his crotch, and his expression turned very strange. Maybe this Frank doesn't look like this at all. After Aji left, the Witcher suddenly lowered his hood and staggered out of the tavern. Alexander, including those who came in later and dressed as red-robed knights, also followed him out. There were almost no people in the tavern. Only Martin and others, and a few later aunts and priests were left. At this time, a woman sat across from George uninvited. Are you the person the believers say you are? Looking into the nun's eyes, George read something in them: stubbornness. He took a sip of wine and didn't answer. He began to look this woman up and down. The nun was also looking at George, although the man in front of her did not give her an answer, and there was no obvious sign on the man's clothes. But she confirmed the identity of this person. Thank you for taking in those refugees, the nun said. Suddenly there was a questioning tone in her mouth. But do you know what you are doing? What are you doing? George put down his wineglass, shook his head, and suddenly laughed. This sentence really touched his heart. He sometimes asks himself this question. Dear lady, in this fog, no one knows what they are doing. We are gathered here, just trying to find a way to eat, keep each other warm in this difficult environment, and struggle to survive. Here, George looked at the crowd in the tavern. I found that although there were still quite a few people, they were basically the ones he usually taught more. He felt that even if he said something he shouldn't have said today, it wouldn't matter. Pastor, please allow me to call you this, Mary suddenly said. From the coat of arms of those knights' armor, I can recognize that you should be related to the St. Well, Lake Cathedral. But these self-proclaimed churches knight warriors, but I don't know any of them. I think maybe you should have practiced there. I don't know for what purpose, spreading the teachings like this. But you should understand. The nun's voice suddenly trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes, and an extremely suppressed anger spurted out from her chest. You are stripping those poor and innocent people out of God's warm chest, and letting them exposed alone in this world, helpless, to bear the disaster from the end. The nun suddenly burst out. You are simply an unbeliever, and you want them all to become unbelievers too. Tell them! You are a bastard who hasn't even learned the doctrine. The nun stood up angrily, pointed at the people behind her who kept their ears pricked, and roared loudly. And as the angry voice fell, the tavern gradually became quiet. Martin and the others suddenly burst into laughter, and burst into laughter. They pounded the table and drank loudly. Even though he knew that he had disturbed the Lord's conversation, he did not suppress his voice for a long time. It was not until the Lord they had been staring at from the corner of their eyes opened his mouth slightly, that the uneasiness that quietly rose in their hearts for no reason calmed down. But these words were contrary to what they imagined. You are right. I am a magic stick. George nodded, and said with some surprise. Besides, I am also a person who has no faith. The flames burning in the fire pit crackled twice, and you could hear a needle drop in the tavern. Chapter 147. The sky is dead. The knights clearly heard every word of the Lord's words. But when these words were put together, it made people wonder if they heard something wrong. I even wondered if I hadn't woken up yet. Jack's mind was buzzing. His palms began to sweat, and his mouth was dry. He wanted to pick up the wine glass in front of him, but accidentally pushed it into the fire pit. Only Martin blinked hard. Although his face was pale, it seemed that nothing was wrong anyway. He did not believe in God, but their Lord. But next to him, Anthony was talking loudly. He had guessed this a long time ago. And as expected, this guy is a great guy. But this guy would actually say such a thing. Is this the same person he knows? So do nuns. But compared to the knights, her pretty face may be a bit paler. Because although she had expected this, she never expected that this guy would dare to say these words openly in this world dominated by gods. In front of the knights, he had deceived even though this was her. Let this magician say something. But I have to correct something. George stood up. The unbelief I say may be a little different from yours. Everyone in the tavern was waiting for what he was going to say. But the nun sneered. She wanted to hear how this magician wanted to round off these lies. We acknowledge all the contributions the 7 gods have made to this world. They have been maintaining the order of this world for thousands of years. Let this world have a light in the ignorance and darkness. They are called human relations and etiquette. This light allows people to get rid of the barbaric era. Know how to distinguish between good and evil. No compassion for life. No kindness and unity. I also admit that the meanings represented by the 7 gods, but these thoughts are not given by God, just like fear and despair. Just like sympathy and anger. All things come from the human heart. And they are all born with people. Something to have. I also agree that the 7 gods have pointed out a direction for mankind in this world for thousands of years, allowing people to avoid many detours on this road, discovering correct things one after another, and passing them on from generation to generation. I came down and just like that, I picked up this sign and continued to move forward. Having said this, George looked at the saint in front of him. You said I don't believe in gods. And that's true. But what I don't believe is that these things are not given to people by gods. I have faith. And what I believe in is what the 7 gods represent, not the gods themselves. As you said, I don't know what I am doing. Because the road given by the 7 gods has an end, just like there are more powerful gods above that god. And now, we are there groping forward in the dark mist. You must have heard a voice telling you this. The old world has been destroyed, and the new century has quietly begun. At this moment, George looked directly into the eyes of the saint, and the nun was like a lightning strike. She opened her mouth, trying to defend herself, but found that she couldn't say a word. I believe you have heard it, because I have heard it too. Not only that, but there is also a voice telling me that the 7 gods are dead. At this moment, there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the hall, and the knights couldn't help but look at their lord. In the midst of waves of dizziness, they looked out the window of the tavern, as if the sky was about to collapse. Now I tell you, these things are true. Jack's hands and feet were numb, and he fell to his knees on the ground. He lowered his head deeply and looked confusedly at the fire pit in front of him, as if he was seeing purgatory. But the nun just shook her head and pursed her lips with a pale face. Her faith was far more pious than Jack's. Not because she was more able to bear it, but because she had already guessed this. But the one who said these things to me is not the same God as the one who told you. The knights suddenly raised their heads. They stared at their lord with wide eyes. Anthony almost stood up and stared at the nun. Those were the last words given to me by the 7 gods before they died. He gave me the road sign and told me everything. The old world had been annihilated by the 7 gods himself. He returned everything to mankind and allowed them to come. Create a new world with your own hands. Anthony was suddenly startled and nodded slightly. He's still the same magician. George looked at his knights, the scattered citizens, and a few priests. He nodded slowly. Everything in the shelter today. All the miracles you said you saw were created by your own hands. In this land of hope created by your own hands. The light is constantly dispersing the fog, constantly telling us that we are walking on the right path and creating a new world on this path. The heavy fog filled the air, covering the area that even the gods had never set foot on. But at the beginning of the world, when the 7 gods were born, what they saw was consistent with us. You don't need to rely on any gods, because he has given everything to you. Because the moment you start to rely on yourself, you become the people of God. George stretched out his hand. Golden holy flames rose up in his hands, and he sang a song of hope a cappella. The sunlight outside the window suddenly shone into the tavern at this moment. A faint light and shadow of angels appeared, and hymns echoed around George. The knights raised their hands one after another, and the holy fires were ignited following the Lord. The holy power that filled their bodies told them that this power came from themselves. Why is it so pure? The nun slumped down on the chair. Her face was pale. Her eyes were blank, and she kept mumbling to herself, "Not a god." Now 5 days have passed, and the secret in the tavern is deeply hidden in the hearts of those who heard it. That day this matter is indeed not allowed to be known to all the people in the territory, and even they themselves have to digest it. After visiting the Cathedral of the Dawn that night, the nun left the sanctuary in despair and disappeared. No one knew what she saw or heard, but Martin said that he saw a jigsaw puzzle, and that jigsaw puzzle told him not to imitate his lord, but to be more respectful towards higher dimensional life. In addition, Alexander and others also returned to the tavern that night, but their faces were a little angry and bruised. They didn't know who lost and who won. These red-robed knights are naturally not hiding secrets, but are in George's original intention, and these words are what he originally wanted to tell them. People are like this. They are affected by the people around them. Once someone has accepted this fact, it will become easier for others to accept it later. But the knights were still depressed for a while. In order to let these somewhat depressed guys relax and shut up their mouths, George organized a winter outing with more than 30 people. At first, their destination was Garvey's territory. There were many knight sweethearts there, and Garvey was also very good at entertaining guests. But after passing the Nanshan Mountain, in the snowy wilderness, the knights walked and began to gallop on their horses. These people who originally planned to spend the new year in Vienna didn't know where they were going, but they followed the roads and finally arrived at the manor where they had fought. There are many footprints in the ruins in the snow. There are also bundles of lifelike flower stamens woven by an unknown person with wheat straw. A large area of the frozen river under the bridge has been cut open, and there are still traces of snowmobile transportation. On the square, there are very lifelike ice sculptures with mutilated bodies. Standing, or looking up at the sky, the figures far exceed the real fierce battle. The huge demon spread its magic wings, and its body was covered with knights in succession. The whole body of these ice sculptures had melted in the flames made of snowflakes, but they were dying. The long sword was inserted all over the devil's body. In front of these ice sculptures, the knights knelt down on the manor square one by one and cried. Who says no one remembers heroes? Right and wrong, good and evil, are determined by the human heart. The strong wind made George's cloak rustle, and his eyes became moist as he looked at the snowflakes gradually falling from the sky. What a great new year! Chapter 148, Sprinkling rice grains on the roof. On New Year's Day, George baptized Garvey and several lords who came to Vienna town. This can be considered as officially integrating them into the big family of the shelter. Except for Baron Color, the martial arts of the 3 barons are no better than Misancy. Among them, Baron Barber was one of the most brave knights among Lord Geoffrey's vassals. His understanding of fearlessness has already been profound. After the baptism, I felt something. After going to the Cathedral of the Dawn to pay homage to the giant's head, you will definitely become an excellent fearless knight, or even a red-robed knight. Baron Garvey, the best leader in the south of the valley. Although he was inferior to Barber in terms of martial arts, his willpower and determination far exceeded anyone else. George estimated that he must also be able to understand what fearlessness is, and he should have a good understanding of the light of dawn. The 3 barons did not wear red or white robes because it was inappropriate for their noble status. Moreover, these lords are all management talents, although Color is a dandy. He is very sociable, and George found that he has some ability in clerical work. No matter what, some special preferential treatment must be given to distinguish their identities, so that the new lords who join in the future will have more expectations in their hearts. George is going to let the scholars design a special colored robe for them. The colors are composed of the family crests of Austin and the barons. The meaning is naturally self-evident. After the new year, George talked with Garvey and others for a long time about things in the west of the valley and the next plan. After that, he finally left the eastern part of the valley from Vienna city with a dozen red-robed knights and headed towards the western direction of the valley. In addition to those knights, George also brought a subject of Baron Garvey. After he left, Baron Garvey went to the sanctuary and slowly headed west with 100 knights and 500 soldiers. This team would take the shortcut eastward at Black Pearl Manor. Nearby, he was stationed for a period of time in a certain castle on the traveler's map in Garvey's hands. Before the Lord comes back to join them, or before escaping back, they will clean up the outer area of the cemetery depending on the situation, at least not to let those monsters go south again. Otherwise the pressure on the southern territory will be too much. Anthony didn't know why George had so much confidence in coming back, but he felt that it wasn't out of trust in that woman. Don't worry, Anthony. If you see the sky in the far west suddenly brighten, lead a team and rush over. Maybe the disaster in our valley will be solved in advance. To be honest, George was still a little uneasy about this trip, because the situation when he went to the manor now was completely different from the last time, no matter how late the Duke left. It was time to set off after receiving the batch of food. What's more, the gathering of monsters before also showed that someone in Yongfeng City had passed some information to the valley. And if everything that woman said was just a lie. But it was precisely because of this that he had to go. The route he took on this trip was very different from the last time. He did not take a detour from the north, nor did he go directly in the direction of the manor. Instead, prepared to go directly south after crossing the glacier. They only met monsters on the first stretch of the road. Judging from their location, they should have come from the area where Johannes was in the north, along the frozen river. But after passing through that area, on the icy wasteland, all George saw was white snow. Occasionally, an abandoned manor or castle appears in view, but it is also empty inside. You can often hear the howling of wolves in the distance in the fog, but there are very few zombies. Occasionally, you would see some corpses in the snow, but most of them were torn to pieces. After Jack observed it, he judged that it must be some large creature. But as for the specific things, he couldn't guess. It's a pity that boy Aji is not here. Otherwise, with that boy's eyesight, he would definitely be able to see it. Jack was very envious of Aji, who was given a leave by the Lord. George nodded and guessed several possible things. The situation in the west is generally similar to what Baron Garvey said when Garvey leads people to the Lord's meeting in the eastern part of the valley. He rarely encounters anything on the road. Most of the lords I communicated with were marginal figures. Occasionally, important people like the Viscount would attend the parliament, but they would pay little attention to others, and were basically only interested in the women they brought with them. Occasionally, some people are interested in men. However, he has never been out in the winter, because there is no scholar to help him check the weather, and he does not know when the blizzard will come, and the monsters heading south will always block the road at this time. As for other seasons, Garvey and others have never dared to go deep into the hinterland of the west in this heavy fog. No one knows what is around. Every time they got something successfully, they would rush back to their territory in a hurry. We're almost here. Sir, I remember this road. This is the road we took when Lisa and I escaped from the village, said the leader, who was led by Jack on the horse. He saw he looked young, about the same age as Aji, and had just grown up. Your horses run so fast. It seems that we can reach our destination before dark. We walked for more than half a month. You must be lost. Hunter was able to find his way to Bianha town in this heavy fog. You two are really lucky. George, who was riding alongside Jack, said, Go on. Why are you gotta get out? George was very curious because he had seen on the traveler's map before that the territory where Hunter's village was located was an area shrouded in darkness. Garvey searched the territory specifically for where he came from. Refugees from various places. So Hunter was singled out. This guy was so tight-lipped at first that he didn't even admit that he was from the west. But along the way, George gradually made him loosen his mouth amidst the good words and threats. He should also know that it would be okay if he didn't say it. Hunter hesitated for a long time. And finally, he slowly opened his mouth. Because I love her. My lord, Lisa is the chosen one. And she's going to be sent to the mountains. You know, many of us country folk have never left the village in our lives. We often don't understand what is going on outside. But I don't know from which day. There is still a strange rule in the village. At the beginning of every month, the count will send people to bring mustard seeds, rice grains and garlic, and tell us to sprinkle them on the roof and hang them on the door. Jack couldn't help his curiosity. Will you all be obedient? No one will eat secretly. If you disobey, you will be hung at the entrance of the village and burned to death. Sir, Hunter said, no one dares to disobey the Earl's order. And those who secretly play tricks will always be discovered by the knights, no matter how long it takes. No one knows how they found out. George frowned. Don't interrupt. Jack, continue to let Hunter talk. Later on, the fog became thicker and thicker. I don't know when the day started. The Lord, who rarely fulfilled the rite of first night, ordered us to send the newly married women out, and my father was the one responsible for sending them out. He was the most powerful hunter in the village. He is the only one who can find the direction in this fog. Moreover, he is very familiar with the old man, and he often accompanied the old man in hunting. My father once hunted a big white lynx by himself. In that picture, after giving the skin to the master also rewarded him with a silver dagger. Hunter's eyes showed excitement. He seemed to admire his father very much. He continued, "You know, the right to have the first night is a good thing. So everyone in the village supports it. This is something that can change a person's life's destiny. Besides, even if no illegitimate child is born, my father said that I have promised that every couple newlyweds will leave their humble status and live in the castle. So they no longer have to go back to the village to do hard work, you know. Working as a servant for the master is a blessing that cannot be obtained in a few lifetimes. So no one ever comes back?" Jack couldn't help interrupting him. Hunter's eyes showed deep fear. George waved his hand impatiently, telling Jack to shut up. "Continue. Hunter, the Templars around you are all Templars, and they will protect you. No one will dare to do anything to you. These secrets should have been hidden in your heart for a long time." "Right. Tell me, what does this matter have to do with Lisa being sent to the mountain? I don't know when it started. I am no longer satisfied with the right of first night. Every girl who reaches adulthood must be sent out." The villagers seemed to have noticed something. Maybe it was for food. They began to take the initiative to vote for people. And many young people would go with their fathers to send people off. Every time he sent those girls away, his father would remain silent for many days. Maybe it's because he's too tired. Maybe it's because I'm an adult. He started taking me with him and told me that for the sake of the village, we must keep this secret forever. We are not going to a castle at all. Hunter's eyes were bloodshot, and fear made him tremble all over. Father told me that there was no one in that castle for a long time. Chapter 149, Bloody Mary. I still remember that when we went up the mountain the next day and opened the sealed door, Jenny looked like she was sleeping sweetly on the bed. But she was so pale that she didn't look like a living person. I always feel that we killed her with our own hands, even though I have repeatedly confirmed that she was not breathing. And her hands were terrifyingly cold. I saw my father knocking her mouth open with his silver dagger. And I saw them drive a stake into her heart at my father's command, bury her face down, and place a sickle beside her body. Maybe because he saw that I couldn't accept this. Gradually, my father stopped letting me go. I really want to forget about this. Until one day, my father told me that Lisa was going to be sent out. What did your father tell you? George asked. Yes, sir, Hunter said. He told me that he felt deeply guilty and guilty for everything he did. But he couldn't decide the fate of those people. He also said, what else did he say to you? He said maybe he made the wrong decision from the beginning. George nodded and said no more. Sir, please believe me. I am definitely not someone who brings disaster. Please forgive me for keeping my mouth shut. Hunter gradually cried. You know, it is not easy to enter the slums from the quarantine area. I don't dare to say that I have come into contact with any evil things. All those who were suspected were burned to death by the knights without explanation. After knowing that you came to Vienna once, the place gradually became less wary of outsiders. I should send a priest to Vienna. Moreover, people should be sent to educate people about some things. Many people don't even understand the principles of plague. George somewhat understood why there were very few refugees from the west in Garvey's territory. There were rivers to isolate them in spring, summer and autumn. And there were many monsters in winter. Occasionally, there were refugees who were lucky enough to escape. And most of them had been exposed to evil spirits. Basically, Garvey had not heard any news from them. So his men dealt with it. With the level of ignorance of those people, I am afraid that even speaking a few words to them will bring bad luck. Burning them to death is obviously the simplest and safest solution. What do you think the Baron's level should be, Jack? George asked on the way. Maybe it has to exceed the blasphemy level of the blasphemer. I'm afraid it has to be between the devil and the great devil level. After collecting records about various monsters in Windwing City, Anthony and the scholars made a division of the strength of monsters at each level. Below the scavengers are all ordinary monsters. The level of scavengers is named corruption level. The level of blasphemer is named blasphemy level. And the ones above are demon sufferers and the like. In fact, it's almost at this level. And monsters of this level mean that they are difficult to kill without special tools and methods. The most evil thing encountered in the shelter so far is something at the level of a great demon. Perhaps because of the gradual deepening into the hinterland. Many villages and farms have traces of human activities. But after hearing the sound of horse hooves, many people ran into the house. But George, who had sharp eyes, still saw the woman and the child. It was getting dark, and the group finally arrived at the village where Hunter grew up. The villagers were terrified of these nocturnal visitors. But after learning the identities of these people still opened the door and received these monks. The villagers looked at Hunter with strange expressions. George saw many women in the village who came to watch the fun and hold babies in their arms. But Hunter's father was not seen. And from the mouths of the villagers, he heard another story. That is a story about a hunter. Of course, behind the hunter, there is a group of brave villagers. George and others stayed in the village for one night. And the next day, led by Hunter, they arrived at the castle. It had been burned to the ground. Snow covered the collapsed ruins, leaving behind a story that no one knows the truth. But presumably, many of the mahogany furniture in the village, as well as the gold coins, silverware and even large bricks that Volp secretly rummaged in the cellar, should have come from that castle. Hunter cried loudly in front of the ruins, and Jack scolded the shameless villagers next to him. George then led them on the road to continue forward this time. They began to head directly towards the Black Pearl Manor. As they continued to move forward and slowly approached the area where the manor was located, they saw something different. There are many human footprints in the snow near each village, as well as some tracks pulled by snowmobiles and messy broken wood branches, probably fallen firewood. But every village and manor is mostly surrounded by fences, palisades, or even high walls. Here, they saw a lot of zombies moving in the snow. As well as corpses buried in the snow, they were different from the corpses seen near the glacier. Judging from the traces they examined, these people seemed to be new ones. The dead, and many of them had no bite marks from zombies or other monsters. It was swords and guns that killed them. He suspected that these people were originally people living in the territory, but they were expelled for unknown reasons. In the end, he struggled and died in the cold winter, with no fixed place in the wind and snow. And the ones chasing them were never monsters. Later, in an abandoned manor somewhere, George verified his guess here. He saw a group of refugees wandering here, hugging each other for warmth. From the mouths of these people, he learned what kind of carnival the nobles living in the high inner walls were having. Indeed, there are natural disasters here, but it has been reduced to the lowest level. However, the scarcity of food and the pressure brought by the environment have caused constant disasters. But many things are not for food. Sometimes just for some weird reasons. I really can't understand. My lord. Jack was increasingly unable to understand what he saw on the road. He rode his horse on the edge of the lake and said to the lord beside him, I can see it, Earl. The adults have done many things in order to allow more people to survive. But judging from the many things said by these refugees, she is like a devil who indulges her vassals and keeps her people in captivity like livestock, you heard that person say, in order to drink the sweetest wine. She even ordered people to burn those fields. Those who didn't grow grapes were hanged. Of course, George heard those words. And there were many more bizarre than that. The people living here already hated that woman to the core. But he could only bury his complaints deep in his heart. There was a slight hint of disrespect, or the words in his mouth were maliciously misinterpreted. The best outcome is eviction from the shelter. The lords would often take the knights on hunts, but in these games, the things they hunted were not just monsters. What's even more frightening is that those Black Pearl Knights often join hunting teams. I don't know either. Jack. George looked at the frozen lakeside. We have come into contact with many evil monsters and many honest people. But standing in the middle is the first time. If someone tells me this kind of people are struggling between reason and madness, I believe there must be a certain truth in this. Then do we still want to go? George said nothing. In the past few days, everything he had seen proved that there were 100,000 creatures in the western part of the valley. But after reading it, he didn't get the answer he wanted. Sometimes, things are not as simple as black and white. And the truth is not a multiple-choice question. Often the more you know, the more confused you become. It will become further and further away from the real answer. Jack, I grew up in the valley. I have always heard how beautiful Black Pearl's red wine is. It is a wine that is not distilled, does not use brandy, and cannot be burned. It relies entirely on time and natural precipitation. It's not very pure. It is said to be red wine. But when it is first poured into the wine glass, it is a golden color, just like the most luxurious golden liquid. At this time, it tastes like sweet oil and honey, but it is not greasy. But if you leave it for a while, sometimes just a few words, a blink of an eye, a moment of time, that gold will slowly turn into bronze, and finally turn into a deep red. At that time, its taste completely changed, and it felt like drinking fire. When the liquid burned through your throat and penetrated into your heart, it stirred up many things buried in your heart. Jack wanted to ask, Boss, what do you mean? But in the end, he kept his mouth shut. In fact, George didn't know why he suddenly recalled this kind of wine. And he spoke as if he had drunk it himself. Indeed, it was like a memory. But maybe that's a memory that shouldn't exist. He slowly closed his eyes. Many of Elizabeth's policies were extremely contradictory. as if she was a lord who wanted to save the valley at one time, and a crazy demon at another, and she simply can no longer control herself. Perhaps Elizabeth knew that she had slowly become the most terrifying source in the valley. It is no longer important whether she is good or evil. What is important is that someone must stop all this in the future. George wasn't going to do any more understanding here. He wants to prepare for that day. Let's go! Jack, I'm always a little worried if Garvey and the others wait there for too long. The pearls, gems, gold, silver, and antiques in the necropolis are all waiting for us. Thinking of the money, George suddenly became enlightened. I kicked the horse's belly excitedly and left the ice lake. Chapter 150, Attack the Necropolis. If we say that in the western region of the Kingdom of Rodunk, most of the high-quality wine, ores and gems belong to the valley, then most of the valley area belongs to the Black Pearl family. Everyone knows that every year, many precious goods flow out from the fingers of the Black Pearl family, causing nobles from all over the world to take out their money bags and collect them. But in fact, the best ones are often retained by this family. Every generation of Black Pearl lords knows how to appreciate gems. After their death, the wealth is left to their descendants. But the things they love most around them will be taken into the underworld with them. There are indeed many good gems. Garvey, it seems that you have been busy these days. George was riding a horse, holding a bright gem in his hand, and couldn't help but marvel. According to the market price in areas such as St. Wilmic's Cathedral, this thumb-sized gem is worth at least more than 300 pieces of silver fox. This gem was plucked from the armor of the Desecrator by Garvey and others when they were cleaning up the periphery of the necropolis. There are many gems like this, which can greatly fill the gap in the alchemy needs of wizards. Currently, these trophies are placed in the castle closest to the necropolis. This time Garvey and the others brought a total of more than 700 people here first, including 200 knights and 500 infantry. When George and others came here to meet, Garvey and the others have cleared the perimeter of the necropolis. After George arrived here, they sorted out the perimeter again, and today they plan to officially enter the cemetery. At this moment, they are almost reaching their destination, because the team has never penetrated into the area ahead. So the scouts explored the way ahead, and the team rested and waited here for a while. It's indeed a big gain. These former knights can finally rest in peace. Garvey couldn't help but sigh. But it's a pity that the bodies of the living dead can only be cremated on the spot. As a lord under the Black Pearl family, Garvey still has deep feelings for Black Pearl. Many of his ancestors, who were Black Pearl knights, are buried here, including several of Garvey's uncles, who did not obtain the Bienha fiefdom. They all sleep here. Now the really dangerous area of this large cemetery has not been cleared, so it can only be buried on the spot. As for the trophies, the dead can no longer use them. Of course, they must be left to the living as supplies for survival. On this point, although the opinions of the barons are still very unified. After all, in addition to gems, all kinds of silverware, armor, and other things are important materials for the army today. Especially the precious armors and weapons in the cemetery. Many things have not decayed after so many years. Wash it with holy water and reprocess it before use. Some that are slightly damaged can also be recycled. It can be said that it has greatly solved the current problem of lack of high-quality mineral resources. Garvey and others have been working a lot these days, and there are tens of thousands of living dead scattered around dozens of kilometers around the necropolis. Some are attracted by the smell here, and some are monsters from the necropolis. And most of the monsters in these cemeteries are blasphemers, and there are more than 1,000 in total. However, although there are many monsters, they are very scattered. Thanks to Garvey's ingenious division and attraction, these monsters were eliminated in a dozen or so days. An average of more than a dozen shares were eliminated every day, and each share had several blasphemers and the above hundreds of zombies. In the first few days, Garvey and others did not let go because they did not understand the environment here. Later, they simply gathered the monsters together to clean them up, and relied on the advantage of that castle to win several beautiful battles. Many zombies even jumped into the fire pit and were burned to death. It can be seen from this cleanup that the troops in the shelter no longer need George's presence, and they can easily deal with the monsters, little monsters, in the Jeffrey manner. Of course, facing these more than 700 people, even if there are 3 or 5 big demons, they will only die. Although Garvey and the others only have more than 700 people this time, they are the most powerful elites in the sanctuary. Most of the 200 knights are red and white robe knights, and even the 500 infantry are mostly at the level of gray robe knights. It can be said that many of these 500 infantry are priests, and the new armor on them is not something ordinary knights can have. It can be regarded as the equipment of the Temple infantry. It is completely a small Templar order of 700 people. In the eyes of the nobles, these 700 people can be said to be 700 knights. If you step into the territory of a big noble, I'm afraid that person will tremble. Not only were they fully equipped, they also brought a lot of various healing and detoxifying potions, as well as strong potions, especially those blue withered zombies. After being ignited by the blue fire, the zombies almost died piece by piece. When the monsters who were still alive and the blasphemers rushed out, they were basically covered with blue frost, without the kind of charge, strength. But what is commendable is that Garvey and others only used it twice in 2 tough battles against thousands of monsters. Most of the battles were solved by the quality of the warriors themselves. According to what Garvey said, this was a massive military training exercise. After these days of warm-up battles, the troops have completely matured. Now even some recruits have no fear when facing the blasphemers. Even if they whisper in front of their eyes, they will not be affected. They are completely numb. George, according to the documents I reviewed, the heart of Black Pearl should be buried in a large tomb somewhere in this cemetery, Anthony said with excitement. According to the records, it must be a magic gem. It is said that it is also known as the heart of Black Pearl, a black gemstone larger than a fist, and more precious than the one on King Rodent's crown. But Sir Anthony, this gem is a bit ominous. Baron Garvey's expression became a little unnatural after hearing about the heart of Black Pearl. After he saw some confusion on George's face, Garvey explained, Sir, this gem was once treasured by various lords of the Black Pearl. But these lords, including the wizards who were loyal to the Black Pearl, failed to get a good death. It is said that many people will hear the cry of the lake monster after seeing it. At this point, Garvey's face suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He remembered that he was now a Templar, and the wizard in front of him, who planned to use this buried gem as a staff, was not the kind of liar who was just trying to make ends meet, but a true forbidden wizard. Sure enough, after hearing this, Anthony became interested. Mr. Garvey, in fact, the more stories a gem has, the more likely it is a precious magic gem. I suspect that this gem should be a ghost or shadow gem. The blue withering potion has the nether attribute. Using this gem as an auxiliary tool, coupled with the alchemical furnace, the refining efficiency of these 2 attribute potions can be increased by at least 20% in the future. The burning utilization rate of the gem will also be greatly improved, which can save us almost 10% to 30% of the cost. Speaking of this, Anthony looked at George and said with stern eyes, This gem is very old. According to the data, I think it is very suitable as a container. It is the kind of gem that Lich likes most. If we can get it, we may be able to use this gem to raise some monsters or even demons for experiments in the future. After hearing this, George couldn't help but nodded. The shelter had been drained in order to engrave the talisman words on the armor and burn the potions with mithril for Anthony. It can be said that the shelter has placed all its bets on this time. This time, there were already a lot of silverware, armors and gems alone. If you get this gem, you will really make a lot of money. But then his face turned a bit ugly. Anthony, with his crow's mouth, might actually be right. There is probably a lich hiding here. In the past few days, they had been operating outside the necropolis. When the lich saw this Templar troop approaching, he pretended to be dead and acted like a tortoise. But if they go down to the tomb chamber, there might be interesting things waiting for them inside. At this time, several scouts who explored the path came back from the fog and interrupted the chat of these guys. And there seemed to be a lot of cobwebs hanging on the bodies of these scouts. After listening to the scouts' report, George and others looked at each other with strange expressions. There was not a single monster around the large cemetery ahead, but there were several piles of strange Jingguan at the entrance of the large cemetery ahead. After a brief discussion, the troops who were ready to go moved forward. There were more and more cobwebs in front of them. Half an hour later, the team stepped onto the stone steps of the cemetery and arrived in front of the tall and majestic cemetery gate. The Jingguan is piled up like several hills, but they are not composed of human heads, but huge spider heads. Around Jingguan, there are many spider legs scattered on the ground. Each of these spider legs is 2 or 3 meters long. It looks like a dead branch, as if the moisture inside has been completely sucked out. And in the spider webs near these corpses, there are many clumps of stuff. Pick it with a spear, and slime and melting human bones will flow out. And some of the dismembered parts are very neat. Not all of them were torn apart by monsters, but some of the tooth marks are a bit special. Garvey picked up a piece of calicity with his sword and said, And it looks like a pile. No need to guess. Garvey. George put down the scroll in his hand. A long sword was taken out from the holy fire in the sky. The blessing of dawn enveloped the entire team, and the surrounding knights gathered around their lord. The soldiers lined up forward, passing the lords and knights in uniform footsteps, and stood at the front in the direction pointed by George. In the nearby mist, there are constantly nimble figures, moving nimbly through the snow forest, and their graceful figures are looming in the mist. There were running sounds of bang 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 all around.